A young man, just because he carried two peerless divine swords, was hunted by all the masters in the martial world. From the very beginning, hundreds of masters gathered to surround him. After that, he faced one of the top 10 masters, the demonic sword Cheonmu. Without exception, anyone who met the young man never returned. He even sought out the wealthiest tycoon in Habuk. He cut off the man's finger and stole his fortune. Before leaving, he left a sentence to be able to openly rob you of everything. How wonderful. It turns out his name is Jaok Igion, the son of a mysterious fruit merchant. His biggest dream is to dominate the martial world. Will he be able to achieve his dream? What other challenges will he face? Let's get into the main story to find out. Under the heavy rain, an ancient building with slivers of light seeping from within. Outside, heavy raindrops continuously pelted the ground. Two guards stood solemnly enduring the heavy rain of the night. Inside the mansion, a man's deep voice echoed, "He is a devil in human form." His other hand gripped his remaining arm, his voice filled with resentment. Not only did he steal my entire fortune, he raised his bandaged hand and told the man in front of him he also cut off my finger. A cruel man to the bone, Grandmaster Jin Weipeng of Jinhua Sangrion. The old man coughed and said, "Cough. Although I'm in this state, don't underestimate me. I have enough money to hire someone for revenge." Hearing the old man's story, Gui Myong, the #1 assassin in the martial world, asked, "Does he have any distinguishing features? What does he look like?" The old man, Jin Weipeng, immediately frowned. "Him?" Gui Myong listened, silently as the old man said, "He's a handsome fellow." His mind flashed back to past images. I first met him at a casual drinking party. My initial impression was of a gentle, eloquent, and incredibly witty person. Although he's only 20, he's knowledgeable about everything. It seems there's no place in the Central Plains he hasn't been to. After 2 months of friendship during a drunken stupor, he performed a move. The old man beside him immediately moved a nearby painted screen. A large crack appeared before their eyes. Jin Yuipeng's voice rang out as he explained, "It's the ultimate technique of the White Thunder Sword Nang Isiol." Seeing what was in front of him, Gui Myong's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He thought to himself, that lightning mark is definitely the sign of the White Thunder Sword. An image of a swordsman holding a sword appeared in his mind. Nang Isiol, one of the 10 great masters of the previous generation. He was the one who had disappeared a few years before the Great War between the righteous and demonic factions. And more than 20 years after the war ended, there was still no news of him. The old man continued. At first, I didn't believe it either, but after seeing the martial arts manual in his hands, I had to believe it. His mind recalled old images. In the end, I decided to kill him to seize that martial arts manual. From the life and death swords, to 100 martial world masters, and even the demonic sword Cheon Ma Ak, one of the 10 great masters in the world, I sent them all. His face showed ferocity as he spoke, but not a single one returned. Each time he would come to find me, cut off a finger, and steal a part of my fortune. And before leaving, he would laugh, "How refreshing." Jaok Igion tilted his head back, saying mockingly, "There's no reason why I shouldn't take it." Hearing the information the old man provided, Gui Myong's eyes widened in shock as he calculated in his head. Even if he's right, because I acted first. But how could a man in his early 20s stand against the demonic sword Cheon Ma Ak? The old man's hands trembled uncontrollably, his voice filled with resentment. Even so, that bastard just wanted a legitimate excuse to steal my fortune. The old man pleaded, "Please kill him." His voice was full of fury. "Jaok Igion. That's the name of that devil." At a certain mountain villa, a figure could be seen faintly sweeping the courtyard. A man's feet slowly approached. The servant spoke up, leading Gui Myong to a place. The old man replied, "Young Master Seok's room is this way." As they walked, the old servant explained, "During his stay, he always cared for even the servants like us. Such a kind young master." Hearing these words, Gui Myong thought to himself, "This again." He began to ponder, recalling his initial investigations. According to my investigation, although young Master Seok isn't extravagant, He is a man of refined tastes. He understands the art of pleasure. The sound of the zither from that night still echoes in my ears. He is the man of pleasure, Jeok E. Gaon, an unsettled traveler said, and also the one who cut off another man's finger a few months ago. Hearing those words, Gui Myong pondered, the one who stole the fortune of another rich man. An old woman leaned on her hand, chuckled, and replied, I heard he gambled away his entire fortune. How should I trick him next time, a fool who always loses at gambling? Gui Myong grabbed her clothes tightly, threatening her, and managed to get a few more clues. The last piece of information I got is that he will participate in the martial arts grand assembly. Remembering these things, his face contorted. He thought to himself, this kid is so unpredictable. What is he planning to do? Then that person asked, did he leave any message? Hearing this, the other person turned and replied, he said he has prepared everything for a grand enterprise. Now all that's missing is a smart woman to manage it. Gui Myong sighed and said, women are truly hard to understand. They arrived at a room. The other person gestured towards the room and said, this is young Master Seok's room. Please make yourself at home. Gui Myong pushed the door open forcefully, and the scene inside was revealed. The room was clean and undisturbed, the furniture neatly arranged. He looked left and right, then fell into thought. It seems there's nothing special. Gui Myong walked towards a wall. This is... He looked at the paper hanging on the wall. He joyfully thought to himself, control of Hubuk. He raised his hand, his face beaming with excitement. Hubuk. This year, 2 major martial arts grand assemblies are being held there. He chuckled and said, now it's just a matter of time, but why control of Hubuk? Why not just write number 1 under heaven? Suddenly a savage voice was heard. I already advised him. Just take it slow, step by step. Hearing those words, Gui Myong was startled, turned around and exclaimed, who's there? A piercing scream of pain echoed through the empty room. A cup of tea was poured gently. A thoughtful voice quietly asked, why is he going to Hubuk? Hearing this, the other person replied, how would I know the schemes of that cunning kid? Suddenly Gui Myong's eyes slowly opened. The sound of conversation continued. We should go too. We're idle anyway. A scene unfolded before him. 3 people were sitting at a table enjoying tea together. One of them spoke, if Senior makes a move, the martial world will be in turmoil again. Looking at his own right arm, Gui Myong was filled with a mix of resentment and fear. The voices of the others continued to echo. I'm over 100 years old. What meaning do the rules of the world have anymore? An old woman called out, kid. She offered the teacup and said, want a drink? Gui Myong stared in fear, his mind in turmoil as he thought, this aura. The blade pinned to his right arm. The blade on that old woman, the twin scythes. Isn't that the supreme demonic empress? The twin demon scythes. Yang Hua Yong, the one most trusted by the previous heavenly demon. He looked to the other side at the sword and the pattern on its scabbard. Then he looked at the old man before him. It's definitely the white thunder sword Nang Isil, the one who went into hiding. Why is a great hero with a demonic person? He glanced at the long-haired man exuding a powerful killing intent. Gui Myong thought fearfully. Furthermore, isn't that terrifying demonic energy from the demonic sword, Cheon Ma Ak? He recalled the past. The ultimate technique of the white thunder sword Nang Isil. I even sent the demonic sword, Cheon Ma Ak. Gradually he realized and opened his eyes in shock. They are all accomplices of Jeok I Gaon. Gui Myong let out a sigh and asked, why don't you kill me? Hearing this, the supreme demonic empress raised her teacup and replied, I promised him I wouldn't kill you. She continued, but I will cripple your dantian and sever your meridians along with one of your legs. I hear assassins aren't afraid of death. The man beside her spoke up, you always hide poison behind your teeth, don't you? Hearing this, Gui Myong remained silent. He realized, you mean I'd rather commit suicide than endure this pain? There's no other way. The supreme demonic empress stared straight ahead. Gui Myong immediately clamped his mouth shut. Bites down. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he uttered with a resentful tone, Jok Igion, I'm so envious of you. His eyes slowly closed. protected by such masters living a life of glory and wealth. The Supreme Demonic Empress's group smiled smugly. He doesn't need our help. On a vast grassland, a group of people pointed their swords at Jeok-e-Gion. One of them spoke up. Finally we meet. You have the manual, don't you? The leader warned, don't be careless. Many masters have died trying to find him. Hearing this, one of them swung his sword and charged, his tone challenging, You brat, you dare. That man swung his sword, his voice full of arrogance. You messed with the leader of the Jinhua Sangrian Mamun and expect to live in peace. Suddenly something rushed in front of him. He had just enough time to say, I'll take your life. Boom Jeok-e-Gion unleashed a move and defeated him instantly. Seeing this, the others immediately panicked and exclaimed, Leah leader. One by one, they all rushed towards him, shouting angrily, This bastard! Jeok-e-Gion caught the tip of his sword and immediately bent it. The sword wielder was dealt a fatal blow. The remaining men immediately charged, Kill him. His sharp eyes glanced over them. One by one, they were cut down, blood splattering everywhere. Whoever charged forward was sent to their death by him. A man who was attacked cried out in pain, Gasp! Ugh! Gasp! Jeok-e-Gion stood amidst the scattered corpses, the wind gently blowing through his hair. Jeok-e-Gion brushed his hair back, saying tiredly, You still haven't given up. His hand touched the sword on his back. Just cutting off fingers isn't enough, is it? A fierce, bloody battle took place, the Great War between the righteous and demonic factions. A place where anyone who wielded a sword would die. The Great War between the righteous and demonic factions. No one expected this war would last for 13 long years. Corpses lay scattered on the white ground, fresh blood flowed like waterfalls. This hell on earth was filled with tears, tragic cries, and the stench of blood. The long war suddenly ended with an abrupt ceasefire order. Time flew by. To this day, 20 years later, the reason for the ceasefire remains a mystery. Both the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Righteous Path Alliance remained silent, as if by a prior agreement. Time passed. New forces began to emerge in the martial world. On the other hand, there were also clans that declined due to the war. A sword in hand sliced through the air, horizontally, then vertically. The young woman's mind whispered, Finally. Jonggyo-yeon, the second young lady of the Jong sword sect. As she practiced her swordsmanship, she wondered to herself, Why am I still stuck at the 7th star realm? Gyo-yeon launched several attacks forward, thinking to herself, I must quickly master the exercising evil sword style to revive my family sect. Then she sheathed her sword. Her face was sad and thoughtful, her tone heavy as she said, But I don't understand why my martial arts aren't improving. Suddenly a voice called out Gyo-yeon. She turned to look and brightened up, older sister brother-in-law Jong Hwa-ryan, the first young lady of the Northwest Jong sword sect and Hwa-ryan's husband. Gyo-yeon asked, I was just practicing. Is something wrong? Hearing her, Jong Hwa-ryan sighed sadly and replied, Someone from the Jangshim gang has come. Hearing this, her face was one of stunned silence. Young Master Jang wants to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with me. Gyo-yeon exclaimed. What? In the Central Plains martial world, there are two largest and most famous grand assemblies. The Heavenly Dragon Great War, the world's #1 martial arts tournament where sects wager their honor and lives. The assembly for the younger generation, the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, where young men and women are matched to become couples. This year, both assemblies are held in Wuhan, Hubei. Her mind recalled the image of Jang Ingiel. Gyo-yeon thought with annoyance, not only that childish matchmaking game, but I also have to be paired with that pervert Jang Ingiel. She replied, No, I won't do it. Gyo-yeon angrily shouted at her older sister, Why do I have to be involved with him? Hearing her, Jong Hwa-ryan frowned and yelled back, Stop arguing. Seeing the fire of their anger escalating, her husband immediately calmed them down. Calm down and listen to me. Hwa-ryan continued, You always said you wanted to bring glory to our sect. If you're chosen for the Dragon and Phoenix, you'll gain great fame. She warned furthermore, if you go against the Jangshim gang, Gyo-yeon immediately bolted. As she ran, she replied, I absolutely refuse to go, sister. You can just lie about your age and go. Hearing her younger sister say that, Zhonghua Ryan sighed helplessly. My little sister really has a personality. Outside in the bustling market, crowds of people moved about. Shouts echoed continuously. New goods have arrived. Westlake Dragon. Well, tea is half price today. Two merchants chatted together. Have you heard? They say the great leader had another finger cut off. Hearing this, the other person replied happily. Looks like someone is punishing him on our behalf. Gyo-yeon walked down the street, her face full of sadness, thinking, but what if the Jangshim gang holds a grudge and takes revenge on our family? Just because they have power, they can do whatever they want. Elsewhere, two people were arguing, looking like they were about to fight. This kid, how is this any different? You want to die deceiving and betraying each other. In another corner, someone was flattering a wealthy merchant. If you help with this, just leave that matter to me. As for the last time, endless schemes and tricks. The sounds of arguments filled the market. Someone yelled, My money pouch! Where's my money pouch? You there! Do you know who this is to dare draw your blade? Is this the martial world I've always dreamed of? Suddenly a voice of admiration rang out. Wow! Hearing that, Gyo-yeon curiously turned to look. A voice came from another direction. You, the lord of the martial world. The red-haired man on the stage pointed at his opponent and yelled, The dream of unifying the demonic cult ends in despair again. Below, dozens of people cheered. The heavenly demon has been defeated. They excitedly continued, The 13-year war is finally over. Long live the Lord. Seeing this, Gyo-yeon couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, Impossible, she thought to herself. Even if it's just a play, isn't it true that there's no information about the end of the righteous demonic war? Suddenly Jok Aigeon appeared, his voice ringing out, I think so too. Jok Aigeon stood beside her, arms crossed, and said, The heavenly demon's 9 calamities. Demonic art is an undefeated demonic art. No one can defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Jok Aigeon's eyes were full of passion as he continued. Furthermore, the righteous demonic war couldn't have ended so easily. Seeing his appearance, Gyo-yeon was surprised and wondered, Who is this guy? He turned to her, smiled brightly, and said, I'm thirsty. Care for a drink together? Lead the way, I've just arrived in Wuhan. Hearing this, she thought to herself, Such an innocent face, yet he's playing tricks. Gyo-yeon turned to leave, replying, If you're from the martial world, don't act like a hooligan. I have things to do. Excuse me. Hearing this, Jok Aigeon, standing behind her, spoke up, You think this martial world? Jok Aigeon approached and continued, Is really that valuable? Gyo-yeon angrily retorted, What did you say? Hearing her, he immediately said, This martial world where righteousness and chivalry have long been abandoned, with only superficial things remaining. He glanced at her. Isn't it pitiful hearing his words? Gyo-yeon's eyes widened in shock. Her hand trembled as she gripped her sword, calming herself down. Calm down. Gyo-yeon looked at him and argued, But you're still living in the martial world. Her feet shifted slightly to another path. This martial world. Gyo-yeon walked away. Is not so bad as to be disdained like that. Jok Aigeon silently watched her retreating back without a word, then also turned and left. The shouts of vendors continued to echo. Scabbards made from fragments of night luminous stone right here. This is the first time I've seen the streets of Wuhan so crowded. This assembly is no ordinary event. Front row seats for the Heavenly Dragon Great War are only 10 taels. At the Huayang Inn, the scene inside was extremely lively, with people singing and drinking together. They began to chat. One man said, I heard this year's Dragon and Phoenix banquet will be very grand. Hearing this, the person next to him replied, The most promising candidate is probably young Master Im of the Bukhian Pei family. They continued to chat. Hey, don't forget young Master Yang of the Namak Alliance. Gyo-yeon's figure gently passed by, and everyone looked at her with infatuated eyes. Gyo-yeon glanced around, thinking it's so crowded. Because of the assembly, there are people everywhere. A waiter approached and greeted her. Aren't you young Lady Zhong of the Zhong sword sect? Why are you here alone? Hearing this, she replied, I'd like to have a drink. Hearing that, he seemed a bit troubled and said, "Oh my, we only have private rooms left now." He led Gyo-yeon upstairs. "This way, young lady." The people around saw her and started whispering. "Young Lady Jong is the #1 beauty in Wuhan. I'll give a discount. The #1 beauty of Wuhan is indeed a beauty." Hearing these words, Gyo-yeon felt awkward, thinking, who started this ridiculous rumor? I don't usually come to inns alone, but... The owner pushed the door open. "Please, young lady, have a seat." Gyo-yeon's mind was racing from the Jangshim gang to that strange guy from earlier. Suddenly, Jok Igaeon's voice was heard, "Oh, we meet again." He smiled at her and continued, "If I'd known we could have come together." Gyo-yeon was speechless. Ugh, today is so strange. Inside the empty room, the sound of chicken being torn apart was heard. He asked, "This assembly, do you know how to register? When is the deadline?" Looking at the platter of food in front of him, Gyo-yeon was amazed and thought, "Have you been starving all day?" She then said, "Don't tell me you're planning to participate too." Hearing that, Jok Igaeon replied, "Of course. There will be many beautiful women participating. I'm quite popular with the ladies." He spoke while chewing heartily. "Since I was 10, I've traveled everywhere. Wherever I go, women surround me." The sound of chewing continued. Hearing his words, Gyo-yeon thought in disbelief, "Impossible. Besides, is he really that kind of person?" Jeok Ijeon said. The righteous demonic war couldn't have ended so easily. This was completely different from his storytelling in the market earlier. He looked at her and said, "And I've realized who the most beautiful woman in the martial world is. A face as bright as a flower radiant. That is my mother." Gyo-yeon shouted in surprise, "Mother." Hearing this, Jeok Ijeon's eyes sharpened. He said, "Hey, are you daring to say my mother is old?" Gyo-yeon frantically waved her hands in fear. "Ah, no, damn it, why am I so flustered? I haven't done anything wrong." He picked up some food and said, "Anyway, I'm about to do something big, so I'm feeling hungry." Gyo-yeon asked, "Something big? You mean the assembly?" His voice was mysterious as he replied, "No, that I'll definitely win. I want to dominate Hubuk. That's my goal for this year." Hearing this, Gyo-yeon's eyes widened in shock. "Dominate Hubuk." Jok Ijeon put food in his mouth. "There's so much to worry about, so much to do. Right now, I feel like eating." Hearing this, she scoffed. "Winning the assembly and dominating Hubuk. You're bragging too much." The door to the room slowly opened. A man's voice suddenly rang out. I happened to hear a familiar voice. "That person spoke up, isn't it? Young Lady Jong of the Jong Sword Sect?" Jang Ingiel, the descendant of the Jangshim gang, approached. "Long time no see." A few people entered from outside. Jang Ingiel said, "Let's come in for a few drinks too." Hearing that, the woman next to him said, "Here." Jang Inhwa, Jang Ingiel's younger sister, spoke haughtily. "Well, I guess it's fine." He stared at her. "How have you been lately?" Gyo-yeon was visibly annoyed, cursing in her head. Hasn't he given up that habit of staring at people? She thought, I really want to punch him, but I have to hold back. That guy glanced around. Ah. He looked towards Jok Ijeon, who was enjoying his meal. He slowly approached him, put his hand in his pocket, and said, "It seems someone else is here." A gold coin fell onto the plate and bounced off. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Igeon paused. Jang Ingiel, as if unconcerned, casually dropped coins one by one, saying, "Here's the money for the drinks." He looked at him arrogantly out of the corner of his eye. His words even more provocative. "If you're done with your meal, could you please give us the table?" Igeon glanced at Jang Ingiel, remaining silent. Looking at the lavish meal scattered with a few gold coins, he let out a soft, Then he said bluntly, "This isn't enough." Jang Ingiel hadn't expected this scenario. He looked like a deer in headlights, his face blank as he asked again. "What?" Igeon lifted his chopsticks and pointed calmly, explaining, "There are still dishes that haven't come out. This definitely won't be enough." Jang Ingiel frowned. He leaned down, intending to intimidate him. "This brat, don't you—" But halfway through his sentence, he seemed to notice something and stopped. And then Jang Ingiel smirked mockingly. Looking at a blade and a sword propped up like costumed mummies next to the table behind him, his voice was filled with contempt. Acting tough, just because you're from the martial world. Ingiel chose to ignore him and walk towards the pair of weapons, his posture smug. The weapons are quite big. Let's see, he said, grabbing the hilt of the blade, intending to show off a few moves. But surprisingly, goosebumps suddenly erupted all over his skin. Ingiel's face went blank. His eyes were dazed as if in disbelief, and beads of sweat started to form on his cheeks. He realized in shock, What the hell is this? This blade? Why is it so heavy? Ingiel felt as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He could feel that he was now the brightest star being watched by everyone. He froze, thinking, but if I just give up like this? It's too embarrassing. Thinking this, he gripped the hilt tighter, tensing so much that the veins on his hand stood out. Ingiel bit his lower lip, his feet shoulder-width apart. A pure golden light emanated from his body as he used his internal energy. Finally, he enveloped the blade with his internal energy. The blade stood upright, and then it was lifted off the ground. Ingiel turned his head back, his lips in a straight line. Ha, it is quite heavy. His face was pale, sweating profusely, looking like someone with kidney failure who had just done 200 squats. Panting heavily, Ingiel said with difficulty, "This is a training blade used for muscle training, right?" The servants surrounding Manhwa heard this, and awkwardly said to themselves. The one in brown stammered, "Ah, a training blade." The one in green replied, "That's right, ha." At this moment, Ingiel stepped forward and took the blade. As easily as eating porridge, he took the blade back from Ingiel's hand without any resistance and placed it on his shoulder. He smirked and retorted, "This isn't a training blade. It's mine." In the room, his voice immediately shrieked like a strangled chicken lies. "It's obviously a training blade." Ingiel calmly retorted, "No, it's my blade." He repeated honestly, "I'm telling the truth." Ingiel's face darkened, feeling like a clown. "You—" He hid his expression in a dark aura. His left hand channeled internal energy like a blue fireball. His voice was suppressed. "Are you kidding me?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Stop. This is an inn." Jonggyo-yeon raised her sword, blocking Ingiel from Ingiel. Inhwa's group was all surprised, especially the expressions of the bodyguards who stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Ingiel raised an eyebrow and sneered. Then he arrogantly glanced at her with a teasing smile, his tone mocking. With such a passionate gaze, "Do you like me?" Without another word, he immediately grabbed her hand. Before Jonggyo-yeon's deathly white stare, he rambled, "Anyway, we have to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet together." Ingiel's voice lowered and his face became sinister. Getting to know each other beforehand is good too. However, Jonggyo-yeon immediately pulled her hand from his grasp and said bluntly, "Sorry, but I'm already taken." Ingiel did not like hearing this. His pupils darkened. First, he was shocked. What then, he asked again, "Why?" Under her wide sleeves, Jonggyo-yeon's fist trembled with restraint. She said, "Using your family's power to force others. How despicable and vile." Gyo-yeon looked into his eyes. Ingiel was startled to hear this. His face contorted, becoming uglier than a monkey's butt. But for some reason, he managed to stay calm and ask again, "So, who is it that you've agreed to be with?" Jonggyo-yeon looked up, her beautiful face tense. She stammered, da. Because you're smart, you speak halfway." Ingiel suddenly interrupted, calmly and concisely replying, "I will be participating with her." Both Ingiel and Gyo-yeon looked at him in surprise. Ingiel's pupils practically shrank to the size of chili seeds. He glared with a "what the hell are you talking about" expression. Ingiel casually leaned on his sword, his face showing no emotion, and confirmed again, "I'll be going." And there really was someone pretending to be deaf. Ingiel asked again, "What?" At the same time, a footstep had just moved forward. Inhwa smirked slightly. "You—" She put her hands on her hips, gesturing with one hand towards Ingiel. "Do you know who he is?" she asked jokingly. "And I—" Jian answered truthfully, I don't know. He retorted, then do you know who I am? Manhwa also sighed and replied, I don't either. Getting the answer, Jian spoke even more leisurely. When faced with the unknown, people have two reactions, contempt and fear. He grinned at Jang Manhwa, his tone teasing, but you have both. You look down on me because you don't know who I am, yet you want me to be afraid of him. Don't you see the contradiction? These words directly made Jang Manhwa feel like she was caught trying to sail two boats at once. After a second or two, Manhwa seemed to calm down. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him with amusement. Is that so? At this moment, Yang Ingiel also found a space to speak up. I can't help but praise, you're very eloquent. Ingiel didn't hesitate to reply, I can eat anything. Those who eat well often talk a lot. Jang Ingiel's fingers traced the dining table. Some veins popped on the back of his hand, and the surface of the table where his fingers touched was crushed by his controlled internal energy. Jian still advised easily, be careful not to spill the food. Jang Ingiel looked on silently without a response. Then, with a seemingly courteous appearance, he adjusted the lapels of his shirt. Jang Ingiel walked past, moving through the space between the two, and then deliberately said loudly, in that case, he turned his head back and finished with a sneer, see you at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. This time, he left decisively. The two bodyguards quickly followed. Jang Manhwa reached the door, suddenly stopped and looked at him. Jian smiled faintly. Manhwa also gave him a lingering glance. See you again. Finally, only two people were left in the room. Jong Gyo-yeon hesitantly swallowed. Looking at the chipped edge of the table, she silently cried out, I'm dead. With Yang In-gyeol's personality, he's also very dangerous. So Gyo-yeon looked at him again. Gaeon also looked back at her blank-faced and said, well, since it's like this, join me. I'll change my plans. Jong Gyo-yeon was surprised. Change? Weren't you planning to participate in the assembly too? Gaeon replied. Yup. That's why I changed. The tables had turned. Now Gyo-yeon was the one with the blank face. She slowly voiced her guess, her voice gradually getting louder. Don't tell me. The assembly you were talking about participating in is the Heavenly Dragon Great War. Jaeon answered nonchalantly. That's right. Jong Gyo-yeon forced a professional smile, her eyebrows like a horizontal crescent moon. She asked again, with such overwhelming martial arts, why didn't you punish them? His voice was full of boredom. I don't fight with children. Gyo-yeon was annoyed but could do nothing, cursing in her head, making excuses again. But surprisingly, Jian, with a serious expression, made this comment, the decay of the martial world is not the fault of the children. Jong Gyo-yeon was taken aback, never expecting this. He said it with such a serious face as if it were true. Outside, the sky was clear and beautiful. A voice said, it seems young Lady Jong is very fond of young Master Jang. It was the two subordinates who always followed Jang In-gyeol around, chattering away. The one in green reasoned, she's clearly trying to make you jealous, my lord. The other one chimed in, it seems she has no intention of becoming a Dragon Phoenix pair, rejecting young Master Jang to be with that clown. Jang In-gyeol's face darkened, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. He repeated to himself, clown. The image of Aigian came to his mind. He thought back with annoyance. That blade from earlier is not something an ordinary person can lift. Who is that guy? I've never met him. But in young Ingiel's mind there was also her portrait. His attitude flipped like a pancake as he cursed madly. And that insolent girl, how dare she refuse me? Both of them will regret today. Finally, facing the inn's door was only his gradually disappearing back. And time passed. Elsewhere at the Jongsword sect. In a room, Jong Hwaryeon sat with her parents, so angry she couldn't contain it, and raised her voice. Gyo-yeon flatly refused young Master Jang's proposal. Young Master Jang is throwing a tantrum at the brothel. Hwaryeon's voice grew more out of control. At this moment, the woman sitting opposite her just spoke softly, with worry. Ryan I refused. I'm very worried about the bad rumors about young Master Jang. The corners of her eyes drooped, her concern for her child becoming more apparent. The woman was Ansui, the matriarch of the Zhong sword sect. But opposite her, Zhong Huarayan was concerned with the bigger picture. She said bluntly, "But with that personality, who knows what he will do?" And Sui explained, "Gyo Yon is still young. I can't force the child to sacrifice for the family." The two of them each had their own point of view, neither right nor wrong. "He could harm Gyo Yon too," the pained matriarch said. Meanwhile, the only man in the room had been sitting silently with his eyes closed. The sect master of the Zhong sword. Sect Zhong Yichu was the head of the family and also a husband and a father, yet he could only blame himself. "I'm so incompetent letting my wife and child suffer. If I had mastered the exorcising evil sword style, the Zhong sword sect would have had a firm standing." Zhong Huarun's expression remained determined. "Anyway, this is a serious matter. We have to find Gyo Yon. But speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The words had barely cooled when Zhong Gyo Yon appeared at the door with Aigeon. She quickly said, "There's no need." Everyone was startled. Daughter matriarch and Sue quickly spoke Ryan I was so worried about you, but... She noticed Aigeon behind her and hesitated slightly. "This gentleman is..." Gyo Yon answered honestly, "The person who will... participate in the Phoenix and Dragon banquet with me." Her voice grew noticeably weaker and she avoided eye contact. Everyone in the house jumped and shouted, "What?" Steady footsteps advanced one by one. Aigeon cupped his fists, his attitude confident, neither fawning nor flattering. Standing before Gyoyon's elders, he spoke formally. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jeok Aigeon." In his hand was a small vase with a blue enamel pattern. His voice carried a tone of curiosity. "Oh, is this Fujian porcelain?" Swinging the vase, Aigeon asked, "How much did you buy it for 120 taels?" Opposite him, sect master Zhong Yichu was terrified. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. His voice was frantic. "I paid 150 taels." Hearing this, Aigeon sighed softly. What a pity. He looked at the sect master and boasted proudly, "If I were there, you would have only needed to pay 120 taels." Zhong Yichu's face paled, and he forced a difficult smile. "Ha ha ha ha." Then he changed the subject and turned to ask his second daughter, "All right, Gyo Yan, you want to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with young Master Seok Zhong Huarayan," also watched silently. She looked at them, thinking awkwardly, no matter how naive. "I can't possibly participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with such a weirdo." There Aigeon was playing around, spinning the 100-tael vase that was worth more than the reviewer's life. At the same time, Gyo Yan, fed up, snapped, "That's enough." Zhong Huarayan retracted her gaze and asked with a slight smile, "Young Master Seok, which sect are you from?" Placing the small vase on the table, he answered cheerfully, "I don't belong to any sect." His eyes looked straight at them, his expression still holding a hint of seriousness. Aigeon continued, "My parents sell fruit near the Jade Gate Pass." Zhong Gyoyan had a strong reaction. She whipped her head around, stared, and shouted. What the three people sitting couldn't hide their astonishment either. Zhong Huarayan, also not expecting it, repeated with doubt, "Fruit. Fruit." After a moment, the sect master took the initiative to speak. "Then what about the blade and sword on your back?" With beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, sect master Zhong Yichu asked naively, "Do you practice both swordsmanship and bladesmanship?" Speaking with a bit of hope, he also thought to himself, "That's a trick of third-rate practitioners. It would be better if—" But his voice cut in sharply, "Yes, I practice both." Immediately, Zhong Yichu's expression soured visibly, as if he would disappear in half a second. Aigeon looked straight into his eyes and seriously continued the story. "I have some talent in many fields inherited from my parents." The old man's eyes showed shock. Then his brain felt like a crushed apple. Zhong Yichu foolishly voiced his thought, Don't tell me your martial arts. Were taught by your parents, those fruit sellers." Aigeon answered honestly, "That's right." Then he asked innocently, But why isn't everyone eating sect master? Zhong Yichu had no mind for eating or drinking. His whole body turned to stone, then shattered. Zhong Huaryan stood up and slinked away. Going to her younger sister's side, she leaned in and whispered coldly, "Ordering tomorrow, you must go and apologize to young Master Jiang immediately." Gyoyan didn't even look up, her eyes frozen as she chose silence. Time flew by. On a night when the bright moon shone down on the peach blossom forest, Zhong Gyoyan walked on the stone steps absent-mindedly thinking, "I brought him home because I was afraid Jiang Ingiel would cause trouble. But what do I do now?" she sighed sadly. Then Gyoyan was startled and took notice. Beneath the peach tree with petals fluttering down, Ijeon stood there again, silent and lonely. Gyoyan was curious. She stepped forward and initiated, "Can't you sleep?" Ijeon turned to look at her and replied softly, "I have trouble sleeping in a new place." Turning to look at the small pond before them, he continued, "Besides, I have something to do tonight." Zhong Gyoyan was skeptical. "Something to do?" Ijeon raised his tattooed hand. Clenching it into a fist, he looked at her and explained briefly, "Tonight I'm going to take care of a few people." Gyoyan looked at his hand with concern, thinking in alarm, why is he joking so seriously? Then Zhong Gyoyan also absent-mindedly thought about Igeon's parents and the fruit-selling story. "That was probably just a joke, right?" she asked softly. "What are your parents like?" Gyoyan's expression was one of simple curiosity. "You said your mother is very beautiful. What about your father?" Igeon hummed. The quiet surface of the pond reflected the spring night. He said, "My father always does things according to principles. That's good, but the problem is, he also applies those principles to me." He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "My parents opposed me joining the martial world, especially my father." Hearing this, Gyoyan had no comment. She even found it reasonable. "That makes sense. Your parents aren't from the martial world, so of course they'd worry about their child. Mistranslation in original text should be son." But before she could think too highly of it, the vengeful Ijeon immediately threw out a line. "They're worried about this martial world." Zhong Gyoyan's expression immediately went slack-jawed, her mouth wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Gyoyan lamented internally. "Say something that makes more sense." Suddenly remembering the chipped table, Gyoyan also felt a bit anxious. "My parents are worried like that too, and things turned out this way." Seeing the atmosphere suddenly go quiet, Ijeon glanced over. Zhong Gyoyan was in a rather downcast mood, looking just like a sad little bird. Then he suddenly spoke up. "Anyway, I only ate vegetables tonight, so I'm feeling hungry again." Gyoyan's eyes flew open, not understanding a thing. Ijeon casually asked again, "Will there be meat tomorrow?" Gyoyan couldn't react in time. She burst out laughing. "What?" Kicking a stone at her feet, Gyoyan said, "Stop talking nonsense. After breakfast tomorrow, get out of here." Ijeon didn't reply, just looked at her. Gyoyan was confused. What is it?" He grinned and replied, "Are you worried about me?" The young woman's cheeks immediately flushed pink. She glared in alarm and retorted loudly, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm worried about the people you'll meet." Finishing her sentence, she walked away stiffly, leaving her back to a laughing Ijeon. Ijeon watched with a faint smile, the water's surface shimmering and calm. Elsewhere, under the round moon, the tall tower looked eerie and sinister. A red mist continuously flowed from all directions towards the brightly lit window. In front of the tower, 4 black-clad guards huddled around a fire. The man leaned on his sword, recounting in a low, gloomy voice, a little kid holding a sword with trembling hands demanding revenge for his father. How could I ignore that? Then he slowly raised his face. The warm yellow firelight falling on his face only made him look more dangerous and cold. His voice continued, as if stating the obvious, "So I had to send him to his father." As he finished, the whole group burst into wide-mouthed laughter. A man with a high ponytail sneered, "So you save a child by making him an orphan like that." Then he suddenly took notice. "Who's that bastard?" Ijeon's tall figure, his face obscured by the darkness, looked like frost in the black night filled with a murderous chill. All 4 guards stared at him. The stranger had arrived. The man with the high ponytail arrogantly asked, "What are you doing here? Do you know where this is?" Ijeon's tone was nonchalant. "The Black Spot," said to be called the Wanderer's Market. Hearing this, that man became even more sarcastic. "You knew and still came here. The martial world is too peaceful these days. Even brats can come and go freely." The person next to him laughed along. But his next words changed everything. "If you dare call me a brat one more time, you will die." Ejin's eyes glanced coldly. That man immediately froze his eyes, glancing at him indifferently. Then, that man stood up, drew the sword from his hip, not forgetting to put on a righteous air. "I was going to spare you, because you're still young." "But you are so rude," he yelled. Then the tip of his sword, carrying a cold, killing intent, sped forward, tearing through the air. Ijeon simply tilted his head slightly and dodged the sword tip. He even glanced at the thing that whizzed past his ear, his hair flying wildly. At the same time, Ijeon straightened his right hand, unleashing his internal energy. A purple aura of blood energy immediately enveloped his hand. He swung his hand as if swinging a sword. It touched the Wanderer's left ribcage. His expression clearly changed. The 3 men behind him sat and watched leisurely. After a moment of no movement, they burst out laughing. "That idiot. Now even a brat can beat you. Give it up and go home to help your mother sell things." Ijeon raised his hand effortlessly, deflecting the man's sword. As if losing his balance, he fell to the ground with a thud. Now he could only go home twice a year, provided he had a home. If not, then never mind. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 men were all startled. At this moment he spoke again. "Time is very important to me. This is the first step on my future path, so I must be firm." Hearing him speak, they all coughed and sputtered, not knowing what to make of it. "What the hell," they yelled, quickly drawing their weapons. But how could their speed compare to the main character? While they were still scrambling, he had already flown over, the red glint in his eyes like a brushstroke of silk. Ijin said softly, "Normally I would spare you." Following the horizontal arc of the sword blood immediately seemed to be carved onto the crescent moon, painting a line of killing intent from the moonlight, crimson and hot. Just one strike created widespread damage. Pain spread throughout their bodies, and the blood vessels in their eyes stood out like fierce demons. The Wanderers felt their own fresh blood. From the pain, a hoarse cry erupted from their throats. Their fresh blood splattered across his handsome face. Ijeon remained unmoved, admiring the death he had bestowed, and finished his sentence in a low voice. "But not today." A moment passed in a flash. His feet stepped into a pool of blood illuminated by the moonlight through the window. He walked silently over the blood-soaked tiles. Ijeon walked away without looking back, leaving behind a pile of corpses in a disgustingly bloody corridor. Reaching the door at the end of the hall, he slowly pushed it open. Inside was a space of luxurious pleasure. A fat man sat silently in the main hall, surrounded by serving beauties. The whole room had a faint, leisurely aura of death. He looked up. To his left, a beauty was serving him. To his right, a close attendant was pouring wine. Ijeon approached step by step, his nostrils twitching as he breathed in the thick, smoky scent like red silk. He praised sarcastically, "Not a bad atmosphere." The fat man raised his cup, drank it all, and then slammed it down on the armrest. Looking down from on high like an emperor, the darkness in the room obscured half of his body. His voice was as lofty as a god's. "Did you come here as a guest? Who do you want to buy that you're making such a fuss?" His heavy voice carried an unconcealed murderous intent. Dong Huang, the master of the Black Spot. Ijeon smiled at him and replied brilliantly, "The most expensive person here." Dong Huang didn't comment immediately upon hearing this, just gave a perfunctory snort. Then he burst out laughing like a madman. Dong Huang's heart could only contain a little surprise. After all, he was a big shot. A little brat wanted to buy him. From above, he looked at him with squinted eyes and called out, "Hey, kid." In the room, Ijeon stood a distance from the fat man, on a patch of floor illuminated by the moon. Dong Huang spoke with contempt. "You think a child like you has enough money?" He just casually asked back, "How much?" Dong Huang immediately said 500,000 tulls. Ingiel didn't even bargain, treating money like leaves, and immediately threw several banknotes at his feet, replying, "Here, 500,000 taels." He looked up at him and asked with a mocking smile, "So is it a deal?" This time Dong Huang's monolids widened into double eyelids. He was very surprised. I didn't expect him to have so much money. Looking at the still full cloth bag in his hand, he thought to himself, "It seems there's even more in the bag." Therefore, Dong Huang resorted to his usual tricks. "What if I raise the price?" Ingiel replied nonchalantly. "You'll be disappointed." Dong Huang continued, but the smile on his face became more desperate. "What if I kill you and take all that money?" Ingiel still replied leisurely. "Then you'll be even more disappointed." In that case, he waved his arm. Immediately, the serving women beside him all raised their heads. They descended the steps one by one. Dong Huang's voice became even gloomier, as if casting a curse. "Be disappointed." 5 female attendants using their most enchanting movements and beauty surrounded him. The scent, like red silk, became suffocatingly thick. A mesmerizing gas began to spread, carrying a pinkish-purple hue that was both gentle and enchanting. The mesmerizing gas made the young women's eyes grow hazy, their lips lethally seductive. A whole group of women surrounded Ingiel, dancing and writhing in the hazy mist. Only Ingiel remained unmoved. The women with wicked eyes continuously whispered into Ingiel's ear. Dong Huang was smug. "Stepping into this room, you've fallen into the trap." A woman slowly pulled a pin from her hair. A peerless enchantment that makes men lose all reason. The woman quickly made her move the illusory ecstasy dance. Ingiel seemed to be in a daze, but he surprisingly raised his hand to block it. He turned his head and praised a beautiful dance. Ingiel then conveniently kicked the hairpin. He flicked the pin forward forcefully, but not enough to kill me. The pin shot forward, shattering the lamp above Dong Huang's head that was emitting the mesmerizing gas, startling him. The lamp's gas gradually dissipated. The women now realized in astonishment that it was an enchanted lamp. They all seemed to snap out of it. What the illusion has been dispelled. Dong Huang's expression changed as he thought, that guy, did he realize this lamp is a hypnosis tool? That's hypnotic art, a magic that controls the human mind. Ingiel waved his hand and asked, "Among you is anyone here voluntarily?" The women answered hesitantly, "Of course not." Ingiel reassured them, "Forced to come here. Go on, don't worry about anything." The woman who had pulled out the pin earlier looked afraid. "Go, how can we go, but—" Ingiel looked at the fat man in front of him with some understanding. "You must be afraid to leave in front of him." He encouraged, "If you have courage now, only then can you survive, right?" His every word seemed to light a bright flame in the women's eyes. Dong Huang felt as if he was being mocked and burst out laughing, interrupting. He gave a wicked smile, quite a heroic speech. His fierce eyes looked down. "Fine, I'll let you go." His disgusting threats made the women turn pale with fear. "After I chop your bodies into pieces." Ingiel turned around. "Is that so?" His expression was no longer gentle. Ingiel gave Dong Huang a fierce glare. "In that case, I'll chop you up while you're still alive." Suddenly, Dong Huang felt as if he was being pushed down. An illusory stream of blood flowed to his feet. He was shocked. What? The feeling of his whole body sinking into a sea of blood was undeniable. The confusion was clear on his face. What is this killing intent? Suddenly a woman's voice cut through his thoughts. "Thank you." The women stepped back and bowed to Ingiel. "As you said, young hero, we will try to be brave. Furthermore, we will never forget your kindness in giving us this large sum of money." Ingiel turned his head to bid them farewell. "You'll need it to start a new life. Take care." Dong Huang trembled with rage, causing the hunchbacked wine pourer to notice. He was so angry his eyes saw stars. Dong Huang was frozen stiff by a brat's killing intent. Don't look at them running away. What a humiliation. He spread his arms. His hands immediately transformed along with his hoarse voice. So annoying. His hands swelled, shattering the golden rings. The floor couldn't bear it either, and crumbled beneath his feet. In an instant, Dong Huang was 3 times taller than Ingiel. He growled, I'll kill you with my ultimate technique, the Imperial Guardian Art. Ingiel was excited. You're going to get hit a lot, so getting bigger is fine. Driven mad, Dong Huang threw a punch. Ingiel nimbly jumped up, causing Dong Huang's massive fist to crash onto the floor. Ingiel was close on his shoulder. Dong Huang immediately realized it. He swung his hand violently towards him. Ingiel leaned back to dodge the blow. Ingiel's eyes were full of mockery. He smirked. Dong Huang was itching with rage. You little rat. He couldn't believe he couldn't crush Ingiel. Dong Huang stomped hard on the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. Keep running, I will crush you. Ingiel didn't make Dong Huang wait any longer. He swung his legs in the air in front of him. Ingiel whispered, I hate people like you. He delivered a kick to his jaw, causing blood to splatter. Dong Huang flew back through several layers of doors by inertia. He coughed up blood and cried out in pain. But he refused to be taken down by just one kick and struggled back to his feet. He tried to maintain his balance, gathering energy in one hand and cursed bastard. Ingiel held his hand in front of a floating rock and asked sternly, You animal, why do you kidnap women? Before he could answer, the rock shot like a bullet through Dong Huang's arm joint, detaching his arm. Dong Huang felt the pain. His body was quite large, so a lot of blood spurted out, causing him to collapse. He gritted his teeth to suppress the pain. Lying in the rubble, Dong Huang thought to himself about the man before him. That guy is a true master. At this moment, Ingiel was radiating killing intent. But Dong Huang was no pushover. He laughed savagely. But Dong Huang tensed his one arm, sending dirt and rocks flying. You think it will end like this? His eyes darkened. Dong Huang gathered all his internal energy and roared, I will definitely kill you. In a flash, Ingiel was out of his sight. He appeared right under Dong Huang's massive body, one hand circulating fist energy. Ingiel's whole body was dirty, but his eyes were still bright. His destructive hand was ready to strike. Ingiel struck Dong Huang's stomach with a palm strike. Dong Huang took the full force of the blow, flying through the stone path and destroying the garden behind him. He coughed up a large amount of blood. Even with his large body, this blow was too damaging. Dong Huang spewed blood like a broken fountain. Ingiel stepped out from the dust cloud. You reap what you sow. I will take you with me. Dong Huang gasped. What are you going to do to me? Ingiel explained. You're mistaken. He turned his head and pointed at the hunchback. Not you, but him. Dong Huang was confused. With your power, what could you possibly... Besides, if it were you, you could have taken him away quietly. Dong Huang was somewhat reproachful. Why? Ingiel exhaled a deadly breath. I need a reason to kill you. Dong Huang sneered. You? Are you older than me? Ingiel didn't bother to deny it. Maybe. Good people will never be lured by me. Dong Huang's eyes flickered. In this martial world, there's no such person. With that, he died on the ground of his black spot. Now only Ingiel and the hunchbacked wine pourer were left. Ingiel spoke first. Finally, I've met you. He called out a name that surprised the hunchback, Hua Jiang. Ingiel turned his head. Do I have to call you Hua Mu Cheol for you to answer? The hunchback's eyes softened. That name... He looked up. It's been a long time. He was Hua Mu Cheol, the former master of the Gui Cheol mountain villa. Ingiel frowned. I never expected a genius of formations and mechanical arts to be in a place like this. It took me quite some time to find you. It seems you still haven't gotten over that incident. Hua Mu Cheol fell silent, memories flooding back. The Gui Cheol mountain villa, a place known throughout the martial world for its unparalleled mechanical arts. Hua Mu Cheol, a man with outstanding talent and a happy family. He was a man with nothing to be envious of. Until his only daughter touched the unfinished machine. He screamed in grief amidst the rubble stained with the blood and body of his daughter. After losing his family in that accident, Hua Mu Cheol blamed himself for his foolishness. He changed his name and disappeared from the martial world. He was bullied by Dong Huang and brought back to be a servant in the black spot. Hua Mu Cheol said sorrowfully, How could I forget that? Uncontrollable tears streamed down. Ingiel also fell silent in empathy. He gently comforted him. You are a good person. Hua Muchol was taken aback by Egion's words. A good person who had to endure the pain of losing a loved one for 10 years, no perhaps for a lifetime. He was confused. This guy is so strange. He risked his life to save me a stranger. And until now, no one has ever said such words to me. How could it be? After considering, Hua Muchol asked, "If you want me, what for?" Egion exuded the aura of a noble lord. To conquer the martial world. Hua Muchol was stunned. He smiled faintly. Hua Muchol dropped to his knees, thinking to himself, "Is this my new destiny?" He bowed his head to Egion. Hua Muchol greets the master. His eyes were firm. "From today, the rest of my life is dedicated to you, master." Egion gave a radiant smile. He stepped forward. "Then let's begin." Hua Muchol was bewildered, huh? Egion's expression changed. He gave a dark smile, his hands erupting in flames. Hua Muchol slowly felt the heat on his back. What? His cry echoed throughout the black spot. From outside, someone landed lightly on a tree branch. The person in the cloak stood under the moonlight looking at the black spot from which tragic cries were echoing. It was none other than Mu Yong. He pondered, is the young master still fighting? In the evening, the lights were still on inside the tower. Back inside the earlier battle, Mu Chil couldn't believe what Jok Egion had done to him. He exclaimed, "What? What is this?" Mu Chil raised his hands to observe them. "I heard that a body transformed by demonic arts cannot be restored, and yet..." Finishing his sentence, Mu Chil became even more emotional and respectful. He bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, truly." Jok Egion shook his head. "I'm only helping you because I have a favor to ask. I will be asking a lot of you, so you don't need to thank me." Just then, Mu Yong entered and spoke. "You did it." As he spoke, he pulled down his face mask, revealing his scarred face. Young master. He was Mu Yong Jok Egion's bodyguard. Jok Egion was happy to see him and called his name Mu Yong. Then he said something that felt like a knife to Mu Yong's heart, making him a little sad. "Shave your beard. You look too old." After saying that, he turned to Mu Chol and pointed at him, introducing Hua Zhang. "This is my bodyguard Mu Yong. He will guide you on what needs to be done." After the introduction, Jok Egion turned to Mu Yong to announce his original plan. "Because I've changed my plans, starting with the Jiangxim gang." Hearing this, Mu Yong pondered for a moment. Then he rubbed his chin, a bit puzzled, and asked, "You once said the Jiangxim gang wasn't worth our time. Suddenly you want to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. Why the change of plans?" Hearing the question, Jok Egion closed his eyes and replied, "A person's heart is hard to predict." He understood his personality very well. Mu Yong's eyes seemed to see through his heart. Those are the words of a womanizer. Hearing this, Jok Egion just raised an eyebrow and remained silent. He smirked. "You're jealous of my fame." Mu Yong shook his head. He wasn't jealous. Women are just a disaster. Getting involved is a hassle. Jealous. Being surrounded by many women doesn't mean it's a blessing. It's called a disaster. Marrying a good woman is a true blessing. Jok Egion refused to back down, crossing his arms with a stubborn smile. You're just jealous." Muchiol watched the two of them bicker, speechless. Muchiol also started sweating. The scene shifts to the next morning at the Jiangxim gang. At this time, the father and daughter Zhong and Gyo-yon were at the gate wanting to see someone, but were stopped by the guards. The gang leader and the young master are not here. Yichu frowned. "May I ask when they will return?" The guard shook his head. "How would we know the master's business, and when he'll be back, we don't know either." A memory flashed through his mind. Earlier, someone had reported to him young Master Zhang is throwing a tantrum at the brothel. Yichu couldn't let things escalate. He had to meet him. He had to apologize to him before things got worse. Finishing his thought, he turned to the guard and said, "When they return, please tell them that I was here." Just as he finished speaking, the gate slowly opened from the inside, and a man stepped out saying, "Isn't it great hero Zhong?" This person was Pal B. Su Guan Hacker. He smiled and announced, "I was invited here by the gang leader. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing him, Yichu cupped his fists and politely replied, "Long time no see, great hero Guan." He felt a bit contemplative. I heard the Jiangshim gang leader is recruiting masters to show off his power. It seems to be true. After the polite greetings, Hacker extended an invitation. If you're free, care for a drink. He didn't let him refuse, and continued, my treat. The old man couldn't politely refuse and just laughed. Ha ha, it's no trouble, is it? At this time on the upper floor, Ingiel was observing from above, as if planning something, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The scene shifts to the Chunpung Inn. Inside, the father and daughter Yi Chu were drinking with Hacker. He picked up the wine jug, poured it into a cup, and said, please have some. This is Bear Gall wine, very hard to find. The old man also held his cup and nodded. Thank you, great hero Guan, for inviting me to such a precious wine. He acted very curious and asked, by the way, it seems the Jiangshim gang leader is very angry. The old man could guess what had happened. If you have the chance, please put in a good word for me. He laughed loudly and replied, ha ha, don't worry too much. I'll talk to him. Listening to the two of them talk, Jonggyo Yeon just sat silently in her spot. She looked at the food on the table. The two of them were still chatting. It's normal for kids to fight. She remembered the incident in the kitchen. Jonggyo Yeon held a plate of food in shock. What young master Siak isn't here? The maid respectfully nodded. Yes, young lady. It seems he left last night. Jonggyo Yeon asked again, bewildered. Without a word. Remembering this, Jonggyo Yeon angrily picked up a meatball from the plate. As she ate, she cursed in her head. He kept demanding meat, and then he suddenly left. The other two continued to drink and joke. In her heart, she was still thinking about him. He must have left Wuhan by now. After about an hour of eating and drinking their fill, the father and daughter Yi Chu also prepared to leave, cupping their fists. It was great to have good wine today. It was fun. Next time, it's my treat. Just then, Hacker suddenly yelled, oh. He had a look on his face like his life was over. I forgot something important. Hacker bolted, leaving only the words, I have to go first, excuse me, leaving Yi Chu at the payment counter with the bewildered owner. The inn owner smilingly handed him the bill, while he was still confused about what was happening. This is the bill. He picked up the bill, was alarmed, and then his whole body trembled. Yi Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. His body trembled involuntarily. His hand gripped the paper tightly. No. Impossible. 1 jug of wine is 120 taels, and the prices of the dishes are also astronomical. He turned to look at the owner and sighed. I didn't bring much money. Can I come back tomorrow to pay? The owner maintained a commercial smile laced with danger. We don't allow credit. Just as the owner finished speaking, footsteps were heard. But I can't ignore it either. A group of fierce-looking men advanced and surrounded Jonggyo Yeon, preventing her from leaving. Please stay, young lady, until the sect master brings the money, which left Jonggyo Yeon bewildered. Seeing this, Yi Chu stood in front of Jonggyo Yeon and yelled, What? What you intend to take my daughter hostage? The owner replied coldly, Consider it collateral. Then her face revealed a cunning expression. She rested her chin on her hand. If there's no money, the young lady can entertain guests instead. Seeing her indifferent attitude, he guessed in his heart, Are you crazy? This is no ordinary inn. Furthermore, he observed the aura of her subordinates. The aura of everyone here was not ordinary. Thinking of this, Yi Chu's face turned pale and sweaty. The Tundang. Yi Chu's arm veined up as he prepared to draw his sword for a bloody fight. Or over my dead body. Just then, a familiar voice called out, We meet again, sect master. Both the father and daughter Yi Chu and the inn's people turned to look at the voice. Yi Chu stammered in shock, Siak. The person who arrived was Jaeok Igeon. He smiled. Yi Chu exclaimed, Young Master Seok. As soon as she saw him, she asked awkwardly, What are you doing here? He held a jug of wine in his hand, brought it before Jonggyo Yeon, and joked, Drinking wine. Finishing his sentence, Jaeok Igeon walked to the owner and slammed the jug of wine on the table. Hey, sister. He looked up, his eyes nonchalant as if nothing was wrong. This wine tastes strange. Is it mixed with something? The owner frowned, displeased with his words. What are you talking about? Jeok Aigion continued his questioning. I heard many talented people come here. Jeok Aigion pointed at her customers. Do you sell this fake wine to them too? Her eyes and the customers met. She maintained a polite demeanor, but her eyes were very annoyed. It seems you're drunk. Keep your voice down. Jeok Aigion didn't answer her, but just smiled. Then he took a deep breath and shouted to the heavens, The bear gall wine here is fake. It's fake wine. His voice was so loud that everyone around took notice and gathered to gossip. What fake? It's so noisy. Seeing people start to gossip, she feared her business would be ruined, broke into a sweat, and began to explain. It's just a drunkard causing trouble, don't mind him. Jeok Aigeon smiled and spread his arms. Causing trouble, I'll show you the proof. He leaned on the table looking at her with a provocative expression. If I can prove this wine is fake, I'll take all of today's revenue from this inn. She had been in business for decades without anyone finding out, so how could a brat still wet behind the ears prove it? And if you can't prove it? Hearing this, Jeok Aigion's eyes were sharp as he looked at her and smiled. You can take my gall to brew wine. The scene shifts. Jeok Aigeon has now led everyone to a warehouse in the inn's backyard. Well then, everyone please come outside. As soon as they arrived, people started to gossip. There's a backyard too, but where's the proof? Standing before the warehouse door, Jeok Aigeon crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his attitude very certain. I've been seeing people getting wine from here. It's very strange. Why would there be wine in such a secluded place? Jeok Aigion's hand pointed at the lock, analyzing the iron doors locked so tightly. Hearing Jeok Aigeon, her face darkened and she began to explain, no one would store precious wine in a place like this. That warehouse contains business secrets. Just as she finished speaking, Jeok Aigeon had already broken the door and brought out a large wine jar. Seeing this, someone standing nearby was surprised. Oh, you broke the door with your bare hands. You're really strong. As soon as she saw Jeok Aigeon put the jar down, she cried out in alarm. Hey, that thing! The crowd around them caught a faint scent of wine. What is this? The smell of wine. Jeok Aigeon used a bowl to scoop wine from the jar and held it up. This is the precious wine you've all been drinking. At this point, her face was extremely worried. She was frantic. I have to stop him if the customers see that thing. She had to think of a plan so the customers wouldn't see that thing. Since it's come to this, a plan of assassination appeared in her mind. The only way is to kill him and take the wine during the chaos. As she finished her thought, a hidden weapon shot from her mouth, flying straight at Jeok Aigeon. Jeok Aigeon knew what she was planning with just a glance. He wasn't worried at all and even smirked. Then he grabbed the wine jar with one hand and used it to block the hidden weapon. Just in time, the jar shattered, spilling all the wine out and splashing everyone nearby. Then the wine splattered onto people standing further away. But the crowd discovered something shot out from within the wine. A person standing close observed carefully it was an insect. They watched in horror as the insect fell to the ground. Ugh, what is that? Why is there an insect in the wine? Back to Jeok Aigeon, holding the bowl of wine in his hand, he spoke. Well then. He stood with a smirk as insects fell one by one at his feet. Does anyone else want to try a drink? Upon seeing the swarm of insects, everyone there felt their skin crawl. They just felt like they were going to vomit continuously, shaking their heads. I don't need any. Then he turned to the group on the right. They just covered their mouths, wanting to vomit on the spot. Gagging sound. Seeing everyone refuse, Jeok Aigeon said loudly, If no one drinks, how can I prove it? He pretended to cup his hands around his mouth and shout, Anyone else? At this moment, someone who seemed to be on her side yelled, That's enough. You there, I've never heard of using this kind of insect to make bear gall wine. Hearing this, Jeok Aigeon held the insect right up to his face. This insect is called the Boy Hoa Trung picture bug. The pattern on its back looks like a painting. He stubbornly stuck to his words. So what? Jeok Aigeon caressed the insect on his finger and continued to explain. The taste of the picture bug is very similar to bear honey. Then his eyes turned cold, especially its feces. An ordinary person can hardly tell the difference. Hearing the word feces, the crowd around them covered their mouths, not believing they had just drunk insect feces. Feces? No way. Just then, a person stepped forward and spoke, "How do you know this?" Seeing the newcomer, the woman behind Jeok Igeon stared in astonishment. She recalled that moment then, felt a bit of fear. Senior Yang. The person who had just appeared was Yang In-myong, the leader of the Namak-Ryan Alliance. After the 13-year-long war between the righteous and demonic factions ended, the 9 great sects and 4 great families, having suffered heavy losses, sealed their sects. The demonic cult also went into hiding. Pungan Castle, Bukcheon, Pega Hukdo Bang, and the Namak-Ryan Alliance, 4 major powers, rose up, filling the power vacuum in the martial world. Among them, Bukcheon Pega and the Namak-Ryan Alliance were the 2 largest forces. And this ordinary-looking old man was one of the holders of supreme power in the martial world. Upon seeing him, those present cupped their fists in respect. But Jeok Igeon just held his wine cup and stared at him. Seeing Jeok Igeon standing before him without bowing, he didn't mind, and spoke, "The picture bug only lives in the southern barbarian lands." "How do you know?" Jeok Igeon smiled and replied, "I have traveled everywhere since I was a child." He raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. "Your experiences are truly rich. Who are you?" He introduced himself briefly, Hengun Yusu Jeok Igeon. Hearing his name made the old man a little curious. Hengun Yusu, flowing clouds and water. Jeok Igeon didn't explain much, simply replying, "Owner of the #1 fruit store on the border." Hearing this, In-myong and his subordinate looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Then In-myong was seen looking up to the sky and laughing heartily, as if he had never laughed so freely. Looking at Jeok Igeon taking the insect off Jonggyo Ryan's shoulder, his eyes were profound. "Intentionally hiding your identity, are you?" Then he sighed with admiration. "Not bad, not bad." Mak Ho, standing beside him, heard In-myong's words, and his expression darkened. He looked at Jeok Igeon and smiled. This person was Mak Ho, the White Tiger Lord of the Namak-Ryan Alliance. He had never seen the alliance leader take such an interest in a child. It was truly strange. As if understanding In-myong's intention, Mak Ho broke from his thoughts and turned to him. "Let me try." In-myong still had a smile on his face. "Haha, right." Mak Ho took the wine bowl from Jeok Igeon's hand and took a sip. Then, with furious eyes that looked like they could kill, he turned to the woman and gritted his teeth. "This filth. It's exactly the same as what I just drank." Seeing this, the woman's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to argue. Hearing Mak Ho's confirmation, everyone's eyes widened and they covered their mouths. So what we just drank was... Gag. Realizing they had been tricked into drinking fake wine all along, the angry crowd turned and surrounded her. Seeing this, the frightened woman stammered, trying to calm them down and make excuses. "Calm down, this is slander." They no longer believed her and shouted, "If it's slander, then bring out the real wine or you will die." Seeing the situation was not in her favor, she was cornered and turned to her 2 subordinates for help. You lot, what are you still standing there for?" Seeing this, the 2 subordinates quickly turned away, pretending not to know her, and whispered in low voices, "It's the alliance leader of Namak-Ryan and the White Tiger Lord. Let's go." She still tried to use her status to intimidate them. "Do you know who I am? Touch me and you will die." Seeing her pay the price for her actions, he smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, Aichu stepped forward and called out young Master Jeok. Then he cupped his fist and bowed respectfully. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble. I'm truly grateful." Jeok Igeon had only helped so that people would no longer be deceived. He shook his head and replied, "It was the right thing to do." Hearing him say that, the old man was a little surprised. Looking at the insects on the ground, he said confidently, "Besides me, who else could have done this?" Aichu stammered and nodded. You are right." Jok Ijeon gave an innocent smile. So I'm your benefactor, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Jok Ijeon followed Jonggyo Ryeon and her father. Let's go now. I want to stay for a few days. Because of the Great Assembly, there are no empty rooms left in Wuhan. Standing behind and observing Mak Ho felt this kid is really interesting. In Mayong was also watching him. He shook his head, not thinking so. It's more than that. Hearing this, Mak Ho turned to him puzzled. Energy radiated from In Mayong's hands. The moment I saw that child, I was drawn into a long-forgotten emotion. Mak Ho still didn't understand, and asked curiously, what emotion? In Mayong's body stirred slightly, emitting a dark aura from his eyes. The day I took control of the Namak-Ryan alliance, that feeling of trembling excitement, emptiness, and also boiling ambition. In Mayong's eyes flashed purple. I don't understand why I have this feeling. Looking at his expression, Mak Ho pondered, my alliance leader can see through people's hearts, and yet he says he doesn't understand. Mak Ho watched Jeok Ijeon's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Could that child be that special? The scene changes to a gloomy forest where a wounded man appears, running very fast, looking panicked as he ran. In his mind, he only thought of bringing back the news. I must report this. His face was covered in blood, his expression tinged with fear. This is a matter concerning the fate of the martial world. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly rushed up from behind, cutting off his train of thought. He held his sword, preparing to draw it. Cough! Damn it, have they caught up already? Just as he was about to attack, the dark shadow gradually became clear, a man running right beside him. The man held out a command token, I am from the Righteous Alliance. Seeing the 3 words Righteous Alliance carved on the token, he let down his guard. That's the Righteous Alliance. It's the emblem of the Righteous Alliance. He introduced himself, I am Myong of Bukcheon Paiga. I don't have time, so I'll be brief. The Yongbong Yon and Cheonryong Daejeon must be cancelled. Hearing him say they must destroy the Yongbong Yon Sib Yuk was astonished. Myong continued, an organization called the Bion Ho is plotting something at this assembly. Sib Yuk was curious. Isn't Bukcheon Paiga the organizer of this year's assembly? Why didn't you report to your superiors and contacted the Righteous Alliance instead? Myong shook his head and explained, there's a spy inside. I can't trust anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared above them in pursuit. He cursed in fear, damn it, they've caught up, I'll be the bait. You escape and report this. Sib Yuk frowned and asked, have you revealed this information to anyone else? Without suspicion, he drew his sword and replied, you are the first. Hearing this, Sib Yuk revealed a sinister expression and smirked, how fortunate. Startled, realizing something was wrong, he turned back. What did you just say? The moment his words ended, Sib Yuk drew his blade and cut off his head. Sib Yuk landed, looking at the man's head, his body splattered with blood. You heard wrong. Not the Bahyun Ho, but the Bayon Ho. As soon as Sib Yuk finished speaking, a woman appeared from the air, her feet landing on a tree branch. Upon seeing the woman, Sib Yuk knelt respectfully. Yon Sib pays his respects to the sect leader. She was impatient. Where is the other one? Sib Yuk, still bowing his head to the ground, said respectfully, Yon Sibsa has already taken care of him. Hearing this, she fanned herself, covering her mouth and smiling happily. Oh, really? She showed her praise. I knew you would do well. This Yongbong Yon will become a nightmare. The scene changes. Jeok Ijeon and Jonggyo Ryeon are on their way back. As they walked, Jeok Ijeon mumbled to himself, this is something to look forward to. Recalling what Aichu had said earlier, Jeok Ijeon was in a happy mood. I wonder what delicious meat the sect master will buy. Before leaving, Aichu had told him, young Master Jeok, do you like meat? I will buy the best. You and Gyo Ryeon should go on ahead. Thinking about the meat made Jeok Ijeon's stomach rumble. So hungry. Jonggyo Ryeon turned and teased, you always say that. Jeok Ijeon replied gloomily. I've had a lot on my mind lately. Jonggyo Ryeon could guess what Jeok Ijeon was worried about. Because of the matter of dominating Hubei, Jeok Ijeon nodded. That's part of it. Hearing this, Jonggyo Ryan was curious. Then what else? While talking with Jonggyo Ryan, Jeok Igeon suddenly sensed something and fell silent. Seeing him silent, Jonggyo Ryan glanced at Jeok Igeon. Perhaps he feels lonely living alone in a foreign land. Jonggyo Ryan, seeing he said nothing, felt a bit awkward. Today, Jonggyo Ryan turned and gave him a gentle smile. Thank you. After saying that, she turned her head away. It was definitely Jang Ingeol who sent that hacker and the tavern owner. I had once thought about participating in the Yongbong-yon with him. Jeok Igeon gave a reassuring smile. That's why I told you to join me. I will help you win. Just then, a flash of light behind Jonggyo Ryan caught Jeok Vigaeon's attention. Jonggyo Ryan didn't notice and continued to look at Jeok Igeon, nodding, okay. Seeing her agree, Jeok Igeon just smiled with satisfaction. Jonggyo Ryan looked up at the moonlight. Even if I can't win, I want to crush that Jang In-gyeol's pride. Her hands clenched into determined fists. Let's do our best. Jeok Igeon patted her shoulder. I can do it without even trying. But if you want to, then let's do it that way. As he was speaking, Jeok Igeon suddenly glanced to the side. But before that, he turned around and pointed at the person standing behind them, eavesdropping. It seems we have to deal with him first. Jonggyo Ryan was startled and turned to look. Recognizing him, she panicked. That person is... Before she could finish, the hacker grinned. Am I the one who angered Jang In-gyeol? The hacker shrugged and announced, my man planted in the 9-story pavilion reported some unknown person ruined everything. Jeok Igeon fearlessly raised an eyebrow. Is it your hobby to investigate opponents before killing them? Hearing Jeok Igeon's words, Jonggyo Ryan turned in panic. Kill. Just because of that? The hacker's eyes filled with killing intent as he glanced at him, then at her. Jang In-gyeol only ordered me to kill you. That loudmouthed girl is also a problem. Jonggyo Ryan's whole body trembled. I can feel killing intent. He really wants to kill us. In Jeok Igeon's arm, Jonggyo Ryan's sword trembled. If we join forces, can we win? I've never killed anyone before, can I do it? Jonggyo Ryan swallowed and turned to look at Jeok Igeon. Do you have any real combat experience? Jeok Igeon didn't answer her question, just standing there stiffly, which confused Jonggyo Ryan. After a moment of silence, he suddenly put on a fearful expression, looked at the hacker, and hid behind Gyo Ryan. Save me. A brief introduction. The hacker, a master of palm techniques, was known as the 8-armed fist because when he attacked, his hand movements were as fast as if he had 8 arms. He was once a righteous hero dreaming of a better martial world. But those who lived well were always the villains, and he realized that distinguishing between good and evil was meaningless. And so he himself became the villain. Now Jonggyo Ryan looked at him, her body trembling. Do I have to face him alone? Our strength and experience are too different. Seeing her just standing there trembling, Jeok Igeon pondered. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Draw your sword. The words seemed to awaken Jonggyo Ryan. She regained her composure and drew her sword. She pointed her sword forward, her eyes determined. I can't lose so easily. The hacker saw her pointing the sword at him and watched silently. After a while, seeing her confidently raising her sword to fight, the hacker smirked. Looks like you want to die first. As he finished, he channeled his energy into his hands and instantly lunged forward at high speed. His fist technique created countless hands striking towards her. Jonggyo Ryan managed to dodge the attack just in time. Jonggyo Ryan's eyes showed disbelief. If I hadn't dodged in time, I might have... So fast. I have to use my footwork too. Cutting off her thoughts, she accidentally tripped on a branch, losing her balance. She fell backward hard, her back hitting the ground. Ah! Seizing the opportunity, the hacker launched another palm strike. The massive tree trunk instantly shattered. Jonggyo Ryan was lucky enough to duck and dodge this blow. But as she looked up, her eyes were filled with fear. This is completely different from practice. At this moment, the hacker looked at Jonggyo Ryan with a sinister smile. I'm definitely going to die. Suddenly, Jeok Igeon, standing to the side, shouted, Don't just rely on your footwork. Let your body merge with the flow of the sword's intent. Jok Ijeon stood to the side, instructing her. The feet do not lead the sword, but the sword leads the feet. Jeok. Ijeon's words seemed to awaken her. Jonggyo Ryan gripped her sword tightly. That's right. I just need to focus on the sword. Hearing Jeok Ijeon's instructions, the hacker turned to look at him with a mocking smile. The kid who was hiding behind a woman a moment ago is now acting all high and mighty, teaching others. While the hacker was distracted, Jonggyo Ryan suddenly stabbed at him, but with his agility the hacker easily dodged it. Seeing the hacker was a tough opponent, Jonggyo Ryan gritted her teeth, her brows furrowing. Kak. Jonggyo Ryan made a resolution in her heart. If I lose, we both die. With that thought, she continued to swing her sword at him. She unleashed a continuous flurry of strikes, but the hacker easily parried them all. Watching Jonggyo Ryan's efforts, the hacker laughed contemptuously. How ridiculous. As he spoke, he broke through her sword intent. Then he launched a palm strike at her. You want to use this childish trick on me? Seeing the hacker's hand getting closer, Jonggyo Ryan could only stare as it struck towards her. Jonggyo Ryan was hit and sent flying back several meters. Now, Jonggyo Ryan was injured in the arm, her clothes torn. She struggled to get up. Damn it. I really can't fight him. What should I do? Cutting through her thoughts, Jeok Ijeon, standing behind her, spoke up again. Isn't something strange? Hearing this, Jonggyo Ryan turned back in surprise. What? Jeok Ijeon looked at her and analyzed seriously. Your sword technique is inherently powerful. Why are you moving so weakly? Hearing this, Jonggyo Ryan realized and remembered the Joksa sword technique. She remembered when she was young, Ai Chu had taught her, and he had said, the Joksa sword technique is an art of unpredictable transformations, diverse and flexible, based on light footwork. Jonggyo Ryan was stunned. Has the way I've practiced for the past 15 years been wrong? Jonggyo Ryan looked at him intently. She was sure Jeok Ijeon had never touched the Joksa sword technique. Besides, what does he know about the Joksa sword technique? He was the one begging me to save his life. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jeok Ijeon spoke harsh words. You are like a turtle that should live in water but is on a mountain. You are still drowning in your own confusion. But Jonggyo Ryan imagined herself standing at a wall. I always feel like I'm wearing clothes that don't fit. After reaching the 7th star, I feel like I'm stuck. Suddenly, Jonggyo Ryan had a realization. Could it be that the Joksa sword technique is a martial art as slow as a turtle and as soft as water? Either way, I'm dead for sure. Breaking from her thoughts, she began to move her feet flexibly. Let's give it a try. Jonggyo Ryan imagined herself standing on water. Jonggyo Ryan performed the Joksa sword technique. Her body moved slowly, powerful, and graceful. Her sword technique became more mesmerizing with her movements. Surprisingly, she managed to cut off a lock of the hacker's hair. The hacker also didn't expect that the weak girl he had just controlled could now actually touch him. Seeing this, Jonggyo Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just done. That's it. His pride was wounded and he gritted his teeth. Kak! He channeled energy into his palm and cursed, this insolent brat. The hacker launched a powerful palm strike towards Jonggyo Ryan. Seeing this, she quickly raised her sword to block. But this palm strike fueled by the hacker's anger was too much for Jonggyo Ryan to handle, and she was sent flying into the air. Hit by a powerful palm strike, Jonggyo Ryan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Not stopping there, the hacker's eyes blazed red as he shouted, I will finish you. Before he could strike, he was surprised to see that Jonggyo Ryan had vanished from his sight. The hacker looked around in confusion, searching for Jonggyo Ryan. Ah, where did that girl go? While he was confused, a voice came from above the hacker's head. I'm here. Startled, he looked up and was shocked to see Jeok Ijeon holding Jonggyo Ryan floating in the air. Jeok Ijeon holding Jonggyo Ryan glanced at him with a hint of indifference. As if not believing his eyes, he stammered with a bit of fear in his heart, void walking step. With no support under his feet, Jeok Ijeon stood there as if riding the wind. At this moment, Jeok Aigeon exuded the aura of a supreme master. He held the unconscious Jonggyo Ryan in his arms and slowly descended. Falling blossom step within the heavenly thunder step. Eye to eye with him, he said, "The martial arts from my father's side are little known, so it's natural you don't know." Hearing this, the hacker was even more confused. Martial arts from your father's side. Jeok Aigeon didn't answer and landed on the ground. Setting his feet down, Jeok Aigeon gently leaned Jonggyo Ryan against a tree trunk. "My parents said they fell in love at first sight. Actually, I don't believe in such things." His gaze towards her was somewhat gentle, but now I understand a little. The hacker ignored Jeok Aigeon's confusing words. He only focused on his footwork, his whole body trembling. You've practiced returning to youth. You're just a brat. How can you have this martial art?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jeok Aigeon rushed forward and delivered a devastating punch right to his face. The punch was so terrifying that it shattered the hacker's facial bones, mixing his teeth and lips. But that wasn't enough. The punch also sent the hacker flying dozens of meters, crashing hard against a tree, shattering it. After hitting the ground, the hacker lay there with a deformed face, continuously spitting blood. He trembled. What the hell was that? How is this possible?" Looking at Jeok Aigeon's face, full of killing intent, he felt an unconscious fear. His realm far surpasses mine. Seeing Jeok Aigeon approaching, the hacker fearfully tried to squeeze out each word. "Spare me." Jeok Aigeon stepped closer and closer, ignoring his pleas. "Do you know why I hate my father?" Before the hacker could speak, Jeok Aigeon said, "If it were my father, he would surely tell me to spare you. Such a rigid person." The hacker struggled to get up slowly, backing away. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" With that thought, the hacker used his movement technique to flee, not caring what Jeok Aigeon was saying. "Gotta run." But Jeok Aigeon continued his story, as my mother said. As he spoke, Jeok Aigeon's eyes filled with killing intent, his hand already on the blade at his back. "We will never live like that." The outer cloth began to burn away, revealing a strange aura and a terrifying sound from within. Jeok Aigeon continued, "Even if my father's martial world is the right one," Jeok Aigeon's voice grew colder, "but I will still live in my mother's martial world." He had just run a short distance when he suddenly stopped on a tree branch and looked back. What's that sound? He only saw a dark aura emitting from Jeok Aigeon's blade behind him, like the wailing of a demon. At this very moment, the hell-forged blade was officially revealed. The massive blade emitted a demonic aura that terrified all who saw it. Jeok Aigeon's eyes stared straight at the hacker as he swung the blade down. With just one slash, a great deal of deathly energy like ghostly spirits appeared. That deathly energy shot straight towards the hacker. He was attacked by the deathly energy from the hell-forged blade which wrapped around his legs. He was frozen, unable to move. What is this thing? Suddenly his eyes filled with fear. More cuts appeared on the hacker's face. The hacker's body was sliced into many pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Watching the flesh and blood fall, Jeok Aigeon seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of killing. Jeok Aigeon smirked. "The martial world in my father's eyes is too boring." After killing the hacker, Jeok Aigeon was now carrying Jonggyo Ryan back home. As he walked, he spontaneously recited a poem, "Upon the windy peak, a lone figure. The path ahead, I am the one who forges it." Pausing for a moment, he continued with another line, "Upon cold stone, a flower blooms, a world of my own." Jonggyo Ryan woke up hearing Jeok Aigeon recite the poem. This future song, "Who will understand, who will know?" Jeok Aigeon stopped. "You're awake." Finding herself on Jeok Aigeon's back, Jonggyo Ryan stammered shyly, Let me down." Jeok Aigeon turned back and reminded her, "Stay still, you're injured." Jonggyo Ryan, having fainted, didn't remember. What happened, Jeok Aigeon immediately made up a lucky story. That guy was really unlucky. He was stabbed right when you swung your sword with your eyes closed. I went there and stabbed him. Jong Gyo-ryan's whole body trembled, not believing her ears. Stabbed him, is he dead? Jeok Ijeon turned with a mischievous look. Is he a zombie? He was stabbed in the heart and still survived. Hearing him so certain, Jong Gyo-ryan's eyes widened for the first time. He's dead. I guess I've killed someone. Jeok Ijeon let Jong Gyo-ryan's hand tremble. He reassured her as they walked. No need to overreact. He deserved to die. Ah. But he didn't forget to add a few heartbreaking words. To draw a sword and not dare to strike, that is an insult to the blade. Hearing those words from Jeok Ijeon, Jong Gyo-ryan pondered, you're so hard to understand. Sometimes you're foolish, other times you're like a different person. Cutting off her thoughts, Jeok Ijeon suddenly spoke again. Everything has just begun. Jong Gyo-ryan heard this and didn't understand. Jeok Ijeon looked up to the sky and said with a laugh, everything has just begun. As they walked, Jeok Ijeon said, Yongbong Yon, Cheonryong Daejeon, and the title of Number 1 Under Heaven. Jong Gyo-ryan also understood and nodded. Right, everything has just begun. Scene changed to a place in the forest. 3 people, 2 sitting on a carriage, 1 standing. These 3 are Yang Hwa Yong Nyang Isiol and Cheon Maak, stopping for a rest. Next to Hwa Yong, the twin scythes were emitting the dark energy of the demonic path, while Nyang Isiol's sword emitted the white energy of the righteous path. The atmosphere was a bit tense when suddenly both of them turned at the same time. Did you buy it? Seeing their gazes on him, Cheon Maak answered with some tension. Tsk. He presented a tray of steamed buns with both hands. Here you go. Hwa Yong took a steamed bun and took a bite. The tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. She looked ahead and said happily, we're almost at Wuhan. Traveling leisurely like this is also good. Reminds me of the old days. Hwa Yong turned to Cheon Maak. Do you know 20 years ago when I first met him what he said? Hearing her mention this, Nyang Isiol was startled and said loudly, Ah, is it that story again? Hwa Yong continued her story. The moment he saw me, he drew his sword and said in a low voice, he pointed his sword at her supreme demon queen. I don't care about the crimes you have committed, but if you dare to touch a single hair on my young master's head. As she told the story, she imagined his words, you will die on the spot. Hearing this, Isiol covered his head in embarrassment. I was just a child back then. I didn't know any better. Cheon Maak and Hwa Yong couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. He turned curiously. By the way, who is this young master you're talking about, ma'am? She raised an eyebrow. It's Jeok Ijeon's father. At the mention of Jeok Ijeon, Isiol cheered up and laughed heartily. Haha, has Jeok Ijeon grown up enough to participate in the Yongbong Yon time really flies? As he spoke, he thought of Jeok Ijeon's appearance. Many children are going to suffer. Hwa Yong immediately denied it. Jeok Ijeon wouldn't harm anyone unless they deserved to be punished. Scene changed to the Jangdan faction. Ingiel is in his study, his eyes wide. He slammed his hand on the desk. That guy, is he still alive? The subordinate nodded respectfully. Yes. I saw him leaving the Zhong sword sect with Miss Zhong. Ingiel roared angrily. What is that hacker doing? Can't he handle such a small matter? The subordinate stammered fearfully. Great hero hacker disappeared after he left last night. Hearing this, Ingiel's face darkened. What, that guy is alive and well, but the hacker has disappeared. At this point, he imagined the scene of the hacker being killed by Jeok Ijeon. The thought made Ingiel's whole body tremble. Don't tell me. But thinking of something, Ingiel suddenly burst out laughing. Ah. He looked up and laughed in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Am I crazy to think that? Then he gritted his teeth. I don't know how he survived, but we'll see if it was luck or real skill in this Yongbong Yon. Scene change. The day of the Yongbong Yon has finally arrived. Fireworks were set off everywhere. Then 2 banners with the words Yongbong Yon and Bukcheon Paiga were hung outside. Bukcheon Paiga also arranged for strict guards at the assembly square. The martial artists had arrived very early. When they met, they began to chat. The dragons and phoenixes are gradually gathering. Oh look, isn't that the young master of the Nam sword sect? Ah, it's the young lady of the Huang family manor. A girl standing nearby suddenly screamed, making their eardrums rupture and bleed. A person in a majestic black robe walked over, north. The one who arrived was Im Hagi, a descendant of Bukchian Paga. The crowd cheered, "It's young master Im of the Bukchian family, young master. Im, he's even more handsome than the rumors say." Behind him, a simply dressed woman followed. And the young lady of the Sama family, the one who will participate with him, is also here. Are the four great families finally making their move? Suddenly the crowd's attention shifted to someone else. Ugh, that person is... The newcomers were Yang Su-sang, descendant of the Namak Rayan, and Seol Byeok-hwa, beloved daughter of the Noksu Sanjang. The handsome man and beautiful woman walked over, making the crowd even more excited. It's young master Yang will definitely win the Yongbong-yeon. The one next to him is Miss Seol, the #1 beauty of the capital. Miss Seol. She's so beautiful. Jeok Ijeon had also just arrived. No one called out young master Jeok, but he wasn't embarrassed. He even raised his hand and smiled. "I support you." Jeok Ijeon even waved. "Thank you." Jong Gyo-rian, walking beside him, was speechless. Not stopping there, upon reaching the center, Yeok did something even more embarrassing. He raised both hands and shouted loudly, "I will definitely win." Seeing this, everyone around started looking at each other and gossiping. What is that? Who is that?" They shouted, "Who are you? Don't block Miss Seol." "Move aside." Jong Gyo-rian, accompanying him, didn't know where to hide. She could only lower her head and walk. Isn't he worried at all? I wish I could be that calm. Jeok Ijeon paid no mind and put his arm around her shoulder, smiling. "This place is decorated nicely. Did Bukchion Paga make a fortune?" She chuckled softly, then looked at Jeok Ijeon and called Jeok Ijeon. Jong Gyo-rian smiled, her eyes determined. "Let's do our best." He looked at Jong Gyo-rian's radiant face, then nodded and replied, At this moment, a man stepped out and announced loudly, "The 8 pairs of dragons and phoenixes, please enter." Hearing this, Jong Gyo-rian hurriedly turned and called out, "It's our turn, let's go." As the two of them reached the door, the man spoke. "Don't touch anything, wait here." Jeok Ijeon turned annoyed. The old man's voice carried a tone of contempt, and he snorted coldly. "Humph." Jeok Ijeon said sarcastically, "You say that as if you want me to touch it." Jong Gyo-rian naively didn't understand the old man's intention. Scene changed to inside the waiting hall. The people present were talking to each other. "Are you nervous? I wonder how many people will pass the first round." At this time, Jeok Ijeon and Jong Gyo-rian also entered, looking around. Then Jong Gyo-rian spoke, "What are we supposed to do here?" Seeing Jeok Ijeon remain silent, his gaze fixed in one direction, Jong Gyo-rian was curious. Could the first room be a martial arts competition? Jeok Ijeon remained silent, observing without answering. Jong Gyo-rian glanced over and saw him looking at a sign. "What are you looking at?" Jong Gyo-rian was puzzled. "Hoge Tuk Ip, enter to begin. The assembly starts as soon as you enter." Jeok Ijeon crossed his arms, finally speaking, "So that's how it is." Jeok Ijeon pointed to the painting hanging nearby. "There's something strange about this painting, isn't there?" Jong Gyo-rian didn't know either. Strange. Hearing this, Jong Gyo-rian stepped closer to observe the painting for a moment. As if discovering something, Jong Gyo-rian suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I know." She was astonished. There are 18 people in the painting, and they are holding the 18 types of weapons. That means... Jeok Ijeon didn't wait for her to finish and cut her off. "It means nothing. It's a trap. Using the 18 types of weapons to create a distraction." Hearing this, Jong Gyo-rian looked a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. "Huh. A trap." Then she continued to ask, "So is there another secret?" Jeok Ijeon didn't say it directly, but let Jong Gyo-rian observe. "Look closer." Hearing Jeok Ijeon say that, Jong Gyo-rian stared intently at the painting, observing. Besides that, As she said this, Jonggyoryeon's eyes suddenly widened as she observed the painting closely. She was surprised, not expecting it. These martial artists look like they are fighting, but they are all looking at one point. It's this incense burner. A man at the end of the painting is holding an incense burner. Amidst the room filled with whispers and chatter, none of the attendees seemed to notice the incense burner placed solemnly on the table. They gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, their hearts filled with doubt about the ambiguous rules of the test. Do not touch anything. Does that mean we'll be disqualified if we touch something? A voice full of curiosity rang out. The judges are surely watching us, another person cautiously added. Be careful, don't do anything they don't expect. Just then a hand reached for the tripod on the table. The crowd was startled, turning their heads in unison to look. This person dares to touch the object. Their gazes fell upon the bold one who broke the silence, Jeok Ijeon. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, he decisively lifted the tripod, observing it carefully. Beside him, Seo Ryan also approached, her eyes focused, analyzing it with him. Soon Jeok Ijeon pointed to some characters carved on the bottom of the tripod. Look. Seo Ryan stroked her chin, reading thoughtfully, Yongbong Hall. What does that mean? Jeok Ijeon thought for a moment and replied, Enter to begin the assembly. Isn't that right? The first round has already begun. His words were like a spark igniting the crowd. Those who had been quietly watching couldn't help but get excited, their bodies trembling as they realized the truth. Jeok Ijeon smiled faintly. Let's go. We must get there to complete the test. However, just as they were about to leave, a loud shout echoed, Wait. A young man stepped forward, his face full of anger. Do not touch anything. You have violated the rules. I cannot overlook this thoughtless action. Jeok Ijeon glanced at him with a disdainful look, saying nothing. Despite the woman behind him trying to stop him, the young man strode forward aggressively. Don't you consider the consequences your actions have for everyone else? I demand you put it back in its place immediately. Jeok Ijeon remained silent, his calm eyes looking straight at his opponent. After a moment, he sighed softly. The biggest mistake is to blindly follow orders without thinking. Seo Ryan shook her head, her voice full of helplessness. He looks about our age, doesn't he? Jeok Ijeon smiled and slowly replied, Young people must know how to resist and think independently, not just follow orders without their own opinions. That is the passion and spirit of youth. These words further angered the young man. He roared, You are just making excuses for your own thoughtless actions. His eyes darted towards the observing elders. Seeing no reaction from them, he thought smugly, This is the perfect opportunity for me to show off. If I can defeat him right now, I will surely impress the elders. With that thought, he immediately reached to draw his sword. If you won't listen to reason, I will use force to teach you a lesson. The woman behind him cried out, Brother, don't do it. The young man sneered. Don't worry, little sister, I'm just teaching him a small lesson. But just as he was about to draw his sword, something unexpected happened. The hilt of his sword was held fast, impossible to draw. In a flash, Jeok Ijeon appeared right in front of him, one hand gently pressing down on the hilt. The young man was terrified, his face pale, his forehead beaded with sweat. It felt like a giant boulder was pressing down on his hand, making it impossible to move. Jeok Ijeon still smiled gently, but the invisible pressure from him made his opponent tremble. A faint dark energy emanated from him like a beast silently stalking its prey. He warned in a low voice, Don't bring shame upon yourself, little brother. Listen to your little sister. The young man froze, a cold chill running through his body. I can't move. The rest of the people in the room stared blankly at the two facing each other, all of them confused. No one realized what was happening, only seeing the two standing perfectly still as if in a contest of auras. Just then, a small hand was placed on the young man's arm. It was his little sister. Brother, you did well, she said softly. One should not carelessly draw a sword against the weak. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The weak. It turned out this little girl thought her brother had intentionally held back, not drawing his sword to attack Jeok out of compassion for the weak. But the truth was, he was so terrified by Jeok pressure that he couldn't move. She then walked over and bowed to Jeok quietly apologizing. Jeok didn't mind, just sighing softly and smiling. He then placed the incense tripod back in its original position. He decisively turned and left. Let's go. Seo Ryan watched his departing figure, her heart tense, thinking, what was that just now? As the two of them neared the door, a guard spoke up to remind them, if you leave on your own, you will be disqualified. Jeok replied calmly, then disqualify us. The crowd behind them couldn't help but be astonished. What that guy is actually giving up. Jeok suddenly stopped, turned his head back, and smiled faintly. Oh, right. I'll give you a chance. For your sister's sake, if you want to get to the second round, follow me. The young man and his sister were even more surprised. He frowned, his voice harsh. If you leave on your own, you will be disqualified. Didn't you hear? Jeok didn't bother to explain, just laughing loudly. Then leaving with Seo Ryan. The crowd behind watched their departing figures and cursed in unison. What a lunatic. The two quickly arrived at the location inscribed on the bottom of the incense tripod. Currently, they were standing outside Yongbong Hall. Seo Ryan still held some doubt, but now she completely believed. Is there really a Yongbong Hall? Jeok didn't answer, just walking over and pulling the door open. Seo Ryan continued to chatter endlessly. I wonder how many people will make it here, or is it just us? Does that mean we win by default? But when the door opened, countless people had already gathered inside, discussing and chatting lively. Seo Ryan was shocked by the scene before her, her mouth agape. No way did all these people solve it. Jeok squinted, observing. His gaze quickly fell on Imhagi and the two from the Yang family. He chuckled softly and slowly uttered, the prestigious righteous sects are indeed different. Seo Ryan glanced at him, confused. What do you mean? It seems like he's being sarcastic about someone. Immediately after, her eyes widened as if she realized something. She leaned close to Jeok ear and whispered, could there be cheating involved? Jeok replied calmly. They leaked the information to the prestigious families. You can tell just by seeing that fool arrive before us. Seo Ryan looked in the direction he pointed. That fool. That direction was the location of Jang Ingiel and Jang Inhwa. Her heart skipped a beat. It's him. How dare he show his face here after doing something like that? Jang Ingiel was also glancing their way, silently assessing. That girl. Her eyes seemed to know something. It seems she met Gweongek Geo. What on earth happened? I told him to take care of that guy. What is Gweongek Geo doing? Jeok smiled faintly, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Jang Ingiel. Faced with that gaze, Jang Ingiel couldn't help but panic, his face turning pale. Does he have someone backing him? But it doesn't look like it. Could Gweongek Geo have taken the money and run? While he was lost in thought, his sister Jang Inhwa was looking at Jeok with bright, intrigued eyes. He shook his head in frustration, thinking, this girl, why is she winking at me like that? Seeing his sister flirting with Jeok and Jang Ingeol was so angry he trembled, veins popping on his hands. Suddenly the sound of a cup tapping echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd immediately turned to look towards the second floor. A person slowly walked out and the crowd was astonished. That person is... The person spoke in a deep voice. All the dragons and phoenixes are present. Congratulations to all for passing the first round. The person who just spoke was Pungsu, an elder of Bukchun Paega, and also the person in charge of this Yongbong Yon. The crowd had already guessed some of it, but hearing him say it himself, they were still astonished. Immediately after, the entire hall erupted in cheers and excited shouts. Seo Ryan also excitedly leaned into Jeok ear. We passed. Just then, a loud commotion came from outside. Wait, please stop, I have something to say. This is an extremely important matter. The ones who arrived were the brother and sister who had confronted Jeok earlier. Seo Ryan recognized them, surprised. It's them. Jeok remained calm, completely unconcerned. The young man was stopped at the door and shouted loudly, "This round is invalid. Because there are people here who are not qualified to be present. A fierce-looking man not accepting this test shouted loudly, "This test is unacceptable." The crowd, hearing the man's shout, along with Jonggyo Ryan and him, all turned around in unison. "There are people in here who should have been eliminated." With a dark, displeased expression, he asked back, "Unacceptable, you say?" The man questioned angrily. "When I entered, they told us not to touch anything. We were just doing as we were instructed." Then his finger pointed at Jong Gyoryeon and Jok Igeon. In fact, these rule breakers should be the ones eliminated. As he finished, the people behind him all agreed and shouted, "He's right. It's unfair. This test is not fair." Jong Gyoryeon was shocked, not understanding what was happening. He remained calm, watching the events unfold. The crowd in the hall with him fell silent. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Stop complaining." He looked at the crowd like they were insects. "Do you think the matters of the martial world are just a game?" Jong Gyoryeon and Jok Igeon listened intently to him. "You don't know what will happen out there. You must always be on guard and aware at all times." The man was stunned, unable to argue. Even the girl standing next to him shed tears. "You were too careless. You were informed that the assembly begins the moment you enter. If you were to die at the hands of a hidden assassin, would you dare say it was unfair? To a person whose place is in the underworld, you pretender." His last sentence was a loud shout. "Aren't you ashamed in front of those who came all this way after solving that riddle?" Hearing him speak, the crowd outside was stunned into silence. Jong Gyoryeon beside him unconsciously spoke up. "How did you know?" Hearing this, Jok Igeon turned around. Jong Gyoryeon continued, "That the incense burner was the clue. Was it just a coincidence?" Jok Igeon shook his head no. There are no coincidences in the martial world. Hearing this, Jong Gyoryeon looked up, her eyes pensive. The martial world is terrifying. The girl next to the man burst into tears, not believing it. "Impossible. We only did as we were told." Thinking back on those powerful people with money comes power. Cruel. Because they are far more cunning than I thought. Then Jong Gyoryeon turned her gaze towards Jok Igeon. "If I had gone with someone other than Jok Igeon." The man sighed and supported the girl. "Let's go. There's no other way." The girl wiped her tears and nodded. "Okay, brother." Seeing that his words had an effect on this rabble, he grinned. His face twisted. "You should thank heaven and earth for being eliminated today." Looking at the crowd who didn't know life from death, because this Yongbong Yeon will turn into hell. Scene changed. The setting shifts to the afternoon. Jiak Aijin brought a grilled meat skewer in front of So-in. "Here, try one." So-in opened her mouth to taste it. Her eyes lit up from eating the delicious food. "Brother, this is so delicious." Jiak Aijin grinned smugly. "Right, it's delicious, isn't it?" Jok Ijeon looked at So-in and asked, "Even though it's the same kind of meat, it's more delicious when I grill it, right?" Opposite Jok Igeon was Jong So-in, the third daughter of the Jong sword sect master. Jok Ijeon sat and recalled, "My mother is perfect. Her only flaw is that she can't cook. So as not to have a bad palate, I taught myself how to cook." Looking at the grill full of meat skewers, he believed that the joy of enjoying food was the greatest pleasure among the three pleasures. Sui held the skewer in her hand and smiled. "I think I understand after eating the food you cooked. You cook even better than me." Jonggyo Ryan turned and asked, "So-in, is it delicious? Remember to chew it well." So-in nodded. "It melted in my mouth before I could even chew." Jonggyo Ryan looked at So-in with a gentle gaze. I don't remember the last time So-in was this full of life. She remembered how the whole family was heartbroken at that time. She was always healthy, but when she turned 7, she suddenly fell ill. Even the most famous medicine shops couldn't find the cause. Thinking of it brought tears to Jonggyo Ryan's eyes. Can her illness be cured? It seems to get worse every year. Sue gently patted So-in's back. She usually only eats a little. Thank you, young hero. You are truly talented. Aichu turned to look at him with admiration. You solved the riddle in the first round, didn't you? Jok Aijin smiled. So you two also know. Everyone can count on me in the next round. Hearing this, Aichu just remained silent, but in his heart, he had already thought, before I would have thought he was just bragging, but Jonggyo Ryan looked at Jok Igion, lost in thought. He is not an ordinary person. Only a fool wouldn't realize that. Who are you really? The scene changes to evening. Jok Igion arrives at a place filled with a sea of flowers. Jok Ijin silently walked forward. Then Jok Igion's feet suddenly stopped moving. Jok Igion was startled, his brows furrowed. The sea of flowers suddenly stirred violently. Then a space was seen exploding. Jok Ijin looked behind him. The ground began to crack. The ground under his feet also slowly fell away. The flowers on the ground fell freely. Jok Ijin remained silent, not yet making a move, watching the surrounding scenery gradually change. After a period of transformation, the scenery was now desolate with mounds of earth far apart. Jok Igion looked on, stunned. Jok Igion's lips moved. He then looked up at the falling petals. Looks amazing. Two figures appeared ahead, a silver-haired man and Mu Yong, the Hwasan Lord. Looking at Jok Igion, who was surrounded by a formation, the Hwasan Lord pushed a mechanism with his hand. I will disable the formation. As he finished speaking, the stone pillars gradually disappeared. After about an hour, the formation vanished. He looked at Jok Igion, landing on the ground. The formation just now was the 9-seat Marvelous Flower Formation. It's the weakest of the 3 formations set up in this mountain villa. He laughed and explained, the second is the 5 Elements 9 Stars Formation, and the last one is the Supreme Light Emperor Formation. He began to analyze the formation's mechanisms. The most special is the Supreme Light Emperor Formation. Once activated, no martial artist can escape it unless they know how to dispel the formation. Jok Igion smiled and replied, that is truly valuable information. But Hwasan Lord, you are wrong about one thing. The Hwasan Lord was surprised. What? Ignoring the Hwasan Lord's surprised expression, Jok Igion continued there. Certainly exists a technique that allows one to break a formation without needing to dispel it. Hearing Jok Igion's explanation, the Hwasan Lord still didn't understand the meaning behind his words. Jok Igion just smiled. Well, one day, you will know. Jok Igion and Mu Yong went to another place. Mu Yong walked behind. Besides the 3 formations just now, a mechanism called the 7-step death carving will also be set up. Looking down, Mu Yong said, and the important structures will be placed behind it. Jok Igion nodded. Then the construction will be completed soon. Suddenly, Jok Igion stopped in his tracks. With this, then he turned to smile at Mu Yong. We are one step closer to our goal of establishing the strongest and most majestic force in the entire martial world. After hearing this, Mu Yong just remained silent and smiled faintly. Jok Igion also looked at Mu Yong, knowing he understood his intention. After a moment of silence, Mu Yong spoke. We have discovered the whereabouts of the wind god. Everything is as you predicted. Jok Igion nodded and replied, I will go see him tomorrow. But Mu Yong was still a bit skeptical. But why did you suddenly... Jok Igin's eyes glanced over at Mu Yong. Mu Yong continued to ask, do you want to pass it on to someone? Hearing Mu Yong ask with a smile on his face, Jok Igion remained silent. After thinking for a moment, Jok Igion replied, Mu Yong, that's a bad habit, asking intentionally, even though you already know the answer. Hearing this, Mu Yong chuckled, ha ha, my apologies, my lord. Well, I can't stop you. The surrounding scenery became quiet. Only the sound of the wind and swaying branches could be heard. Leaves flew in the wind. Watching the strands of hair fly, Jok Igion crossed his arms and sighed with admiration. The night scene always interests me. I don't know why either. Jok Igion grinned, looking at Mu Yong and asking, are there any stories I don't know? Something like me falling into a well when I was 2 years old and being stuck there for several days. Mu Yong smiled shyly. Nothing like that ever happened, and even if it did, you would have climbed out on your own. Jok Igion raised an eyebrow in surprise and didn't answer. After pondering for a moment, Jok Igion spoke. Sometimes I hate myself for that. I was just kidding. Haha. Jok Igion's expression turned serious as he called Mu Yong. Mu Yong nodded respectfully. Yes, young master. Jok Igion suddenly asked a question. Can I take that light for myself? After hearing this, Muyong looked at Jok Aigeon in silence. Then he looked up at the starless sky. Then Muyong spoke, "In this martial world, besides you, who else could do such a thing?" The bustling market scene in the early morning. Gyeorayeon was following Aigeon, and she asked curiously, "Where are you taking me?" He replied, "To a place with good weapons." She wondered, good weapons. Aigeon remembered when Gyeorayeon chose a weapon herself and said, "You're terrible at choosing weapons, so I'll take you to a better place." A while later at a small black market shop. Spears were neatly arranged on the shelves. The owner of the shop was a slightly older man with an incredibly fierce expression. Gyeorayeon felt a bit intimidated by his presence. She looked around and sighed to herself. The atmosphere is so terrifying. Then Gyeorayeon turned to see him playing with a small knife in his hand and thought, he said, this is his first time in Wuhan, so how does he know about this shop? Later, Aigeon held up the knife and turned to ask, "Is this all you have?" Hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow and noticed the sword and blade on his back. The shop owner spoke, "I also thought you'd want something else." Then he took out a small wooden box and slowly opened it. A stream of cool green energy flew out from the box. "Since you're a special customer, I'll show you a suitable piece of equipment." The green energy hovered around the box and the owner. He began, "It's called the Ice Jade Dagger." A small double-edged dagger was neatly placed in the middle of the box. Gyeorayeon walked over to look and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Then he quoted the price. It costs 15,000 taels. She was utterly shocked to hear that 15,000 taels. Aigeon seemed to have expected this, calmly smiling as he asked, "Can you include something extra if we buy it?" She turned to him and shouted, "Extra." After a brief moment of thought, the shop owner asked, "Extra, what do you want?" He replied gently, "Can't we pick one item from here?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He must know that the items here are not ordinary. What a strange fellow. Then he replied, "All right." Aigeon smiled in satisfaction. Then he pointed forward and said, "In that case, I'll choose that." The owner tilted his head to look where he was pointing. As for Gyeorayeon, her jaw dropped in shock. He gave a sinister smile. Then he asked, "May I know your name?" He calmly replied, "Jok Aigeon." The owner pondered. "This is the first time I've heard this name." Then he looked back at the box behind him. But to think a snot-nosed kid like him could recognize this thing. Could he be from an extraordinary place, or is he extraordinary himself? Could it be that that sword and blade are really... Finally, the shop owner smirked and said, "It seems the owner of that item has appeared. Will I have the chance to see you again?" Aigeon continued, "Because I have the extra gift." Gyeorayeon felt a chill down her spine seeing their somewhat dangerous smiles. Later, the two left the shop and went to a riverbank to rest. Gyeorayeon felt indignant and spoke up, "You idiot, did you really spend 15,000 tiles to buy that dagger? As if that wasn't enough. You also took those old gloves as an extra." She pulled her hair and screamed, "I don't know if you're crazy or just incredibly stupid. No, you must be a crazy idiot." Aigeon, however, remained calm, sitting by the bank washing the gloves. Then she went to his side and whispered in his ear, "Besides, where did you get that money? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Or are you the young master of some family?" He stood up and said, "Good grief, you're so noisy. Hold out your hand." Gyeorayeon looked at him and replied, "I don't need gloves," Aigeon explained. "If you wear these, they will help improve your martial arts. You're stuck at the 7th star, right?" She heard this and exclaimed, "What? How do you know?" He joked, "Is there anything I don't know?" She still wasn't completely convinced and asked again, "Will it really help me if you're just making fun of me?" Before she could finish, he had already stepped forward and firmly grasped her hand. Aigeon's tone was incredibly serious. Even the most ordinary objects carry their own special energy. Treat it well and feel its presence. Gyeorayeon was silent, then after a moment she said, "All right." He started helping her put on the gloves. She looked at the item on her hand and asked curiously, "Ah, it's always been transparent." Then the gloves began to transform. White streams of energy appeared from nowhere surrounding the gloves. A strong wind rose, passing through the large trees and carrying away the leaves. Gyeorayeon shouted at him, What is this? There's a strange energy in it. The wind and green leaves flew towards her, or rather straight towards the gloves, and then they dissolved into them. Due to the growing energy, Gyoryan had to close one eye to avoid being hurt. She wondered, what is happening? Aegeon calmly watched the scene unfold. Gradually, the energy spread around the area where they were standing and then dissipated. Her eyes widened in amazement. Finally, everything was over. She stared at the gloves and thought, this thing is anything but ordinary. He smiled and said, it seems it has accepted you, but as I predicted, I was right. You definitely have talent. Gyoryan wondered, and then noticed the character that appeared in her palm. It accepts me, huh? What's that? Aegeon showed her his palm. Say hello to it. This is the wind god. Then he explained, if we are close to each other, this pair of gloves will react. Your internal energy is still lacking, so it hasn't activated yet, but I'm sure, she shouted. Impossible, he replied. It is. The material of this thing is not ordinary. He briefly mentioned to her, furthermore, its original owner was the Fist King, known by the name Wind God. He was the greatest martial artist in the martial world 300 years ago. In short, it's a treasure among treasures. Gyoryan asked, is it that amazing? Why was it cast aside at that shop? Aegeon shook his head and answered, I'm not sure either. Perhaps he wanted someone to recognize it. He took a step forward. You can now catch sword energy with your bare hands. Of course, your internal energy is still weak, so you'll be seriously injured if you do. He turned back and said, but at least your hand won't be severed. Aegeon saw Gyoryan looking down dejectedly. And she spoke up, why are you so good to me? She stood waiting for his answer. Then he was silent, just offering a friendly smile. In the evening, a downpour began to fall like a torrent. Inside the Yongbongyeon, the stands were packed, and everyone was eagerly waiting. Aegeon and Gyoryan also came to watch. She asked, what is that? On the stage was a stone slab on which were a series of messy footprints. The footprints on that stone slab. The referee began to shout, the second round of this year's Yongbongyeon is a test of footwork. He announced, the content is very simple. Contestants just need to go from the starting point to the end point. But there are two conditions. Contestants must step into these footprints, and the two must cooperate and guide each other. A young man in the stands asked Footwork, simpler than I thought. There won't be any problems, right? Susang sat nearby and spoke up. Anyone who practices martial arts can do this, isn't that right? He exclaimed, this is just child's play. The referee mused, no one is as pathetic as him. The junior of Namak Ryan. From the second round onwards, there will be no special treatment, even if you come from a prestigious faction. He looked at the boy and judged. The judges have no connection whatsoever to those tumors out there. And I will not participate in the judging. Can that brat pass this round? Aegeon exclaimed, this won't be easy. Gyoryan turned her head and asked, what did you really just say? That he replied, everyone has differences in how they apply martial arts. That's even more true for footwork. After all, it's learned subconsciously. He explained further. But if you are conscious of those steps, your rhythm will be disrupted. Furthermore, the problem is that two people have to pass together. An older woman raised her hand and asked, how will this test be conducted? Will the others have to leave so only the contestants remain? The referee replied, no, it will take place in front of everyone. Whispers spread around, what won't the teams that go later have an advantage? Let's just wait for the first teams to start. Gyoryan said, of course, if we observe the others and avoid their mistakes. At this moment a voice rang out, we wish to take the test. Everyone turned their eyes in unison toward the source of the sound. Along with the questions that rang out, living like that? Will they be okay? Aegeon affirmed, what a smart guy. Starting first always has its advantages. The judge announced young Master Im has accepted the test. The whole hall was in an uproar. Hagi and Ma Yong calmly stood before the stone slab. The crowd watched expectantly and gossiped. He dares to be the first, is he that confident young master? Im is worthy of it. Gyoryan watched intently. What footwork will he use? Aegeon said nothing, just smiling faintly. Hagi began to place his foot on the first footprint on the stone slab. He spun with a mesmerizing dance. Everyone who watched had to praise wow, so graceful. As soon as his feet touched the slab, he immediately changed steps so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. Hagi rushed forward like a gentle breeze, making the footprints left on the slab seem to appear all at once. Mayong was almost a blur before his performance. Hagi's gaze was firm and steady. Ijeon was deep in thought while Gyoryan exclaimed in amazement so fast. The judging panel was also very pleased. Both fast and precise, truly a descendant of Bukcheon Paega. They looked towards Mayong competing with Hagi with bated breath. Miss Sama seems a bit tired, but she's still persistently following, considering she's the first to try. While the judges were still discussing, Hagi had already leaped off the stone slab amidst the cheers of the crowd. The referee shouted, "Young Master Im has reached the finish line." Amazing, Young Master Im. Susong clicked her tongue in jealousy. Byaokwa still elegantly watched the results. The judge cheered again. Miss Sama has also reached the finish line. Finally, the judge announced the results from the panel. Im Hagi Sama Yong pass. Gyoryan nervously whispered to Igeon, "Why do I feel so nervous?" Ijeon listened intently to her. "Can we pass?" He gave a confident smile to reassure her no. Gyoryan felt like she had fallen into an abyss. "No, we can't," Igeon continued. "I never said we couldn't." Gyoryan was confused. "So can we, or can't we?" Igeon stood up with his sword. "Let's practice. Follow me." Gyoryan pointed and asked, We're not watching anymore." Igeon said nonchalantly, "What's the point of watching? Most of them will be eliminated for imitating his footwork." He diligently explained, "This is a test to see who can use their own footwork, so if we just stay like this, we won't be able to pass." Outside, the rain was still pouring. The two of them found a spacious, empty courtyard. Igeon was pleased it's deserted here. Practicing here is the best. He stepped forward, leaving space for Gyoryan. Igeon suggested, "Show me your Joxa sword technique. I'll correct it for you. The Joxa sword technique at the 7th star realm cannot pass this test." Gyoryan was surprised, a bit confused. You will correct the Joxa sword technique for me. Can you understand the essence of a martial art just by looking once? Who on earth are you? Gyoryan looked at Ijeon's back and asked, "Are you really a master?" Ijeon smiled faintly. He turned to look at Gyoryan in the rain and replied confidently, "I am capable enough to teach you." Gyoryan was stunned, but she still trustingly drew her sword. "I don't understand what you're saying, but I will try." Raindrops pattered on the sword. Gyoryan focused her strength into her feet, creating ripples in the water. She skillfully performed the Joxa sword technique. Ijeon silently observed her every move. He felt every sword strike coming from Gyoryan. The two seemed lost in their own world. A sword tip from Gyoryan whizzed past Ijeon's face. Suddenly, Ijeon interrupted, making Gyoryan pause. Wait, that part slow down by half a breath. She slowly moved her sword like this. Strangely, the sword strike was now much more decisive. Gyoryan was amazed, not believing her eyes. Just slowing down by half a breath, and the feeling of the strike is completely different. Ijeon encouraged, "Good, continue." The rain still hadn't stopped. Gyoryan practiced again with her adjusted breathing. Every sword strike was now faster and brighter, completely different from before. Ijeon spoke again. "That part, bring your hand in more. Your left foot is in the wrong position." Gyoryan listened intently, correcting every little detail. She thought to herself, every word from Ijeon. Ijeon frowned slightly. "Too fast, slow down." Gyoryan felt her eyes had been opened. She both admired and acknowledged Ijeon. It all makes a huge difference. It's time for the final move. Gyoryan looked at her reflection in the rainwater, a bit surprised. The feeling is completely... Her footsteps were steady on the slippery ground. She felt the power in her final move completely different from before. Gyoryan completed the sword form perfectly. Ijeon looked at her radiantly. The ground still pattered with raindrops. Gyoryan smiled dazedly. She still couldn't compose herself. "Impossible is this the Joxa sword technique I know." Gyoryan looked in amazement at the smiling Ijeon. "Who on earth is that guy?" Ijeon cut off her train of thought. "Congratulations. Your Joxa sword technique has surpassed the 7th star and reached the 8th star. Gyo Ryan was stunned. She still hadn't processed the information from before. Gyo Ryan muttered, Can martial arts be taught like this? Scene changed to another place in the forest. A man was standing stock still in the rain. That man was none other than Muyong Juk Aigean's guard. His expressionless face was marked with grim scars. He stood still looking at the path ahead. From within the white rain, 3 figures appeared. In the middle was an old man flanked by 2 swordsmen in veiled hats. A terrifying killing intent emanated from them. Muyong bowed. You've arrived, sir. The old man looked up. It's been a long time. Muyong reported the young master is participating in the Yongbong Yun. I will take you there. The old man looked at him with cold, gloomy eyes. All right. But you... He passed by Muyong and coldly tossed back a comment. Why don't you shave? You look too old. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. The 2 silver-haired swordsmen also added a comment. He looks 5 years older. With that, they left, leaving Muyong standing shocked in the rain. The old man wondered, but why is Aigeon participating in the Yongbong Yun? Muyong stumbled awkwardly into their conversation about Aigeon. It seems he's planning something again. Let's hurry there. Back at the competition hall, a loud shout broke the tense atmosphere. We wish to try. The crowd stirred. Oh look, someone was curious. Who are they? Aigeon and Gyo Ryan, completely soaked, stood before the stone slab to announce their names. Hengun Yusu Jok Aigeon, Gyo Ryan of the Zhong sword sect. The crowd gossiped disdainfully. Hengun Yusu. Seems like a nobody. Aigeon didn't care. He smiled and glanced at Gyo Ryan. The 9th star Joxa sword technique should be a piece of cake, right? Gyo Ryan's eyes widened in amazement. The 9th star. She recalled after being taught one more time. After practice, Aigeon had said, Finally, you've reached the 9th star. Gyo Ryan felt like it was a joke. Although she had heard it, she still couldn't believe it. She had never heard of martial arts improving so quickly. Aigeon leaned in and whispered, Do you know the code name for this mission? Gyo Ryan was clueless. Code name. Before Gyo Ryan could understand, Aigeon had already left the starting position. He glided lightly on the stone slab, turning to Gyo Ryan to explain Yongbong Sanghui. It means the dragon and phoenix shine together. It's true that Hagi and Mayong passed, but only Hagi shone. As for Aigeon, the main character's aura cannot lack Gyo Ryan. Aigeon and Gyo Ryan, one in front and one right behind, danced around each other on the stone slab. Everyone watched intently. Aigeon praised her a little. Not bad at all. Gyo Ryan humbly replied, It's all thanks to you. She was delighted with her steps. How strange my body can move like this. Maybe it's because I'm in a good mood. It feels like I'm dancing. Aigeon looked at Gyo Ryan kindly. The mind perceives, the body controls. That is the essence of martial arts. Gyo Ryan repeated, the essence of martial arts. At that moment, her feet also left the stone slab. Gyo Ryan suddenly realized. She was amazed and couldn't believe her eyes. Looking back at the stone slab she had conquered, have I arrived already? Gyo Ryan regulated her rapid breathing, looking at Aigeon with joy. I don't remember how I passed. Aigeon also looked at her with a radiant expression. A magnificent performance of Yongbong Sanghui. Gyo Ryan finally understood Aigeon's words about Yongbong Sanghui at the beginning of the test. She smiled with satisfaction. The 2 of them beamed as the judge shouted, Jiak Aigeon Jong Gyo Ryan pass. Leaving the hall, the contestants reunited with their families. Everyone praised Gyo Ryan. Since when did your martial arts become so formidable? Aigeon looked stunned, not knowing who he was meeting. Facing him were the seniors that Muyong had just welcomed earlier. Aigeon let out a sound of surprise. He happily ran over like a child seeing his mother return from the market. Suddenly a sickle struck Aigeon's forehead with a thud. The old man retracted the sickle. Blood immediately trickled down Aigeon's forehead. The old man grumbled, making everyone laugh. How annoying! Anyone who sees this would think I'm your relative. Igion clutched his forehead and pouted. It's been a while, but you're still the same. The old man didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Are you planning to build a manor? He scolded. You punk, what do you plan to do with such a big project? Igion was nonchalant. What do I plan to do? He chuckled and declared, I will devour this martial world. The old man reflected on the past and present, reminding Igion, You think unifying the martial world is that easy? It's incredibly difficult. Not to mention the 4 factions of the world, there are also the 9 great sects and the 4 great families. His eyes widened, emitting a terrifying killing intent. What do you plan to do about the divine cult? Igion remained silent, but his gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Mu Yong and the other 2 swordsmen were also extremely tense, awaiting his answer. Igion was unconcerned. I don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. The seniors and Mu Yong were speechless. They're exactly alike. Igion turned to instruct his guard. Mu Yong received the seniors with care. The boy asked curiously, Yes, but where are you going, young master? Igion looked into the distance. I'm going to catch an ugly monster. This meant a hideously bizarre creature. The scene changes and Gyo-yan is once again walking with Igion. She feigned ignorance. Don't tell me. You're joking. Igion looked straight at Gyo-yan. No, I'm serious. Beside them now was an old, dilapidated bridge stretching across the misty clouds. Igion looked at the bridge. We will cross this bridge. Gyo-yan's face darkened. No way. Igion gave a small spoiler. You'll regret it if you don't go. The one I'm about to catch is closely related to you. Not wanting to waste time, Igion stepped onto the bridge to demonstrate for Gyo-yan. Igion reassured her. This bridge is just like flat ground, just walk across it. Gyo-yan covered her mouth in fear. Dan dangerous, that's a deep abyss below. Igion's voice lowered. That's the difference between a master and a novice. A master sees this place as flat ground. Gyo-yan suddenly had a realization. Igion's next words pulled her back to reality. I don't think you're a master. Gyo-yan lowered her head in embarrassment. I know. Igion skillfully played good cop, bad cop. But at least if you want to become a master, you have to try, right? Gyo-yan fell silent. She lifted her head and reassured herself. Right, it's just a path. I just have to walk. Igion walked ahead a bit, then turned back to wait for Gyo-yan, who was cautiously taking one slow step at a time. She seemed to be counting each wooden plank as she walked. Gyo-yan felt a little more relieved. It's easier to walk than I thought, right? Igion smiled in reply. I forgot one thing. Igion reminded her. There are often strong winds here, so be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind picked up. Gyo-yan looked up in panic. What? A strong gust of wind arrived, blocked by the bridge, causing the wind to funnel through it, right where Gyo-yan was standing. She immediately lost her balance. The bridge was lifted by the wind, flinging Gyo-yan into the air. Gyo-yan froze for a moment, unable to regain her composure. Igion shouted loudly, pulling her back to reality. Don't be afraid, just treat it like flat ground. Gyo-yan repeated to herself, right? Also like flat ground. But gravity pulled her body down towards the abyss before her causing her to lose her composure. Gyo-yan squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Igion's eyes turned bloodshot. His hands unleashed a stream of dark energy. Igion reached out his hand, and the stream of energy shot forward, wrapping around Gyo-yan. The energy adjusted her posture, restoring her balance. Gyo-yan's eyes widened in amazement. What? She slowly descended, finally landing safely back on the bridge. Gyo-yan's whole body trembled. No, it can't be. Still terrified, she looked down at the deep abyss below her feet. The bridge swayed slightly. Gyo-yan was like a soulless person. She was terrified. I'm dead. Igion stood in front of her, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure. But Gyo-yan's body was now rigid. She was as if drowning in fear. I have to go, but I can't lift my legs. Suddenly Igion spoke. The first time I saw you, Gyo-yan seemed to snap out of it. His voice carried through the vast space. My heart seemed to stop beating. Gyo-yan's eyes widened in anticipation. Ingiel was like a fresh blade of grass under the brilliant sunset. He smiled at her. Come here, because I like you. Gyoyeon's emotions were in turmoil. What he likes me. Her mind replayed every moment with Ingiel, him chewing on a pastry and boasting, I'm very popular with women. Wherever I go, women surround me. Another day, Ingiel happily joked with her. Will there be meat tomorrow? Then him shyly hiding behind her, save me, and then teasing her, you really don't know how to judge quality. Gyoyeon felt her soul being stolen once again. It can't be. Her feet moved while her mind was on Ingiel, him. Gyoyeon's whole body felt as if it was being controlled. Ingiel's words made her repeat them over and over. Likes me. In an instant, her feet touched the ground. Gyoyeon was still dazed. Is this a joke? In front of them was a rather dark temple beside which were 3 lit Buddha statues. Gyoyeon still paid no mind to her surroundings, still wondering, did I mishear him? Ingiel turned to her. It was easy, right? Gyoyeon involuntarily only heard, because I like you. Because I like you. She asked again in surprise. You just said... Ingiel flatly denied it. Said what? Gyoyeon stammered. Was it just a joke? She blushed and asked. Because I was scared you wanted to distract me. Gyoyeon shyly awaited his answer. Ingiel turned away abruptly, uttering a sentence that implicitly confirmed her thoughts. You're really smart. Gyoyeon vented her anger by kicking the bridge pillar. You jerk! How dare you tease me? Suddenly, a loud shout made Gyoyeon's heart skip a beat. Who allowed you to fight in the temple? A monk stepped forward. Stop it right now. His face was furious, lacking any of the gentleness of a monk. Gyoyeon quickly bowed. Sorry, sir. Ingiel turned back with a scrutinizing gaze. The monk seemed to recognize something in that gaze. He quickly tried to brush it off. Children are always like that. Well, then go on and play. Ingiel spoke up, stopping him, which made the monk flinch and retract his neck. Your disguise is pretty good. The monk broke into a cold sweat under Ingiel's menacing killing intent. Ingiel emitted deadly sounds. But you can't fool me, you ugly monster. The scene shifts to the monk Ingiel and Gyoyeon inside the temple. The monk bowed his head and sighed. The Buddha is truly heartless. He slowly picked off the makeup on his face, irritated. You devil, how did you manage to find me here? Gyoyeon was a bit frightened and turned to ask Ingiel, Who is this person? Ingiel gave a brief introduction. A fraud, a quack, a thief, a man with 8 useless talents. Gyoyeon searched her memory. 8 fields in which he has special talents. She exclaimed in shock, Don't tell me he's Palbang of the 8 directions. But then she suddenly changed her mind. Seeing the monk struggling to peel off the damned mask, Gyoyeon hesitantly said, the handsome senior. He finally finished peeling it off. Underneath the monk's mask was a somewhat bizarre face with high cheekbones and eyes that slanted upwards and were misaligned with his ears. His nose was so high, it was 1/2 meter away from his mouth. This was Palbang Chugo. He cleared his throat. You little kid, you know a thing or two about the martial world. Suddenly, Ingiel's powerful hand rested lightly on his head. Ingiel flashed an enthusiastic smile and introduced him and my disciple. Gyoyeon was curious. Disciple. What happened? Ingiel recounted. This guy lost a bet to me. The loser had to become the disciple. Gyoyeon asked further, what was the bet? Ingiel smirked, recalling Go. Palbang Chugo refused to accept it. Someone must have tipped him off. Ingiel closed his eyes to relax. Cheating. The ugly monster tried to accuse him in vain. This guy used despicable tricks to fool me. Ingiel was calm. A duel. The ugly monster concluded he must have used poison. Gyoyeon was astonished. What those are all the handsome senior Palbang's specialties, yet Ingiel won. Ingiel kept his eyes closed shamelessly, asking the ugly monster for a favor. I came here today to ask for something. Although you're a quack, you're a skilled quack. Ingiel rested his chin on his hand and looked at the ugly monster. I need you to examine a patient. The ugly monster flared up. You brat! Who do you think I am that you can just ask me to examine someone? Plenty of people have died because I refused to treat them no matter how much money they had. Ingiel cut in. If you cure her, I'll pretend the bet never happened. Palbang Chugo suddenly froze. He shot up to his feet and boldly accepted. Fine, let's end this cursed fate as soon as possible. Let's go. Gyo-yan worriedly turned to ask Ingiel who is sick. Ingiel just gave her a meaningful smile. The scene changes to the three of them setting off to treat the patient. Gyo-yan had mixed feelings. Her eyes widened, speechless. No. It can't be. The patient Ingiel was talking about. Ingiel had brought the ugly monster to Gyo-yan's house to check the pulse in front of the whole family. Gyo-yan was stunned. It's Tui Lien, her sister. The ugly monster focused on checking her pulse to diagnose her. Tui Lien's eyes were full of hope. Gyo-yan couldn't help but feel anxious. For so long no one could find the cause. I hope this time. The lamp lighting up the room seemed to emit a glimmer of hope as well. Ingiel carefully asked, "How is it?" The ugly monster was secretly pleased. This kid, he knows how to save my face in front of everyone. He diagnosed this girl was stung by a poisonous bee. It's a blood bee, a very rare species. The Zhong family was extremely alarmed. A bee, a poisonous bee. The ugly monster instructed I will prescribe a medicine. Brew it for her to drink for 15 days. After that, make sure she eats well and exercises to regain her strength. Tui Lien, with her gaunt and pale face, was also incredibly surprised by the ugly monster's confident diagnosis. In about 1 or 2 years, the girl will recover. Everyone was stunned by this long-awaited good news. Gyo-yan also could hardly believe it. She stammered out each word joyfully. Tui Lien will get better. Old Master Zhong knelt down to pay his respects to Palbang Chugo. Thank you, your reputation is well deserved. The ugly monster was embarrassed. Oh my, please get up. Gyo-yan's emotions were indescribable. Perhaps there was no greater joy for her at this moment. Madame Zhong chirped, "Thank you, young hero Jock." She emotionally thanked Ingiel. "I never expected you could invite Master Palbang. This debt of gratitude I will definitely—" Ingiel was polite. "It's nothing. It's all thanks to your daughter. She risked her life to ask for help." With that, he turned to look at her with an affectionate gaze. Ingiel said gently, "This is all thanks to you." His every word soothed Gyo-yan's soul. "You've worked hard." Gyo-yan cleared her throat. She tried to adjust her voice, her eyes welling with tears. "Thank you." Ingiel's face lit up, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. Everyone burst with emotion. Gyo-yan covered her face, trying to hold back the tears that streamed down. Madame Zhong hugged her daughter on the sickbed, while old Master Zhong and the servants listened to the ugly monster's prescription. In a flash, night had fallen. Ingiel clasped his hands in respect to the ugly monster. "Senior Palbang, I've caused you a lot of trouble." He bowed sincerely to the ugly monster. "You can go now." The ugly monster complimented him. "You've always been so straightforward. It's quite amusing, but—" The ugly monster still had a few questions. "Your original purpose for finding me wasn't for this, was it?" Ingiel no longer hid anything. "That's right. Initially, I needed you to help unify the martial world." He maintained his expression as he stated his opinion. "But the girl's life is also very important." The ugly monster closed his eyes, pondering his words. "A child's life is very important. 3 years ago, when you were just a naughty brat, you said—" He recalled the memory, that your dream was to create a wonderful martial world. At that time, I thought it was just childish talk. The ugly monster slowly inquired, "But now you've matured. That dream, do you still hold on to it?" Ingiel was firm. "I still do." The ugly monster's eyes were contemplative. He spoke again. "Show me." It was both a challenge and an offer from a senior. The ugly monster expressed, "The true martial world you speak of, I will help you." Ingiel wasn't one for trifles. He asked bluntly, "This is a life-threatening matter. You won't regret it." The ugly monster's eyes were sharp and serious. "No regrets." Ingiel subtly reminded him, "Then you'll have to call me young master." The ugly monster had no problem with it. Still better than master. "But I'm also curious. He asked, "So what are you planning to do next?" Jian pondered for a moment, then grinned. "Next is—" The scene shifts to a small island on East Lake on the day of the third round. This East Lake is the largest lake in Wuhan. The contestants had gathered on the island, but the island was empty. People discussed, There's nothing here. What are we supposed to do?" Gian and Gyo-yan were also on the island. Gyo-yan looked around and exclaimed, "I didn't expect the third round to take place on an island." Suddenly, there was a loud shout, "Call my guard over here." Near where the two were standing, 3 people were in a verbal argument with a seemingly weaker person. Gyo-yan was curious. "What's going on?" The person making all the noise was none other than Su-sang. He questioned irritably, "Telling us to be on this deserted island without our guards. How ridiculous." The person seemed to be from the competition's announcement department. "Hey, young hero Yang, calm down. This is to ensure the fairness of the test." The Southern Music Alliance Lord also agreed. Su-sang immediately refuted. He would never agree to this. The announcer continued to explain, As I said, there are many masters from the Northern Sky Hegemon clan all over the island." Gian shook his head and sighed. This kid still hasn't changed. Gyo-yan was worried. "But will it be okay?" Gian commented. "The Hegemon clan masters he mentioned, they do have some skills." Gyo-yan was surprised. "You can sense their presence." Gian implicitly admitted it. He was also a little worried. "But I can't rest easy. You know that too." His gaze turned a bit cold. "In this martial world, a single slip-up can cost you your life, and unfortunate things always happen at times like these." At this moment, a boat was approaching the island. On the boat, a frightened girl screamed and covered her head, dodging the flying debris. A fierce-looking man in a red robe sitting on a bed yelled, "Get lost." He thrashed about on the bed in frustration. Damn it, why did they bring this monstrosity here? Then he called out again, "Hey, out there." From outside, a respectful yes was heard. The boat was speeding across the water as he spoke. "Are we there yet?" A guard outside reported. "We'll be there in about approx. 15 minutes? He licked his lips perversely. Good. An enjoying face with long curly hair and a muscular body. He was Yuma Chung, the #1 lewd demon. He thought for a moment and then exclaimed, "The ladies from noble houses must be very different." A flag was raised and someone shouted, "This is the Dragon and Phoenix flag." The bald man announced the rules sternly. Whoever obtains this Dragon and Phoenix flag will pass the third round. It turned out he was Judge Yom Chung. Everyone started chattering excitedly, "Yom, Grandmaster, Yom." A master like him is a judge. Jong Gyo-yan looked at Jok Egan and asked, "The third round is about fighting for the flag, so we have to fight to get it." Suddenly, Judge Yom Chung spoke loudly. It's not a fight, which made Jong Gyo-yan's heart skip a beat. With that, Judge Yum Chung pointed the flag towards 2 gates. He said, "Look at these 2 gates. Enter through the left gate, go around the island, and exit through the right gate." Judge Yum Chung explained seriously. In other words, this island is the third round. Everyone listened seriously. The first 4 Dragon and Phoenix pairs to return here. Not missing a single word from Judge Yum Chung, his face showed unconcealed confidence in his victory. He continued to announce the rules. A total of 8 people will win this flag. As soon as she heard that Ga Yang-hui rushed over to Jong Gyo-yan and asked, "So it's a test of lightness skill," making her heart skip a beat for the second time. Realizing her own rudeness, Ga Yang-hui chuckled softly and said, "Ah, I am Ga Yang-hui of the Blood King sect." She then introduced the person next to her. "This is my senior brother." Ga Yang-hui's senior brother blushed shyly and said, "Pal, pleased to meet you." Ga Yang-hui eagerly asked, "You are Miss Zhong of the Zhong sword sect, right?" Zhong Gyo-yan asked in surprise. "Huh, how did you know?" Ga Yang-hui nudged her senior brother in the stomach and answered for him. "My senior brother has met you a few times and has fallen for you." Hearing his junior sister sell him out and reveal his secret, he shouted in explanation, I never miss. You've misunderstood. Suddenly, someone yelled, Are you three here to play? Causing all three of them to bow in unison and stutter, Sorry. Jokigeon also helplessly bowed his head slightly. Judge Yum Chung spoke up. Agility alone won't be enough to win the Dragon and Phoenix flag because there are many traps on this island. Hearing this, two people grew worried and suspicious. Traps. No one said anything about this. Seeing this, Judge Yum Chung reassured them. But don't worry too much. See these wooden arrows? We will use these instead of real weapons. And if you get stuck in a trap, call the nearest judge. Under the surprised gazes of Jok Aigeon and Jonggyo-yeon, he continued, There will always be a judge near you. Finally, Judge Yum Chung only said 3 short words, Good luck. Both Jok Aigeon and Jonggyo-yeon entered the place, which had a picturesque landscape perfect for a nap. After walking for a while, Jonggyo-yeon said, This path is so deserted. Jok Aigeon closed his eyes calmly and replied as if resigned to fate. The journey of discovering untrodden paths is what gives it meaning. Hearing that Jonggyo-yeon turned and asked, You said you've been traveling the world since you were 10. You must have been to many places. He smiled and replied, There's almost no place I haven't been. Hearing this, Jonggyo-yeon replied, That's amazing. Then she thought, Do all the miraculous things you do come from experience? After thinking, Jonggyo-yeon said dejectedly, Looking at you, I feel so small. Seeing this, Jok Aigeon comforted her. Don't worry, I will take you to many places. By the way, Jok Aigeon asked, Didn't they say there would always be a judge nearby? Jonggyo-yeon replied, confused, Yes, what about it? He said with a serious face, I can't sense anyone's presence around us. Hearing that, Jonggyo-yeon's eyes widened in astonishment. What? At that moment, only the two of them were looking at each other in silence, neither speaking first. Sunlight filtered through the canopy shining down below. Now Jonggyo-yeon was the one to break the awkward silence. Why are you looking at me like that? Let's go. Suddenly she sensed danger, and her sword was already drawn from its scabbard. She spun around and blocked the danger with a clang. A wooden arrow fell at her feet. Jonggyo-yeon shouted a trap. From behind, another arrow flew towards her, but Jok Aigeon blocked it with his bare hand just before it could hit her. Jonggyo-yeon turned back and asked, There was another one, thank you. Jok Aigeon just stared at the arrow without answering, as if deep in thought. Jonggyo-yeon said, At this speed, even a wooden arrow is very dangerous. Jok Aigeon looked up and said, This is a real arrow. The arrow in his hand had a metal tip. Someone has changed the traps. Someone's scream shattered the atmosphere of their investigation. After hearing the scream, Jok Aigeon dashed towards the sound, saying, Let's go. Then both of them used their lightness skill to leap high and forward. The scene shifts to 2 mysterious figures standing in front of a wrecked boat somewhere. The man with a top knot pointed and asked, Did anyone report a boat arriving here? The other replied, No. What fool would come to the Dragon and Phoenix banquet? Before he could finish, both were drawn to a dark object falling from the sky towards them. They both watched it. The man with the top knot said, Something's falling. Both of them stared wide-eyed, speechless with astonishment. They stammered that's Judge Yoon. A mysterious and dangerous voice said, There are still judges left. From behind the dangerous-looking, mysterious figure continued, I sent people to take care of them a long time ago. The low, menacing voice continued, Why do they keep appearing like this? It was the blood-covered face of Yuma Chung, the #1 lewd demon. After getting a clear look, the expressions of the other 2 men became extremely ugly, frozen to the spot, unable to move. The long-haired man urged the one with the top knot, Quickly report this to Judge Yum Chung. The top-knot man turned and stammered, Yes. As he walked, he warned, I'll be right back. Be careful before he could finish a chain wrapped around his neck. And then red syrup splattered everywhere as his head was flung back in an instant. At that moment, the long-haired man turned, saw the scene, and stammered, What? The long-haired man yelled, You bastard! From behind him, the chains started to advance quickly. The long-haired man, still unaware, said, "How dare you kill someone from the Northern Sky Hegemon clan?" Before he could finish, another pillar of red syrup shot up high. Footsteps approached the spot full of red syrup, and his black shoes were also splattered with it. He walked and said, "Well, then I must go meet the young ladies." His voice echoed, "Let's go." The scene cuts back to Jeok-Igeon, who is moving at the speed of light towards the screams. Up ahead, a crowd of people appeared, gathered around something. No, from within the crowd, there were indescribable screams of pain. Jeok-Igeon's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. From behind, Jong-Yo-Yeon had also arrived, letting out a gasp of surprise, just as great as his. Over here, Yang Jahui was holding the body of her senior brother, crying tragically. "Senior brother, no." Her calls of senior brother echoed unanswered. The onlookers all grimaced with indescribable expressions. Meanwhile, Jong-Yo-Yeon was rushing over, calling Miss Ga, while Jeok-Igeon was observing something. He was looking at the pool of red syrup and the weapon embedded in the tree trunk in front of him. The weapon was so sharp that it had sliced nearly halfway through the tree and was still firmly stuck there. The witnesses also started to get scared, saying, I didn't know this tournament would be like this. I don't want to be a dragon in Phoenix anymore." At that moment, that man shouted loudly, "Judge, judge!" However, his calls were met with only silence, no response. Jeok-Igeon carefully scanned his surroundings, examining everything. Jong-Yo-Yeon turned and asked, Why is no one coming?" After a thought, she said again, "Something's not right. We should go back." Jeok-Igeon countered her idea. "We can't." Then he continued to explain what he knew. "This island has become a giant trap. If this is someone's scheme, they certainly anticipated us turning back. Perhaps the most dangerous trap is waiting there." Jeok-Igeon continued, "And if we get lost, we'll fall into a formation." At this, Jong-Yo-Yeon started to panic. "What then? Then what?" Before she could finish, Jeok-Igeon offered the only solution. The only way is to keep moving forward. Everyone was buzzing, discussing the event that had just unfolded before them. They huddled together in a circle. Jong-Yo-Yeon was intently examining the body when she suddenly shouted, "There's a formation." She turned towards Jeok-Igeon, looking up at him with eyes full of questions. "Is there a way to break it?" Jeok-Igeon answered her question calmly. "Whether it's a mechanism or a formation, there's always a way to break it because they were created by humans." Jong-Yo-Yeon was quite bewildered by his answer. "What do you mean?" Jeok-Igeon continued to explain. "They always prepare for the possibility of getting trapped themselves because humans hate situations with no way out." With sparkling eyes, Jong-Yo-Yeon looked up at him. "So can you break this formation?" Seol Byok-hwa looked at her with a puzzled expression. Then Seol Byok-hwa turned to look towards Jeok-Igeon as he spoke to Jong-Yo-Yeon. "It's difficult. If it were just me, I could do it." Then Jong-Yo-Yeon spoke up. "Then you should go alone and get help." But Jeok-Igeon immediately exclaimed, "I can't leave you behind." She felt helpless. This guy. Seol Byok-hwa stood outside their conversation with an emotionless face. "That's quite a boast." Then she glanced over at Yang Su-sang. His appearance made her re-evaluate, but still better than that other guy. He was covering his face in panic after seeing the body, looking flustered and confused, saying, "What is this I have to tell Grandpa?" The sky was gradually darkening, and the birds began to migrate back to their nests. Now everyone had started to leave the scene. Jong-Yo-Yeon and Jeok-Igeon left together. Groups of people walked together. Jong-Yo-Yeon said as she walked, "If we just follow this path, we'll be walking together again." Jeok-Igeon turned to look at her as she wondered, does the merging path mean we're almost there? He looked at her blankly and replied, "I guess so." Jeok-Igeon found it strange when she said, "The lack of more traps is making me even more worried." Thanks to his keen sense of touch, even through the soles of his shoes, Jeok-Igeon could feel something unusual. He scraped the ground with the tip of his shoe. There's something strange about the ground. Why is there a metallic sound? Suddenly, it was as if an earthquake erupted from underground. Pebbles and soil danced and flew up from the surface, stunning them both. Jongyo-yeon screamed, "Ah, the ground!" She squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, "A trap." Jok-Ijin indifferently watched her clumsy appearance, which looked quite funny. Jongyo-yeon observed the ground. Is this the trap for the third round, Jeok?" Igeon's expression was mysteriously contemplative. "No, this trap is not ordinary." People were panicking as they fell into a swamp trap. Cries rang out. My body can't get out. What is this swamp?" With his deep and profound knowledge, Jok-Igeon said, "This is the hell swamp mixed with severing sand." Jongyo-yeon was astonished to hear about this trap and asked again, "Severing sand hell swamp." He explained further, it's also known as the sand that severs fate. What Jok-Igeon revealed made her look clearly shocked. It seals your internal energy. The more you struggle, the deeper you get sucked in. He held out his hand, looking a little sad. Jok-Igeon told her, "My internal energy is also sealed." He added, "Furthermore, this swamp isn't the end of it." One person in the group trapped in the swamp pointed with a panicked expression. All eyes turned in that direction. Look over there." An enormous blade appeared. They screamed, "It's a trap." It was a wooden pillar stuck in the ground with a blade pointing forward, both large, long, and terrifying. Jok-Igeon and Jongyo-yeon both looked towards the trap. She stared. What is that?" She screamed, "Hey, it just moved." People started to scatter to avoid the blade. "Ah, get out of the way! My body can't move." Some of them couldn't move to escape the swamp. A woman stared and stammered, A real blade." Another exclaimed, "Ah, the blade." Everyone was panicked and scared. It's rising again. Luckily, no one was hurt. Jongyo-yeon was closely watching every move of this trap. Once again, she stared and exclaimed, It changed direction." The man screamed so loudly he lost all sense of direction. Ah, the blade seemed to be aimed at him. This time it's heading for me. Jang Ingiel looked towards him, not seeming very concerned about his current situation. That's your teammate. How unlucky." The man turned and grabbed Jang Ingiel's pants, begging pitifully, Young hero, save me." His face was utterly panicked, unsure if the other would help him, as he continued to plead and beg desperately. "Pull me up. I can't get up by myself." Jang Ingiel yelled angrily in his face. You madman! Let go! Do you want us both to die? Let go! The more you move, the deeper you'll be sucked in." Jang Manhwa suddenly pointed at the blade and shouted, "Ah, the blade is about to strike the ground." Jang Ingiel looked up horrified. Then boom, the ground shook as dirt flew everywhere. Fresh blood splattered all over Jang Ingiel's clothes, his face a mask of shock. The man had been dealt with by the blade, but his hands still clung to Jang Ingiel's pants, not letting go. The two Jang brothers were stunned by the gory scene. In Jang Ingiel's hand was a blood-stained blade. He looked at the sword and hesitated. Did I kill him? No, that's not it. He was going to die anyway. I almost died with him. Jang Ingiel was terrified when he saw the figure of Lim Hagi. He looked like his soul had left his body when he heard him speak. Lim, young hero Lim this. He glanced at him and said, "That was the right choice." Jang Ingiel forced a smile. "Yes, that's right. My choice was correct." Jongyo-yeon walked with Jok-Igeon and said, "You are so ruthless." She continued, "But I'm not sure I could have done anything different. Am I a bad person too?" In response to her gloomy sadness, Jok-Igeon said, "As long as you have that guilty thought, you're already a good person." She was surprised, her eyes wide. "Good, I'm already good," he said nonchalantly, "because this is an era where there's no such thing as guilt, an era where such thoughts are considered foolish." Someone screamed loudly, It changed direction again. No. Looking at the blade was disheartening. The swamp seals internal energy, and there are traps too. It's hopeless. Jongyo-yeon thought to herself. But why? Do I have a feeling that if he's by my side, everything will be all right? I have to find a way. She observed the ground. There was a patch of light. She wondered, What is this? Jongyo-yeon thought, right. That's it. He must be going to get help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly disappeared. A light appeared above her head, making her extremely curious. It was the light above the blade. Jong-gyo-yeon felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, the blade changed direction towards her position. Her shoes were soaked in mud. She fell backwards into the swamp, her face filled with panic. She was like swimming in mud. What is this? Jong-gyo-yeon was extremely curious about her current location. And then she suddenly fell into a beautiful green stream of water with countless clusters of bubbles. Her entire body had fallen into the water. Jong-gyo-yeon held her hand out in front of her and thought, "It's water. I can feel my internal energy, although it's very weak." She looked at the cool water in confusion. Suddenly, someone appeared in the water with her. Her expression at this moment was hard to describe. He took Jong-gyo-yeon's hand, a person who made her curious. He just silently gave a gentle smile, looking at her with a reassuring yet meaningful gaze. That look made Jong-gyo-yeon wonder, this is... Suddenly, a surge of power hit her so fast she couldn't react, only stare wide-eyed in astonishment. That surge of power was unleashed by Jeok-i-geon. He swung his arm, pushing Jong-gyo-yeon straight up, giving her no time to prepare. Jong-gyo-yeon looked at the person before her. He was using all his strength to push her out of this place, yet his face still held a calm smile despite the circumstances. Jong-gyo-yeon saw herself getting farther and farther away from Jeok-i-geon. Thanks to his power, she was slowly rising, while he sank further and further into the dark ocean below. In the blink of an eye, Jeok-i-geon had disappeared from her sight. Above the ground, a pillar of light shot up from the earth into the sky, making everyone around look up in amazement. Thanks to Jeok-i-geon's power, Jong-gyo-yeon was transported back to the surface. She was now floating in midair due to the inertia from the powerful push earlier. She couldn't hide her astonishment at her current position. Suddenly a voice echoed through the space, "Sever the mechanism." The voice gave Jong-gyo-yeon quite a shock. She was stunned. This voice, it's Ingiel's secret message. Lost in her thoughts, she completely forgot she was still in midair. Luckily, Jong-gyo-yeon immediately plunged her sword into the central platform. The sword dug deep into the wood, saving Jong-gyo-yeon from a free fall from the sky. Jong-gyo-yeon gritted her teeth and assessed her current situation. The stench of blood wafted everywhere, making her grimace in discomfort. Ugh, the smell of blood. Jong-gyo-yeon was gradually feeling helpless in her situation. This is beyond my ability. I need to use sword energy to cut something this big, but I've never... Suddenly sounds from the ground interrupted her thoughts. I can't hit his pressure points. Use a cloth to bandage the wound. Jong-gyo-yeon had no intention of prying into others' private affairs, but it seemed she recognized that tone of voice. Instantly, Jong-gyo-yeon recognized the person with the severe leg injury. Miss Ga. Ga Yang-hui over there looked to be in extreme pain. The skirt around her legs was also stained with blood, looking very pitiful. Then she turned to another direction. Her eyes fell on a man with a rather severe arm injury, but all his attention was on his beloved, who was in danger, crying out in heartbreaking agony. Please stop. Let me go, please. Besides that, there were countless other sorrowful cries for help. Father, mother, save me. Jong-gyo-yeon felt her body growing heavy. My body is being pulled down deep. She gritted her teeth, thinking of a solution. I have to cut it. Jong-gyo-yeon was now standing on the center of the giant mechanism, her mind racing, recalling everything she could apply to this situation. I already told you the difference between a master and a novice. Calm down and believe you can do it. The sorrowful sounds from below continued to besiege her mind. Junior sister, wake up my hand. Those sounds only strengthened Jong-gyo-yeon's resolve. Her determined gaze looked down. I have to cut it before it changes direction or more. People will get hurt. I can definitely do it. Jong-gyo-yeon focused with all her might, trying to block out the distracting sounds. I can't breathe. This time it's this direction. Help! Help! She closed her eyes. focusing all her senses on the sword in her hand. Focus on the sword. Her hand holding the sword gradually tightened. In this moment, early memories slowly flooded her mind from the very first day she held a sword. I've never missed a single day of practice. The young Jonggyo-yeon, even in heavy snow, never stopped practicing on her own with a training dummy. These memories seemed to bolster her confidence. Focus. Everything on this moment. Then without hesitation she swung her sword. She could feel her sword hand heating up. The hand wearing the god-sealing glove was burning hot. The sword was continuously absorbing energy. I can feel the internal energy gathering. Right at this moment, this very instant, Jonggyo-yeon no longer hesitated or waited, and immediately swung her sword. Her eyes shone brightly following the path of her swinging sword. The surge of power unleashed from the sword shot powerfully forward. It hurtled towards its target with single-minded focus. In the blink of an eye, the mechanism was severed by Jonggyo-yeon's sword. Jonggyo-yeon herself couldn't help but be stunned by this result. She had actually succeeded in cutting the mechanism. I cut it. The severed part of the mechanism fell straight down. This scene attracted the attention of the people below. Look. Look. The mechanism. Everyone was dazed, not understanding what had just happened. It wasn't until the mechanism splashed into the swamp that they came to their senses. Everyone cheered joyfully. The mechanism has been cut. We're saved. Only then did Jonggyo-yeon dare to breathe a sigh of relief. I thought I was a goner. Can we go back now? Everything seemed to have settled down. The people who were just submerged in the swamp had also safely made it to shore. They left in droves. Jok Igeon had also surfaced and was now walking with Jonggyo-yeon. As the two were quietly leaving, a young man ran up to Jonggyo-yeon to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, miss. Not only did you cut the mechanism. The young man sincerely expressed his gratitude for Jonggyo-yeon's actions in saving everyone. But you also jumped to the other side of the swamp and used a rope to pull all of us up. If not for you, we would have drowned. Hearing the man say this, Jonggyo-yeon just mumbled and glanced towards Jok Igeon. She couldn't help but wonder, many people have thanked you. But, as if understanding her confusion, Jok Igeon raised his hand, signaling her to say nothing. Seeing this, Jonggyo-yeon didn't press the matter and turned to reply to the young man, it's all right. I'm just glad everyone is safe. Afterward, she turned to ask Jok Igeon, why didn't you let them speak? If it weren't for you, we would have died. This whole thing was horrible. Hearing this, Jok Igeon smiled and turned to answer, because I don't want to attract attention yet. Jonggyo-yeon became even more confused after hearing his answer. Not yet. But she didn't dare ask further and just wondered to herself, what are you planning? The two continued forward, but Jonggyo-yeon stopped short. Why did this happen? She lowered her eyes and asked again, is someone targeting the Dragon and Phoenix contestants? Just a coincidence? Hearing this, Jok Igeon turned to look at her. I already told you. He then patiently explained to Jonggyo-yeon again. There are no coincidences in the martial world. He told her everything he knew. Although I don't know the reason, this is not something a single individual can do. There must be a secret organization behind this. Hearing this, Jonggyo-yeon was a bit stunned. An organization? Jok Igeon seemed to be in deep thought. Daring to go against the Northern Sky Hegemon clan is no small feat. At this moment, in a luxurious room, a beautiful woman was lounging on a divan with an expression of enjoyment. Beside her sat an old master sitting solemnly at the guest table. The woman sat there leisurely and spoke a sentence out of context. By now, everything must have started. Yonsa sat there with a serious face listening to her. Seeing that he didn't reply, the woman shot a quick glance at him. The woman spoke again, asking, do you still think hiring Yuma Chung was a mistake? At this, Yonsa finally spoke. Actually, I don't care about that. What I'm worried about... He paused for a moment, then looked up directly at the woman. Is your intention in hiring him? Hearing this, the woman's eyes turned somewhat cold. Then she slowly closed her eyes to compose herself. Her demeanor immediately returned to how it was before, a nonchalant look, as if nothing concerned her. I don't understand what you are talking about. Back to Jok Ijeon's side, he and Jong Gyo-yeon were walking side by side following the crowd. Suddenly, someone in front of them shouted, "Ah!" He excitedly pointed at the wooden gate ahead. "Look, look!" He yelled in joy, "The exit." With that, he and the others all ran towards the gate. "Ah, we can get out. We're saved." Jong Gyo-yeon was still a bit skeptical. "Is it all over?" Jok Ijeon also stared at the gate with suspicious eyes. "This is—" However, as soon as those people ran through the gate, they immediately froze. Someone had noticed the unusual presence in that area. This presence doesn't belong to a judge. And at that moment, their eyes fell upon a person brutally hanged by a chain. The crowd was stunned silent at the sight. One person seemed to recognize the identity of the hanged man and stammered, "Yom, Grand Master Yom." Then, an incredibly horrifying scene of death slowly unfolded before them. A group of armed men stood there. The ground was littered with the bodies of people who had been viciously and brutally murdered. Standing in the middle of them was a man in a red robe who appeared to be the leader of the group of killers. The witnesses to this scene couldn't contain their fear. They fearfully backed away. No, it can't be. The man who had just backed away quickly mumbled in fear, "A master like Grand Master Yom." Just then he bumped into Jeok Ijeon's chest from behind. Jeok Ijeon reached out to steady the man and then spoke, "This isn't the end." The two sides stood silently just looking at each other. At this moment, Jeok Ijeon spoke again, his voice becoming much more serious. "It's only just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Yum Ma Chung, the #1 lewd demon, leaned in his eyes bloodthirsty, as if wanting to slaughter every living being on earth. He even had a savage smile on his lips. His face was still stained with the blood of the innocent people he had murdered. At this point, the two sides were facing each other directly. Yum Ma Chung didn't hesitate to speak first. "I'm sure there are still some who don't know me." He nonchalantly introduced himself. "People call me Yum Ma Chung, the lewd demon bug." The crowd on the other side immediately started buzzing. Everyone was terrified by this name. Yum Ma Chung. Jok Ijeon and Jong Gyo-yeon also couldn't help but have their own thoughts. The reaction of the crowd amused Yum Ma Chung and his subordinates, who laughed mockingly. "I'm not joking with you." Jong Gyo-yeon cautiously turned to ask Jok Ijeon, "Yum Ma Chung, isn't he—" Jeok Ijeon immediately finished her sentence. "The infamous lecher who rapes women and practices evil arts by absorbing their yin energy." Jong Gyo-yeon was horrified. "Abs absorb yin energy." "He sucks the life force out of women," Jok Ijeon replied. "That's right. It's said that if he drains their life force, the victims will lose all their vitality, and their lives will be worse than death." After saying that, he even turned to joke with Jong Gyo-yeon beside him. Luckily, I'm not a woman, which made her face darken completely. Jong Gyo-yeon couldn't help but retort, "You can still joke at a time like this." But Jeok Ijeon's attention was now on a woman whose gaze towards him was rather inappropriate. The woman's eyes gleamed as if she was about to pounce on a tasty prey. "You look delicious." This scene left Jong Gyo-yeon feeling helpless. At this moment, Yum Ma Chung on the other side spoke again. "The one who hired us said, to give you a taste of hell." Hearing this, Jong Gyo-yeon softly turned to ask Jok Ijeon, "The one who hired you, isn't it the organization you mentioned?" Jok Ijeon also voiced his deduction. "Instead of killing, they use such a despicable method. It seems—" He paused for a moment and then continued his speculation. "He's acting out of hatred rather than ambition." That Yum Ma Chung guy started targeting the women again with lewd comments. "So many beauties, but I can't enjoy them all in one day. What a pity. Who should I choose?" Lim Hagi was deep in thought when he heard someone call young hero Lim. The red-haired young man who had just called him immediately approached and proposed a partnership. "This lecher. Let's join forces and eliminate him." Lim Hagi glanced at the young man and retorted, If I and young hero Zhang join forces, can we kill Yum Chung? Yum Chung seemed to have heard their discussion. He spoke with a disdainful tone. Humph, forget Yum Chung. You couldn't even defeat a single judge. And yet you have such a thought in your heads. A young man hearing Yum Chung's words couldn't contain his anger and humiliation and charged forward. You bastard! Lim Hagi witnessed his impulsive action and only had time to offer a piece of advice, but it was too late. A direct attack isn't justice, it's stupidity. The young man, full of hot-blooded courage, charged forward to reclaim his honor, even if it meant death. Who do you think you're doing that to, leaving Lim Hagi to just watch him rush to his doom? The young man drew his sword and rushed swiftly towards Yum Chung, but the latter showed no sign of dodging. Suddenly he smirked sinisterly. In the blink of an eye, his hand had firmly grasped the elbow that was pointing a sword at his face. His movements were so fast they were almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. With just a little force, he was able to break the young man's arm. The young man was stunned by the series of lightning-fast actions. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot up from his arm and he screamed in agony. The onlookers were equally stunned. It was only when the young man's cry of pain rang out that they came to their senses. My arm. Without stopping, Yum Chung suddenly grabbed the young man's neck with one hand, instantly silencing him. He squeezed his neck tightly and easily lifted the young man up, taunting such a big mouth. He directed a mocking gaze at the young man, who no longer had the strength to struggle. Is that all you have, a mouth? Then suddenly his eyes darkened. He commanded in a gruff voice, "Close your eyes." The young man was being choked breathless, but his mind was still filled with terrifying thoughts. The pressure is terrifying. But the young man used his last bit of breath to roar, "You bastard!" In his mind now were only the teachings of his family. Grandpa said you must fight with spirit. He yelled right in Yum Chung's face, "You dare touch me, you will!" Before he could finish, he was slapped hard across the face. The young man seemed to have been slapped into unconsciousness. Jang Ingiel and Lim Hagi stared in astonishment at the beaten man. The others could no longer hide their fear. Chung delivered another slap, giving the young man no chance to react. The young man was beaten black and blue, his mouth continuously spitting blood. Jong Gyo-yeon, witnessing this from the side, anxiously grabbed Jok Ijion's hand. No, it can't be. If everyone attacks together... Jok Ijeon understood her worry. He took her sword hand as if to reassure her. Jok Ijeon spoke up to reassure Jong Gyo-yeon. "Wait, I won't let him kill you." But Jok Ijeon seemed to have no intention of rushing to help. He nonchalantly said to Jong Gyo-yeon, "This experience will be very helpful for you." On the other side, the young man was beaten to a pulp, blood pooling on the ground beneath him. His face was completely bruised, and the streaks of blood on it made him look extremely pathetic. Chung coldly looked at the person before him. The young man struggled to lift his eyelids to see the one who had reduced him to this state. Seeing him struggle, Yum Chung spoke, "I should have done this from the beginning." With that, he flung the young man to the ground. He smugly used him as an example for the others. It would have been better if you had cooperated obediently from the start. As he was speaking, a figure glided past him, instantly silencing him. He spun around towards the person and called out loudly, "No! No! Miss!" The girl walked straight to where the young man had fallen to help him up, ignoring Yum Chung's calls. Seeing a beautiful woman, Yum Chung immediately became excited. He loudly asked the girl, "What is your name?" The girl didn't seem scared at all and coldly replied, "Seol Byok-hwa." Hearing this name, Yum Chung showed great interest. "Seol Byok-hwa, the #1 beauty of the central capital. Your reputation is well-deserved indeed. Coming from the prestigious Greenwater Mountain Manor, your internal energy must be very pure." But he didn't seem completely satisfied. He sighed. "But you alone are a bit too few." Then he turned to scan the crowd. And then Jong Gyo-yeon accidentally caught his eye. "Oh, this young lady is also very pleasing to my eyes." He spoke rapidly, giving her no time to process what was happening. What's your name, but it doesn't matter anymore. With that, he turned and ordered his subordinate, take these two to the back. The rest of you keep a careful watch. Hearing this, the subordinate couldn't help but question, keep watch. We need to get them off the island before we're discovered. But Yuma Chung had no patience to listen to him. He immediately grabbed the subordinate's collar and yelled, "Shut up," he said in a cold voice. "I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Anyone who says anything, I'll kill them." His sharp gaze terrified the subordinate. But suddenly a voice rang out, breaking the terrifying atmosphere. "Wait." A subordinate, seeing him fearlessly interrupt Yuma Chung, was about to charge forward aggressively. That guy dares. Yuma Chung found it strange and asked, "What is it?" Jok Ijian calmly opened his mouth. "She and I," he immediately made up a rather absurd reason, "are a dragon and phoenix pair. We live and die together." This statement silenced everyone. Yuma Chung still asked patiently, "So what do you want?" Jok Ijian stated his intention without hesitation. "If you want to take them, take me too." Hearing this, Yuma Chung looked at him like he was a madman. "Is this guy insane? Fine, take him too. I'll show you all a good show." A while later, the four of them were taken to a cave with that Yuma Chung. He happily turned his head back to look. "I've never seen so many beautiful women." He excitedly glanced at the two beautiful girls. Not just one, but two. "I'm really lucky today." Jok Ijian seemed to be able to casually joke with him. "And you even met a pair of lovebirds." He replied nonchalantly, "I've encountered this situation before. I enjoy the woman in front of the man. She cries tragically." With that, he leaned his face close to Jonggyo-yeon. "How interesting. I'm really looking forward to today." Before he could finish, the flame was blown out. The cave was pitch black and shaking slightly, causing the two, including Seol Byok-hwa, to fall over. Yuma Chung, being ambushed, immediately raised his guard. What? Who controlled the blood bees. He searched all around his hand, tightening on the chain, ready for a fight. Earth wind. Where did it come from? He glanced around, and seeing Jonggyo-yeon's confused state, he immediately dismissed her. "It's not her." Then his gaze fell on the still calm Jok Igeon, and he grew suspicious. "Then it's him." Just then, as if sensing Yuma Chung's gaze, Jok Igeon gently glanced at him. Their eyes met instantly. He didn't look startled at all, but gave a provocative smirk. Yuma Chung, now certain he was the culprit, immediately launched an attack towards Jok Igeon. "It's you." Jok Igeon still maintained that provocative smile. He leapt up easily, dodging an attack from Yuma Chung. Seeing this, he was a bit stunned. He dodged my attack. Jok Igeon landed lightly on the chain. Then without delay, he charged straight at him to counterattack. He launched a palm strike straight at his chest, but there was something he didn't expect. Yuma Chung suddenly broke into a savage smile. Heh. He had managed to block with his chain in front of his chest. Then with a face full of interest, he looked at the person before him. "It seems you're no ordinary junior." Jok Igeon took his words as a compliment and replied, "That's obvious." Pausing their exchange for a moment, Yuma Chung immediately counterattacked. He swung his chain forcefully. This is it. The chain slammed into the cave wall, causing rocks to crack and break. Large and small rocks rained down from the tremor. On her side, Jonggyo-yeon was struggling to pull Seol Byok-hwa and the other to safety, worrying the cave. The cave is about to collapse. Is Igeon okay? The frequency of falling rocks increased. Yuma Chung stood still, looking at the dusty, dim cave. He looked around cautiously. Where did that guy hide? At the same time, Jok Igeon was right behind him, preparing a sneak attack. But his keen senses helped him detect Jok Igeon's intention. He easily dodged the move, only getting a small scratch. But that scratch made his face darken. The scar on my face. He then roared in anger, scaring the women, and then forcefully threw the chain that was wrapped around Jok Igeon's hand. And he still easily dodged this attack. He gained momentum and kicked Yuma Chung straight in the face, sending him flying. He coughed in pain, his mouth full of blood, his eyes dazed. Yuma Chung staggered to regain his balance. Immediately after, he charged again to attack Jok Igeon. You bastard! Jok Aijin used a hand chop to block his strike. Then he continued to use his bare hands to knock the chain away. The two fought head-on, both giving their all, causing the cave to shake continuously with every move. Jonggyo-yeon, witnessing from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, What a terrifying battle. She watched Aijian continuously gain the upper hand against Yumma Chung in astonishment. I knew Aijian was skilled, but I never expected it to be to this extent. Ma Chung was struggling against Aijian's attacks. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I can't believe there's someone like this here. He seemed to have underestimated Jeokis-gyeon at first, which is why he was so stunned now. I couldn't have predicted this outcome. At his age, he's too strong. While he was thinking, Jok Aegeon continued to attack with a palm strike. Yumma Chung seemed interested in this move. He didn't hesitate to charge forward. I'll take this move of yours. The two surges of power collided head-on. The blast of power seemed to want to blow everything away. Yumma Chung suddenly smirked. You fool. He still seemed confident in his own strength. No matter how strong you are, you're just a kid, not even 20 years old. You think you can stand against my internal energy, I who have absorbed countless yin energies. Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Jok Aegeon stood firm against his immense internal energy. This was completely unexpected for him. This guy, why isn't he wavering at all? Unwilling to lose here, he immediately focused all his internal energy to shake Jok Aegeon. More and more rocks continued to fall from around the cave. Jonggyo-yeon was worried. Is the cave shaking because of their palm strike clash? Neither of them backed down. The surrounding cave seemed about to crack open and collapse completely. However, the power they unleashed only grew stronger. A large hole had also been punched through the cave ceiling. The battle between our protagonist and Yumma Chung, the #1 lewd demon, became more intense than ever. In the deep, dark forest, the pitch-black night created a mysterious and captivating atmosphere. Elsewhere, Jonggyo-yeon was frantically searching for any trace of Jok Aegeon in the dark forest night. Right now, the two were quite evenly matched, neither willing to yield. The internal energy of both was immense, their faces extremely tense. The expressions on both their faces showed extreme determination to fight. Jok Aegeon looked at Yumma Chung with eyes as sharp as a blade full of anger. For something so trivial, you dare to harm so many people. Yumma Chung's eyes seemed to reflect something in front of him that made his heart skip a beat. It turned out Jok Aegeon had unleashed a brilliant sword gleam technique that completely dazed and blinded him. The sudden attack left him unprepared and unable to defend. Now he was covered in injuries with blood splattering everywhere. Yumma Chung, in this moment of helplessness, his eyes dazed, and blood dripping from his mouth, had to admit he's stronger than me. Yumma Chung immediately changed direction. He looked towards Jonggyo-yeon in the distance, plotting. If that's the case, then... He threw his chain towards her. The only way is to take a hostage. Jonggyo-yeon was completely surprised by the impending ambush. She was now in his sights. Jok Aegeon raised his sword, preparing to strike him down to thwart his plan. Jok Aegeon anxiously called her name, their eyes meeting. Gyo-yeon. He spoke to her and then directly attacked Yumma Chung with his sword. Close your eyes. He was like a lost soul after being attacked, utterly panicked. What was that? I barely dodged it. He stared in astonishment at the incredibly cool image of Jok Aegeon. Jonggyo-yeon looked at him with questioning eyes. Yumma Chung, the #1 lewd demon, tried to escape while Jok Aegeon had his guard down. Jok. Aegeon smirked and drew his sword. Where do you think you're going? He stomped on the ground to gain momentum, then prepared to attack him. Once again, it was a bloody, gory image of him. Finally, he had to scream in rage. Ha ha, give me. But it seemed Jok Aegeon wasn't finished yet. He unleashed a technique that caused a landslide, so much so that his blood splattered onto Jok Aegeon's cold face. Jonggyo-yeon watched, also terrifyingly astonished. She said nothing and just observed. The eyes of Yumma Chung became strangely dazed and foolish. He panted and asked, Who on earth are you? Jok Aegeon's appearance now was incredibly cool and cold. He still hadn't uttered a word. The red liquid flowing on the ground made them panic. How did this happen? One of them spoke up. I heard a strange noise in the cave, so I came to check. They were terrified. Don't tell me you caused all of this. Hearing this, everyone became vigilant, raising the swords in their hands. One of them charged aggressively, shouting, "Kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of red blood erupted. The remaining men were utterly horrified. Following that, Ingiel did a flip in the air, smoothly taking down each one of them in turn. Heads were severed from bodies. They suffered fatal sword strikes, leaving only screams of despair. A splash of red landed on Gyeoyeon's face. Witnessing the scene before her, she could only remain silent. Under the bright moonlight shining on him, she didn't know what to say. The scene was incredibly grim. She recalled the moment he gave her a warm smile. Is this the Ingiel I know? Gyeoyeon called out, Ingiel. He turned his head. What she saw horrified her. His face was filled with killing intent. On that face were countless droplets of blood. He smiled as he replied, I told you to close your eyes. Ingiel approached her and said calmly, I still haven't completely mastered it. The entire sword emitted a powerful spiritual energy. This is my mother's weapon. She wondered to herself, is that sword so terrifying? He resolutely promised himself, the sword is my father's weapon, but I will use my mother's weapon to unify the world. I will not draw the sword. Hearing this, Gyeoyeon didn't know what to advise. She wondered to herself, why carry his father's weapon, but not use it? He asked her with concern, Are you okay? He still gave her a gentle smile. The two looked into each other's eyes. Under the shimmering light of the moon shining down into the cave, she suddenly realized, no matter what you become, you are still you. The people sincerely thanked him. Thank you so much. If it weren't for the young hero, we would have been dead. We will never forget this kindness. Susang dazed and stammered, no, that was... He also didn't know what had happened. What just happened? He recalled earlier. When he woke up in the cave, his sword was covered in red blood. In front of him were dead bodies. What is this? Ma Chung and his subordinates are all dead. He recalled Ijeon's story. I think I just dozed off, but when I woke up... Gyeoyeon understood and chimed in, and I had a sword wound on my hand. He silently affirmed what they're saying. It's all too much of a coincidence. Susang's eyes were resolute. This matter. He looked up at the starry sky and told himself Grandpa must have transferred some kind of martial art into me. He acted strangely in front of everyone, looking up at the sky. Thank you, Grandpa. In the distance, Byeokhwa had also just woken up. Nearby, Susang, although he had no idea if he had actually done anything, confidently took the credit. Ha 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 ha. It's a good thing everyone is safe. The crowd cheered. Young hero Yang, you truly are a hidden master. He smugly thought I deliberately pretended to be weak to deceive Ma Chung. Byeokhwa suddenly saw Gyeoyeon and Ingiel sitting by the lake watching the moon. Gyeoyeon looked at him and complained, Young hero Yang, I can't believe he took the credit. Ingiel was calm. It's to be expected. Fame and reputation are everything to them. She wondered, are those things that important? He spoke up. Look. In the distance, a small boat was approaching. The boat is here to pick us up. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, this event will change the martial world. The scene shifts to Yang and Myong's residence. Makho reported, but the young master defeated Ma Chung and saved the Dragon and Phoenix contestants. He said excitedly, he has achieved a great deed. The old man was not quick to celebrate. He seemed to know something. It wasn't Susang's doing. The other was surprised. The old man affirmed he's still not strong enough to face Ma Chung. The other was skeptical. Then who was it? He asked him. That young man also participated in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, didn't he? The other realized, you mean Jiak Ijeon, the one we met at the brothel. The memory of him surfaced. Yes, Jiak Ijeon. He defeated Ma Chung. How ridiculous. But I have a feeling he's involved in this. Makho asked him, should we investigate secretly? He replied, no need to provoke him. Just pretend we don't know and continue to monitor. He obeyed. Yes, In any case, this is an opportunity to take down the hegemon clan. The old man wondered, "Are you planning to let this go?" The other didn't understand. "Huh," the old man replied. "Of course not. We can corner them with this incident, but this alone isn't enough to bury them." He frowned. The mastermind behind this is truly audacious. If something happened at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, he warned, then something could also happen at the Great Heavenly Dragon Tournament. In Myung's expression was sinister. "Even if I don't know who it is, I will dance to his tune." The scene shifts to a place with overlapping mountains and a picturesque landscape. In front of the gates of the New Wind Manor, Gyo-yeon wondered. "Early this morning you said you had to go somewhere." She saw the decorated place. New Wind Manor. Where is this? Gyo-yeon happily introduced my home. She was surprised. Really? She marveled to herself. "I thought I wouldn't be surprised by anything you do anymore." He gallantly opened the door and invited her in. She silently acknowledged, "But you exceed my imagination." He enthusiastically introduced, "I named this place hoping to create a new wind in the martial world." She was amazed by the scenery ahead. His home's grounds made her exclaim, "It's wonderful." He asked, "How is it? Do you like it?" Gyo-yeon was full of praise. "It's so beautiful. But why did you build such a large house?" He confided, "I'm going to establish a sect." She was surprised. "A what a sect?" He flashed a radiant smile. "The sect's name is the Blue Sky Sect Keonchunman." She silently praised Blue Sky. What a nice name. Sunlight shone on the bamboo leaves. She toured the house and asked, "The garden in the back is also beautiful. When did you start building this?" He replied, "I started preparing a few months ago." Suddenly she stopped. Gyo-yeon was skeptical. Is this a formation?" He explained, "a simple formation to block out sound." She wondered, block out sound, why? Ijin slowly opened the large door. "It's because," she watched bewildered. Before them was a construction site, bustling and crowded. The Blue Sky Sect was truly being built here. He seemed pleased with what was happening. A project of incredibly grand scale was nearing completion. She was extremely surprised. "How is this possible? I never expected such a vast space behind a normal manor." Gyo-yeon enthusiastically described his beloved project. In other words, the New Wind Manor is the entrance to the Blue Sky Sect. He explained, "We utilized the gourd-like terrain to create a place like this. This way we can comfortably handle all matters of the Blue Sky Sect under the guise of the New Wind Manor." Everyone on the construction site was working very hard. He talked about his plan. "We blindfolded the construction workers when we brought them here. This way they themselves will be safe later on." Gyo-yeon talked endlessly about his future construction plans. "I will build a hall and dormitories for thousands of people to use." She seemed to not believe her ears. Impossible. How many sects in the martial world can accommodate that many people? A strange voice sounded. What is he planning to do? Gyo-yeon shared his thoughts. For a long time, the four great powers have dominated the martial world. He seemed a little sad. But now, perhaps we need to change that. She was surprised. What he continued, and an amused smile appeared on his handsome face. Take their position as the rulers of the martial world. The scene shifts to the Northern Sky Hegemon clan's branch in Wuhan. A loud bang is heard. Ga-eun-sang roared. "We entrusted our children to you because we trusted the Northern Sky Hegemon clan." His voice was full of frustration. "And now you say you're sorry that it happened. If you lost your own children, would you say the same thing?" The people around whispered among themselves, "Should we stop him? He's completely lost his composure." Everyone seemed to understand why he was so upset. His top disciple had died and his daughter's leg had been chopped off. Lim Cheonsi spoke up. "As a father, I understand the feelings of the family heads here." He seriously affirmed, "We will commit to a thorough investigation of this matter." The scene flashes back to an earlier time. Just as predicted, the major sects, and the clans that lost their children in the recent competition. Elder Pa warns they won't just let this slide. He replies, "I didn't expect our hidden enemy to prepare so many things to cause us trouble." He speculates it seems there's a traitor within the clan. Cheonse is still relaxing with his muses and melodious music. "So, What should we do now? The old man proposes a plan. Now we need to turn those who successfully stopped the enemies in the recent competition into chivalrous heroes of the Murim. A bloody scene appears. He explains his plan. The children who died in the competition will be portrayed as too weak and will face public criticism. Excellent, their deaths will then become a stain on their own clans. He nods in approval. That's a good idea, but of course many will not accept it, so there will still be many consequences. Everyone around looks at his reaction after hearing that statement. He seriously accepts the blame. I fully accept responsibility for this negligence. As the clan head, it's my duty. He continues explaining to ease the tension. Although the recent situation was dire, most of the participants in the Dragon Phoenix Grand Assembly returned alive. Of course, many rookies used their own strength to defeat countless enemies. Seeing this, Ga-un retorts, "But if your grandson had died here, would you say it so simply?" The person next to him is startled. "Hey." Cheonsi's face darkens as he questions, "Why do you keep mentioning my grandson? What do you mean by that?" He speaks a sentence filled with anger. Should I have slit Hagi's throat or done something similar? Hearing that the man is at a loss for words, In Mayong speaks up clan head Ga. He reminds him no one wanted that tragedy, but it has already happened. You shouldn't be angry. It won't achieve anything. His eyes well up with sad tears, mixed with a hint of resentment, as he silently blames them. If this competition were hosted by the Hyolwangmun Blood King sect and Hagi's leg had been cut off, then the Hyolwangmun would have already been erased from the Murim. He screams in extreme pain. Then he covers his face and cries. Seemingly understanding his feelings, he appears to have been very angry, but it seems he is surrounded by the bodies of those who died unjustly, silently trapping him in his sorrow. The truth is, to climb to the position of clan head, he has trampled over countless innocent people and his own enemies. In the end, in this Murim, he is like a tiger hungry for the position of clan head, tearing apart the weak and eliminating them to easily achieve his goals. It's simply the strong devouring the weak. His face is cold and unwavering. That is an unchangeable law. He calculates silently. It seems today is the last day we will see the sect master of Hyolwangmun. As for Igian and Gyo-ryan, the two are strolling through the forest together. He brings her up to speed on the situation. On this mountain, there's a group of bandits called the Pungsan Che Wind Mountain Stronghold. Recently, they've been frequently robbing merchant caravans under the pretext of robbing the rich to give to the poor. He seems interested. Now I'm going to annihilate them. Hearing that she recalls the moment he didn't hesitate to deal with that group of people. Annihilate. Just like that time, she runs after him speaking her mind. Wait. But there might be good people there. They only became mountain bandits because they were too hungry. He refutes. Since when can robbers be good? A kind assassin, a kind enemy? Do you think that makes sense? Igion asserts a good person will always do good things, that's all. Before them is the gate of the Pungsan Che stronghold. He boldly declares, "Anyway, we just need to kill them all to finish the job." She's speechless. Kill them all. What are you talking about? The two gate guards see their figures from afar and prepare to fight. Did they get lost and end up here? Another one looks lustful. Hey, that girl looks pretty. They declare grandly, "We can't let that girl get away." As soon as he finishes speaking, one of them brandishes a sword and charges from behind while Igion is still talking. You know they've already killed many people. Gyo-ryan immediately shouts a warning, "Behind you!" But perhaps her words should have been for the other guy. Igion grabs the blade with his bare hand. Then he uses his strength to slam the hilt of the sword back into the man's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He screams in pain, his teeth and lips a bloody mess. He thinks to himself, if I don't kill all these bandits, how can this place ever be at peace? The other guard was about to run over, but freezes upon witnessing the scene. Igion turns to face him. He flashes a sinister smile that terrifies the man to his core. As he finishes speaking, he suddenly appears behind the man. You think if we just beat them up and drive them away, they'll become good people. The man has no time to react. Entering the stronghold, screams of pain echo continuously. Ryan fights against those who try to stop her. He reminds her, "You can feel their killing intent, can't you?" As he flies, fights, and talks to Ryan, "If you hesitate to act, the one who dies will be you." A large man launches a sneak attack from behind Ryan. She detects it just in time, twisting on her ankle. She turns around and lands a powerful blow to his neck. She suddenly realizes something as the man spits up fresh blood after that devastating blow. This feeling is completely different from before. She boasts to Ingiel, "My martial arts seem to have improved a lot." He attacks continuously, looking very satisfied. "How do you feel now?" He explains that feeling of comfort in battle tells you that you've become much stronger, but Ingiel thoughtfully reminds her the Murim is not this simple. Her sharp eyes spot a strange object flying towards her. She yells hidden weapon, then she uses her sword to slice the object in half. A thick cloud of dust spreads in the air, falling right before her eyes. That dust might be a diversion. Her eyes are hit by the dust, and she quickly covers them with her hand. "What is that?" A voice rings out. "Just the two of you dare to come here and cause trouble." It turns out to be the leader of Pungsan Chai. He laughs contemptuously. "With such mediocre martial arts, it's no wonder you'll lose your lives here." She panics. "Is it poison?" He retorts, "It's not poison." He gives a sinister smile. "It's an aphrodisiac." She is stunned by his words. "Now your body will heat up, and you'll seek out a man to satisfy your animalistic urges. If you don't couple with a man, you'll bleed from your 7 orifices and die. Those who dare cause trouble here can't expect to leave in one piece." Terrified, she asks Ingiel, "No way did he say it's an aphrodisiac." He reassures her, "Don't worry." He smiles cheerfully and replies, "I'm a man too, you know." He confidently points to himself while her face darkens. She quickly draws her sword, charges forward, and yells, "Hand over the antidote." A moment later, he sits obediently on the ground before them and confesses, "This pouch of poison is what you were hit with." He explains, "Among these 3 vials, only one is the antidote. The other 2 will make the poison even more potent." His face is bruised all over, his eyes swollen, but he remains defiant. "You'll die with me." She's a little panicked. What he speaks up, it's simple. Ingiel's expression suddenly turns cold. "Throw the poison at him." Ryan is confused. "Throw the poison." He explains, "He said his internal energy is weaker than yours, so he'll die first. Then he'll have to take the antidote to save himself." He adds threateningly, "Of course, doing that will kill him anyway." Hearing this, the man feels a bit dizzy. She holds the pouch of poison, silently contemplating, "Do I have to throw this poison on someone else to survive?" Ingiel watches her as if expecting something. Ryan's hand begins to tremble. He lets out a sigh. Then he takes the pouch from her hand. "If my mother met you, she would really like you." "She's surprised, your mother." He analyzes, "Because your personality is quite similar to my father's." With that, he kicks the man in the face. "Now circulate your energy following my lead. The abnormal energy in your body will gradually subside. You'll feel it soon." After a moment, Ryan does as he says. The method actually works. She's surprised. "No way." Ryan exclaims, "The poison energy is really gone." He praises her. "You were right not to throw the poison at him." Ryan wonders, "Are you being serious?" Ingiel reveals his feelings. "I like you because you're a good person." She seems a bit moved, dazed. He advises, "But you need to become stronger." She listens intently to his words. "Only by being strong can you protect your kind heart." After observing, he remarks, "In the current state of the Murim, that personality of yours will only bring you suffering. Therefore, you need to be stronger. Only then can you do what you want." The sky has darkened. At the Jiangxim faction. Inside the room, Dae-san is discussing, "I heard the girl from the Jongjam sect performed quite well at the Dragon Phoenix assembly." He wonders, will she be assigned to participate with our young master? Manhwa covers her mouth and chuckles. That's right, she didn't even pay any attention to Big Brother. Can't blame her. Look how handsome and suave young hero Jock is. Ingiel is a bit hurt. "Why would you—" She gives him a teasing glance. How pathetic. Losing face over a woman like that? You're not okay at all, brother. The man intervenes. Being looked down upon by a woman like that is not good at all. Let's just drop it. He updates them. By the way, I heard the sect master of Heilwangman has hanged himself. Ingiel is surprised what he killed himself because his daughter's leg was cut off. Inhwa chimes in how foolish. Inhwa's eyes sharpen. Did he really commit suicide? Or did the Bukshin Pa Northern Heavenly Sect make a move? Ingiel looks surprised. What Daisan agrees. That's right. The Bukshion Pa of the Bukshion Paiga is exactly that kind of place. He gives a treacherous smile. That's why I say we've chosen the right side. Inside his room, he constantly schemes. That's how we were able to build the Jiangxim faction to be this strong. It's all thanks to our loyalty to the Bukshin Paiga, right? As long as we don't displease them in the future, we'll be fine. Aigian stands with Mu Yong and remarks, quite lively, isn't it? The boy adds, if something had happened at the ancient sword shop today, no one would be happy, but Aigian listens to him. It's been a long time since I've seen you dressed so neatly, young master. Do you really have to prepare this much? He explains if I want to play the role of the Bukshin Pa's inner hall master, I have to do this. Aigian asks him, did you bring it? The boy hands it to him. Here you go. He praises as expected, the mask you made looks amazing, young master. Creating a human skin mask like this is not simple at all. Though he praises him, the boy feels a bit apprehensive. But there are many more truly fearsome things about the young master. He senses it in Aigian, his voice expression and gestures all change, almost transforming him into a different person that no one would recognize. Aigian holds the small chest hopeful. If everything goes well tonight, we won't have to worry about money for a long time. Furthermore, the Jiangxim faction and the Bukshion Paiga will have a conflict and their relationship will fracture. The boy advises with concern, please be careful, young master, although your disguise art is second to none. With a determined gaze, Aigian says, I know it's impossible to become a completely different person, but in the darkness of this night, in the dim light, if I just give this to that greedy old man, won't he let his guard down completely? The chest exudes a mysterious aura. If mother knew I brought this, I'd be dead. The boy reassures him the madam will understand. Aigian looks at him, Muyong. He explains, you make it sound so simple. You can only say that because you've never been punished by my mother. Muyong reminds him, take care, young master. I've confirmed the inner hall master is sound asleep in his residence. He won't be able to come out and interfere with your business. The moonlight shines on the roof of the manager's room. Inside, the manager is with a masked Aigian. The manager hesitates. He wonders, why has the inner hall master of the Bukshion Paiga come to our Jiangxim faction's ancient sword shop? Aigian is serious, listen carefully. He leans forward to the manager's confusion. He proposes this matter cannot be leaked. If it is, you'll lose your life. The manager is surprised if it's that dangerous. A voice rings out. It's a matter that will bring a great deal of silver. The manager agrees. Please speak. He opens the chest in front of the man. I want your shop to handle this item. The manager is mesmerized by the object before him. The statue emits a brilliant aura with exquisite details and masterfully carved radiant light. The heavenly demon's Guanyin Jade Buddha of the demonic cult. He replies correct. The man's eyes are filled with greed. Is this the real thing, he thinks to himself? The value of this Buddha statue is at least 500,000 silver taels. That voice speaks again. If this transaction can be done without the faction leader knowing, the manager silently calculates I can offer him 400,000 silver taels. No, since he's asking me to handle this secretly anyway. His mind fills with ambitious thoughts. I can pressure him on the price. He starts bargaining 200,000 silver taels. Aigian asks him back 200,000 silver taels. The manager's eyes are full of expectation. He repeats with a slight hesitation, you said 200,000 silver taels. He agrees. Done. The man can't contain his joy. Aigian requests I need the silver immediately. His expression looks calm, but inside Aigian is ecstatic. Give me the 200,000 silver taels and erase all traces of this item. The scene shifts to a forest where he and Muyong meet again. The boy asks, you've worked hard, young master. Aigian tears off his mask. He replies cheerfully, It was simple. The ancient sword shop's vault was cleaned out tonight. We have another 200,000 taels. All that's left is to retrieve the jade statue. Muyong is a bit proud of Ingiel. I heard the ancient sword shop's vault has quite a few guards. It's a difficult place to infiltrate. He answers confidently, "Nothing is impossible in this world." Under the late-night moon, the two have completed their plan. The damage to the Jiangxim faction is quite significant this time. From now on, things will descend into chaos. Moreover, this happened right when the inner hall master of the Bukchian Paiga visited the ancient sword shop, so there will be many misunderstandings. But it's not over yet. Aigeon's eyes are filled with satisfaction. We will continue to follow them and slowly drain their strength. The scene shifts back to the Jiangxim faction. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Daisan stands up in panic and shouts, "What, the ancient sword shop was robbed?" The manager hastily kneels, his body trembling as he stammers his report. When we got to the vault, all the mechanisms were destroyed. All the artifacts and cash are gone. But something strange happened. Yesterday, Hallmaster Im of the Bukchion Paiga came. His face shows clear fear. Jiang Daisan exclaims in disbelief. "Hallmaster Im, you mean the inner hall master? What was he doing here? He deposited the demonic god Jade Buddha." The manager replies. Hearing this, he frowns and questions again. "You're saying he deposited such a treasure, and on the same day all our treasures and money were stolen? What a coincidence." The manager is still kneeling on the floor, trembling. Jiang Daisan thinks, could this guy have staged this himself, but he doesn't have the guts to do that, and then come to me? Did Im Yungok do this on his own? He's not that reckless or impulsive. The last possibility. The Bukchian Paiga deliberately orchestrated this. Until now, all business in Wuhan has gone through us. The two sides have maintained a close relationship. Why would they suddenly turn on us like this? As he thinks, he sits down and wearily rests his forehead on his hand. Suddenly another servant runs in, frantically reporting to the faction leader. Something terrible has happened. The ironworks has been attacked. As if he's reached his breaking point, Jiang Daisan's face contorts as he roars, "What is this? Were all the weapons stolen too?" The scene shifts to another location. In a forest, there is a horse-drawn carriage. The carriage, pulled by two horses, rolls along a deserted dirt road. On the carriage are Aigeon and Muyong. Aigeon holds up a sharp sword, admiring it with a sigh. I didn't expect the Jiangxim faction's ironworks could forge such fine weapons. Muyong adds, "It's probably because they were made to supply the Bukchian Paiga." Aigeon laughs and says, "I left traces at the ironworks to make them misunderstand that the Bukchian Paiga caused this robbery. The leader of the Jiangxim faction is going to have a major headache." Muyong also laughs. That's right, but he can't directly question the other side. Aigeon sheathes his sword and replies, "I hear the Bukcheon Paiga will be holding the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Awards ceremony. Until then, the leader of the Jiangxim faction will be drowning in suspicion and delusion." As he speaks, his eyes show clear excitement. The awards ceremony. This year, those who distinguish themselves in the competition will be chosen as the Dragon and Phoenix Right. The boy answers, "It's Zhong Sojo, who broke the trap mechanism, and Yang Su Sang, who killed the Yum Ma Chung Yin demon insect." Gyo Ryan said she didn't do it, so she won't accept the award, but becoming the Phoenix would greatly help the Zhongjiom sect. The scene shifts to the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Awards ceremony. Today is a bright sunny day. Inside, many people have gathered and are talking amongst themselves. Just then, a few people approach Zhong Gyo Ryan and cup their fists politely. "Miss Zhong, congratulations. We are truly grateful to you." She waves her hand modestly and replies, "Oh, it was nothing." Then she sighs and thinks, actually the one who should be receiving these words is him. It's been a long time since I've seen him. A few days earlier, Zhonggyo Ryan was in the forest talking to Aigeon. "So you'll be staying at the Changcheon sect now?" she asks. Aigeon replies, "Yes, I can't keep relying on others forever." Hearing this, Zhonggyo Ryan exclaims in surprise, "Huh, since when did you become so thoughtful?" He laughs and says, "You seem very sad." Her face is truly sorrowful as she replies, The Changshon sect is quite far away, so… Suddenly Ijian speaks up. Also, you don't need to refuse the title of Phoenix at the assembly. This leaves her utterly stunned. He laughs and continues. You were able to cut through that trap mechanism because of your own strength. Then Ijian temptingly suggests, accept the prize money and let's go buy some grilled meat. Jonggyo Ryan now smiles and replies, okay, let's do that. Suddenly she asks, but why did you join the Dragon Phoenix banquet with me? You're not usually interested in these things, are you? Hearing her, he just smiles. The scene shifts to a leaf floating on the water, followed by his answer, the first day we met. Zhang Ingiel started a fight with me at the inn. At that time, even though you were being pressured by the Jiangxim faction, you still stood up to stop him. That was the first time in my 10 years of wandering the Murim. Igion smiles as he looks up at the sky and recounts. Then he turns to look at the girl beside him that someone stood up to protect a stranger like me. Jonggyo Ryan is stunned to hear him say that. The moonlight shines down on the space below. As if seeing into his thoughts, Jonggyo Ryan unconsciously blurts out, your journey through the Murim wasn't a happy one, was it? Ijian still smiles and replies, the Murim I heard about is far different from reality. What on earth have you been through? Back in the present, Jonggyo Ryan is deep in thought. Meanwhile, the two young men next to her are still talking. Thinking back on it, I still can't believe it. Her martial arts are truly formidable. Suddenly, a loud questioning voice rings out. Was it all thanks to your own strength? Just then, Zhang Ingiel pushes through the crowd with a displeased expression. Jonggyo Ryan's face becomes serious. She frowns and looks back at him. That guy. Is he trying to cause trouble again? Then she says nonchalantly, what are you suddenly talking about? He states the fact that you escaped the swamp and broke the trap all by yourself. His face is cold, showing his disbelief. How could you have cut through that massive mechanism? I didn't expect your martial arts to be so advanced. Jonggyo Ryan replies calmly, I was just lucky. Zhang Ingiel repeats, lucky. Then he gives a cunning smile and thinks, you can't explain how you broke the trap, that proves it. You must have used some dirty trick. Seizing the opportunity, he speaks up while simultaneously drawing his sword. He then confidently points his sword at her in a challenge. I wish to request a lesson on that advanced martial art of yours. Inside, he is certain. With this, I will expose your true colors. Jonggyo Ryan is a bit stunned. What did you say? Zhang Ingiel speaks again. If you truly broke that trap on your own, then my strength is nothing compared to yours. Draw your sword and spar with me. She asks in astonishment, what are you doing here? The people around whisper amongst themselves, what? What a fight. Zhang Ingiel's eyes show his triumphant expression, having cornered her. How can you make a claim without showing it, without proving it with your strength? Hearing that the people around also start to get curious. I'm just curious how she did it. Since it was an impossible situation, she might have… He smirks again. I don't want to think about it, but… Could the Jonggyeom sect be colluding with the culprits? Surely not. But before the Dragon Phoenix banquet, you were seen with a suspicious man. These words from him leave Jonggyo Ryan in utter disbelief. Then comes a simmering anger. She also points her sword coldly, accepting his challenge. Fine. If you want to spar, I will grant your wish. The two swords are now pointed directly at each other. Oh, a duel with the Phoenix. This will surely be interesting. The heir of the Jiangxim faction is no pushover. With a powerful leap, Zhang Ingiel instantly dashes forward. He is the first to attack, delivering a forceful slash, but Jonggyo Ryan manages to dodge it. Zhang Ingiel's eyes flash with astonishment as he thinks, you dodged that sword technique. Meanwhile, with a cold gaze, Jonggyo Ryan has already swept her sword across his neck. Zhang Ingiel's eyes freeze. Jonggyo Ryan is also a bit surprised to see he couldn't dodge, so she twists her wrist to adjust the sword's direction. But she still decisively slashes across his face, drawing blood as if teaching him a lesson. Zhang Ingiel's body goes rigid, his hand releasing the sword as his face shows utter disbelief. His sword falls to the ground. The entire area falls silent at the duel that didn't even last a single exchange. The people who were just curious and suspicious about Jong Ryan's strength are now silenced and astonished, just standing there staring wide-eyed. Jong Ryan decisively sheathes her sword and says coldly, "Is that enough for you?" After speaking, she turns and walks away, leaving Jang Ingiel standing there with his head down amidst the whispers. Just one exchange. If that were a real fight, that young man wouldn't have been able to defend himself and would be dead. Miss Jong held back. What a disgrace. Faced with those words, he remains motionless. Jang Dae-san now slips through from behind the crowd. His face contorts in anger as he curses inwardly, You bastard, daring to humiliate me in front of so many people." Suddenly a voice catches his attention. "You have raised a truly wonderful daughter." It turns out to be praise from clan head Im. Jong Yi-chu humbly replies, "Not at all, not at all. My daughter still has many shortcomings." Clan head Im says, "You are being too modest." Seeing this scene, Jang Dae-san is filled with rage, thinking from the robbery of the ancient sword shop and the ironworks. I was already suspicious, but for the clan head of the Bukcheon Pega to have this attitude towards the sect master of Jonggeom. It seems the reputation of the Jonggeom sect is on the rise. They must be planning to abandon us. I cannot sit idly by. Jang In-gail, filled with resentment, seethes inwardly. That bitch! Jang Dae-san's expression is just as vicious. Jonggeom sect, tonight I will destroy your clan. He makes his decision. Elsewhere outdoors, two people are sitting under a bright, starry sky. Mu Yong stands before Aijin and asks with concern, "Are you having trouble sleeping because of the change of scenery, young master?" He replies, "Something like that." But his face still holds a gentle smile. "Anyway, it's time to start building our own sect. There's much to be done." The boy hesitates and asks, "Otherwise you wouldn't be leaving the Jonggeom sect, would you?" Young Master Ai Gaon is surprised. "You figured it out." Mu Yong asks again, "Why didn't you attend the Dragon Phoenix Awards ceremony today?" Young Master Ai Jian answers, "I thought it would be awkward for them if I went." Mu Yong thinks strangely, "I've never seen the young master be so serious about a woman before." He then closes his eyes and sighs. "Tonight the night seems unusually quiet. You should get some sleep." Aijian looks up at the crescent moon and replies, Suddenly his expression turns cold as he mutters, "But this feeling is strange." Jong Gyoryeon. "Bring that wench to me now," Jang Ingiel commands with an angry expression. The subordinate asks, "Yes, young master. Are you saying to kidnap the second daughter of the Jonggeom sect? Do you intend to kill her as well?" This man is Jung So Jang Ingiel's confidant. "Just killing her isn't enough. We must make her wish she were dead," he viciously declares. Suddenly he sees his old man looming in the room and is terrified. Father. Suddenly Jang Dae-san declares, "Tonight I will wipe out the Jonggeom sect. Let them see the consequences of daring to challenge our clan." These words leave his son and subordinate in shock. Then Jang Dae-san addresses his confidant, Jung So, "Come with me." He immediately replies, "Yes, clan head." After obeying, he exchanges a look with Yang Ingiel. Understanding the signal, Jung So nods once. Then he leaves with Jang Dae-san, who is radiating killing intent. The scene shifts to the Jonggeom sect, where it is still the middle of the night. In Jong Gyoryeon's room, she suddenly opens her eyes. Sitting up, she scans the room. Jong Gyoryeon's face shows clear worry, as if she has sensed imminent danger. The windows and main door are still securely closed and latched. But Jong Gyoryeon's brow remains furrowed. Then she decisively stands up and reaches for her sword. Jong Gyoryeon runs outside in her sleepwear, not having time to change. This killing intent is terrifying. Dozens of people are surrounding the Jonggeom sect. Indeed, countless dark figures are hiding on the rooftops. Outside the gate, there is an equally large group of assassins. Each one holds a sharp sword. Though their faces are covered, their cold-bloodedness is clear in their eyes. Jong Gyoryeon grows more and more tense. I have to quickly call for help. As she's running, an assassin suddenly thrusts a sword at her. She quickly leans back to dodge. Then Jong Gyoryeon quickly draws her own sword. She counters the assassin with a lightning-fast slash. Instantly, a stream of fresh blood spurts from the assassin's neck. He tries to cover it, but it's futile. His eyes roll back, bloodshot with pain. The blood flows endlessly. When it can flow no more, he collapses in front of her. Jong Gyo-ryun's hand trembles as this is the first time she has killed someone. She closes her eyes tightly and reassures herself, now is not the time to feel guilty. Regaining her composure, she continues running and shouts, "Mother!" A loud scream answers her Gyo-ryan. In another space, Aijian is not yet asleep, but is still sitting and gazing at the moon. Suddenly, a hurried voice calls out, "Young master, something has happened." Muyong runs up in a panic to report the man assigned to watch the Jongjeom sect just sent word. Many powerful martial artists are attacking the Jongjeom sect. These words leave him in stunned shock. The Jongjeom sect must be struggling to defend themselves right now. Returning to the Jongjeom sect, the house is now engulfed in a massive fire-red flames spilling out from within. And Jong Gyo-ryan is still fighting alone with her sword against the horde of vicious assassins. Jong Gyo-ryan slashes the neck of the man on the left, stopping his sword swing as fresh blood continues to spurt out. She then follows up with another slash to her right, cutting into another man's arm. Instantly, those two men fall before her. Even so, there are still many assassins left. Jong Gyo-ryan is extremely tense with her family behind her. Young-so speaks up, "That girl's pretty good." Inwardly, he marvels as expected. It's no wonder the young master is interested in her, he thinks while observing Jong Gyo-ryan's youthful yet resilient appearance. By now, countless people in the Jongjeom sect have fallen to the vicious assassins. The remaining women, though holding swords, are trembling, their eyes filled with fear. He then continues, "You're already in this state. How much longer do you think you can hold out?" Although in a disadvantageous position, Jong Gyo-ryan grits her teeth and calms herself. "I must stand firm. Father was already injured protecting us. Now I'm the only one left who can fight." Young-so continues, "If you surrender, I will spare your life." But she just bites her lip and thinks, "Why am I remembering now?" Recalling Aijian's earlier words. How can you believe their words? She finds it strange. It's like I can hear his voice ringing in my head. But just trying to stay standing now is already too difficult. Jong Gyo-ryan, with a worried expression, turns in another direction. She looks past two assassins and sees the door in front. She silently resolves, "I can't just keep relying on him," and with her trembling hand she once again raises her sword. "This is my clan's affair. I must do it." With that thought, Jong Gyo-ryan charges to attack the remaining assassins. But suddenly her sword is knocked out of her hand by him. She is terrified. She is then surrounded by the remaining assassins. Young-so gives a decisive order. "Leave only that girl alive. Kill all the rest for me." Immediately, one of them charges to attack the remaining people. That person closes their eyes tightly as if waiting for death. But just then, Jong Gyo-ryan quickly appears and blocks the sword strike with her bare hand. The assassin sees this and exclaims in astonishment, "You can block that sword with your bare hand." On her hand, a glowing character appears as if it's the power used to block the blade. Suddenly, a stream of blood flows from her mouth. In pain, Jong Gyo-ryan falls, covering her mouth with her hands. A panicked voice cries out, "Gyo-ryan." Her body trembles, and she falls into despair. "My body is out of strength." Jong Gyo-ryan remembers when Aijian put the gauntlet on her and said, "With this gauntlet you can block blades with your bare hands, but of course the backlash will cause you immense pain." Now she tells herself, "If only I were a little stronger." The assassin, angry, raises his sword again. I've never seen such a bizarre woman." Then a powerful sword strike comes down. Jong Gyo-ryan is still lost in thought. "Then I could have protected my family." Her mother sees this and reaches out in terror but can't do anything, while another man swings his sword down with all his might. Suddenly a dragon appears. It opens its enormous mouth before the assassin and roars. It feels like one bite wouldn't be enough. The assassin is now terrified to his core, his eyes frozen, not daring to look back at the horrifying thing behind him. And instantly his body is sent flying forward, one side of his face smashed beyond recognition. Not only that, his body slams into the large wall behind him, the immense force caving it in. Jong Gyo-ryan's eyes follow the scene and light up. seeing the assassin's head twisted to the side and his lifeless open eyes. Finally, the corpse slowly slides down, leaving a huge bloodstain on the dented wall. Jung-soo and the remaining assassins are silenced upon seeing this scene. The surviving women are stunned to see someone has come to help, but their earlier tension has surely subsided. A drop of blood drips onto the ground. It's from Ijeon's hand, still stained with blood from the earlier punch. Jongyo-ryeon finally relaxes, and warm tears begin to flow from the corners of her eyes. Her gaze is fixed on the back of the man in her heart. He has finally appeared. Without turning back, he still asks, "Are you all right?" Unable to stand, Jongyo-ryeon is still sitting on the ground, but her tense body has relaxed. Tears stream down her face as she replies, "Mm-hmm." Hearing that his girl is still okay, a cold glint flashes in Ijeon's eyes as he stares directly at the remaining assassins. Now Ijeon stands alone facing the remaining assassins. Jung-soo shouts an order, "Kill! Kill that guy first!" Immediately the assassins swing their swords and charge at Ijeon. His eyes turn white as he raises a powerful fist. His powerful fist strikes a man's waist, snapping his body in two. The blood seeping through the thick clothes at that spot shows how powerful the punch was. Just as that one is dealt with, another, tired of living, rushes in yelling, "This guy!" But Ijeon simply lifts his leg and breaks the man's, looking incredibly painful. Immediately after, he kicks him again, sending him tumbling backward. A shadow flashes across his face. His pupils contract, his eyes filled with terror. Ijeon slams the man's head into the ground, shattering a patch of earth. Seeing this, Jung-soo is terrified. What is that? How is that guy so strong? So fast. He's too fast. He moves like a ghost, gliding through the group of assassins. Jung-soo is utterly bewildered. I can't keep up with his movements. Where did he go? As he wonders, his henchmen fall one by one, wounded and gushing blood. Jung-soo is about to turn around and yell, "Behind you." He immediately slashes behind him. Ijeon ducks to avoid it, while his glowing fist continues to rush forward. With one punch, Jung-soo is sent flying backward, spitting blood. His hand lets go of his sword, and at the same time, his face mask falls off. Ijeon looks at him with cold, sharp eyes. He catches the man's sword, swings it, and says, "You are Jang Ingiel's subordinates who came here to cause trouble, so you must die." Just then, a streak of light slashes down from above, but a voice immediately stops the action. "Wait, spare my life." The tip of the sword has stabbed into the ground next to Jung-soo's face. He continues, Although the faction leader ordered us to kill the entire Jong clan, I was planning to spare her." Ijeon purses his lips in silence for a moment. Then his face grows even colder as he lets out a huff. Jung-soo, with panicked eyes, carefully says, "That's because young Master Yang Ingiel personally instructed us to bring her back." Hearing this, Ijeon crouches down and asks Jang Ingiel, "Where is he now?" He hurriedly replies in agitation, He's waiting in the southern forest. I'll tell you everything I know. Please spare my life." But Ijeon places his hand on the hilt of his sword and says, "Since you dared to act this way, you should have been prepared to lose your life here." With that, he decisively draws the blade across the man's neck. Fresh blood splatters across the screen. His face is now colder and more emotionless than ever before. Jongyo-ryeon and everyone else watch the scene unfold in astonishment. She thinks reluctantly, Is it because of me that so many people have died before her eyes are massive flames, accompanied by bloody corpses lying on the ground? Then Jongyo-ryeon steps through the pools of blood and approaches. Getting closer to Ijeon, she asks, "Are you okay?" Ijeon now flashes a bright smile, looks up at her and replies, "I'm sorry I was late." Jongyo-ryeon's eyes well up as she smiles back. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Thank you for coming." Seeing that he smiles until his eyes crinkle. The latecomer Muyong now hurries over, "Young master, it's a good thing you arrived in time." He then turns to Jongyo-ryeon with sincerity. "It is truly fortunate that you are safe and sound, my lady." Though still confused, she bows and cups her fists in response. Ijeon stands up and orders him Muyong first take everyone to the Sinpung villa, then ask Uncle Guo to treat their injuries. He replies, "I understand, young master." Then he adds coldly, "And get ready. Today is the day the Jiangxim faction falls. The scene shifts to a forest where Zhang Ingiel is standing alone. He looks around and thinks, "That bastard should have been here long ago. Why is he so late?" Suddenly, Aigian appears from behind a tree. Thinking it's his confidant, he speaks up. "Did you bring her?" Seeing that it's Aigian, he panics. How are you here?" Hearing this, the corner of Aigian's mouth curls into a smile. Then he suddenly shouts loudly, "You all must leave here quickly. The Zhang clan has reinforcements." Zhang Ingiel hears him and is confused. What? What nonsense are you spouting?" Igaon explains. "When I was at the Zhonggeom sect, assassins suddenly swarmed in. I temporarily hid elsewhere, and then other martial artists appeared. They killed all the assassins and took the people of the Zhonggeom sect away." Listening to their conversation, the Bukcheonpa is targeting your Jiangxim faction. Zhang Ingiel is stunned to hear this, the Bukcheonpa. Did someone luckily break through the encirclement and escape to call for help? No, it's more than that. So it's true. The Bukcheonpa has betrayed our Jiangxim faction to ally with the Zhonggeom sect. Aigeon continues to deceive him. Before a key assassin died, he confessed that the Jiangxim faction sent him to slaughter the Zhonggeom sect. He even revealed that you were present here in the forest. He clenches his fist and curses inwardly, "Young-so, that damn bastard." Aigeon continues to remind him, "You should also quickly inform your father. The Bukcheonpa has probably already prepared to march on your Jiangxim faction." Despite this, Yang Ingiel remains somewhat clear-headed and asks, "Wait, but why are you telling me this?" As he asks, his scrutinizing gaze falls on Aigeon, but Aigeon shows no weakness and confidently looks back at him. Then he answers calmly, "Why your family? Has a bit of money, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Ingiel exclaims in confusion, "What?" Aigeon, acting like a money lover, explains, "This information has saved your clan's life, so give me 1,000 taels." He turns away, muttering, "Despicable." Inwardly, he calculates, "But it's true, I can't ignore this information." After calculating, he leaps away but doesn't forget to threaten, "I have urgent business today, so I'll let it slide for now, but if you spout nonsense again, I'll chop off your head." With that, he disappears, unable to see Aigeon's cold face. Back at the Jiangxim faction, the sky is still dark. Zhang Daisan must have heard the information from his son as he roars, "The Bukcheonpa intervened in that battle. I hadn't received any news, so I sent men to the Zhonggeom sect, but they said they only found the bodies of the assassins. I was wondering what on earth had happened." Zhang Ingiel says seriously, "The Zhonggeom sect doesn't have enough strength to fight off those assassins. Yet things turned out like this. Perhaps what that guy said is true. The Bukcheonpa has murderous intent. Everyone must leave quickly." Zhang Inhua also adds her voice, "The Bukcheonpa joining forces with the Zhonggeom sect. I thought that was an unlikely scenario. I thought just eliminating the Zhonggeom sect would be enough. But I didn't expect the two clans to be this close." Zhang Daisan replies, "If that's true, we are as good as dead. I know too many of the Bukcheonpa's dark secrets. They won't spare us." His face contorts as he thinks, "If we hesitate to verify the truth, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep our heads. We must make a decision now." After making his decision and calculations, he brings out a chest of night luminous pearls and instructs, "Take this to a safe place." Zhang Inhua exclaims in shock, Isn't this a night luminous pearl? A single one must be worth 50,000 tiles." He replies, "This is what I've accumulated over a lifetime. There are over 100 of them." She asks again, "Aren't you coming with us?" Father Yang Daisan replies, "I have an acquaintance with Mak Ho of the Namak Alliance, so I will go find him." Meanwhile, Zhang Ingiel's face is still stunned into silence. Zhang Daisan continues with a solemn expression. "The information we have on the Bukcheonpa is surely something the Namak Alliance will covet. In this situation, we will rely on the Namak Alliance." Little do they know Ingiel is standing on the roof, having heard every single one of their plans. After hearing, he lets out a weary sigh. Humph. Muyong simultaneously appears, landing beside him and calling out young master. The people from the Jonggeom sect have arrived safely at Sinpung Villa. The boy reports. Ingiel replies, "You've worked hard. Everything is proceeding as predicted. After all, there's only one path to survival, so Zhang Daisan had no other choice." A flash of killing intent appears in his eyes. Muyong glances at him and thinks, if the young master's plan succeeds, this will become a great advantage when we overthrow the Bukshunpa later on. Furthermore, the relationship between the Namak alliance and the Bukchionpa will surely change. Truly killing two birds with one stone. The attack on the Jiangxim faction today wasn't part of the plan, yet the young master was able to instantly come up with such a brilliant scheme to sow discord between the two sides. It's truly ingenious. As he is silently praising his master, Ingiel speaks again. If things continue like this, it makes one curious. I wonder what choice Zhang Ingiel will make. Muyong asks, will you handle it differently depending on his choice? Ingiel looks down, his gaze unwavering, and replies, no. No matter what he chooses, that guy must die tonight. As he says this, his eyes reveal a rare, vicious glint. The scene shifts to an old, solitary house in a dense forest. The wood of the house is so rotten that splinters are falling off. The siblings Zhang Ingiel and Zhang Inhua stand at the door. The younger sister speaks. I didn't think father would prepare such a safe place. But it's quite simple, isn't it? Entering, she observes and assesses while young Ingiel remains outside the door, his face still dark. Looking at the simple things in the house, Zhang Inhua continues to comment. If all our preparations fail, what will happen to our family? In just one short night, things have come to this. We should have eliminated those people long ago. Having spoken for a while without a response, she calls out in confusion. Brother, are you listening to me? Why haven't you said anything before Zhang Inhua can realize something is wrong? Her pressure points are struck from behind. Convey this message to father. Zhang Ingiel leans in from behind her and speaks in a gloomy tone. I will take these night-luminous pearls and establish my own sect. This leaves his sister utterly stunned. Outside in the forest, a surge of power shoots off, leaving swirling currents of air in its wake. It is Zhang Ingiel flying as if on wings, the chest of night-luminous pearls still on his back. Running until he's drenched in sweat, he thinks, if things don't go as planned, I'll probably have to spend the rest of my life hiding. But with these night-luminous pearls, I can live a life of wealth and luxury. It's better for me to live alone than for all three of us to die together there. What a filial son he is. As he's mapping out a bright future for himself, a voice rings out, you seem to be in a good mood now that you have those night-luminous pearls. Zhang Ingiel freezes and looks up. On a branch above is Ingiel jumping down. His eyes sharpen as he questions, you bastard, you're still following me? He quickly draws his sword for a slash while yelling, I've found you annoying for a long time. Now die. But immediately after, a fist lands on Zhang Ingiel's face, and fresh blood instantly splatters. Ingiel is still in midair while Zhang Ingiel's figure has been slammed, skidding across the ground and creating a large cloud of dust. The chest of night-luminous pearls on his back falls off and rolls away. He can't get up and can only crawl, crying out in pain, ow. Zhang Ingiel's face is filled with shock as he thinks, how is that bastard so strong? Has he been hiding his martial arts all this time? Damn it, I need to hide properly now. As he thinks, he crawls towards the chest, but Ingiel steps on his hand. While Zhang Ingiel is panicking, Ingiel looks down and asks in a cold voice, you said you wanted to kill me. Those are my lines. His face is once again filled with killing intent. Zhang Ingiel looks up with tense eyes, trying to calculate, my body can't move. How can I possibly escape from here now? After calculating, he decisively gets up and runs for his life. Thank goodness I have to run now or I'm dead for sure. As he runs, Zhang Ingiel continues to think, I need to get to father quickly. It's better to bow my head and beg for forgiveness than to die here. But just then, a powerful force flashes by, followed by countless large trees, being severed by a single kick from Ingiel. Splinters fly into the air. Jang Ingiel's calculating thoughts are silenced. But Ingiel's face is calm as if he used no effort at all. He's like a cat toying with its prey. That power didn't just break one tree, but many. Then Ingiel quickly lands on the ground and dashes forward with blinding speed. Seeing Ingiel closing in on his heels, Jang Ingiel is terrified. That monster, how is he so strong? If he catches me, I'm dead for sure. Suddenly a streak of light flashes past his ear, making him freeze. Something flew past and embedded itself in the tree trunk right in front of Jang Ingiel. Looking closer, the thing embedded in the tree trunk is a small branch. Then one large tree after another is shattered by Ingiel's power. He is now in a dilemma, still confused, and blurts out, "Why are you trying so hard to chase and kill me? What?" Jang Ingiel stands there questioning, "What did I do wrong? Don't tell me you're from the Jonggeom sect. Or did you fall for that little wench?" Hearing his words, Ingiel angrily repeats little wench. Jang Ingiel now tries to soften his tone to negotiate. "Spare me. My sister has feelings for you too. I can help you with that. No matter what, my sister is much better than that wench." Hearing this, Ingiel just finds it amusing and replies, "You mean your sister? I can say that the two of you are cut from the same cloth." His words are again filled with killing intent, making Jang Ingiel freeze. How dare that bastard insult my family? As he thinks, he reaches into his sleeve as if to take something out. "Are you just going to reject my good intentions like that?" Then die as he yells, Jang Ingiel throws something out. In his hand is a blue vial. He thinks if anyone is hit by this deadly poison, their flesh will melt and their bones will shatter. That guy has given me an opening. While he's feeling smug, 2 fingers are approaching his forehead. But he is quite agile and ducks to avoid it. Ingiel's strike hits the tree in front, shattering it. Jang Ingiel clutches his head and looks up in panic. What follows is a spectacular chase scene. This makes Jang Ingiel incredibly panicked. This madman. Ingiel closes the distance and speaks, terrifying him. "It seems this fight is quite simple for me." He reaches out his hand and continues. "But right now I will show you just how different our strengths are." Jang Ingiel, still confident in his own strength, scoffs, "I won't just stand here and let you do whatever you want." With that thought, he runs away at a faster speed. After letting him escape, Ingiel jumps onto a tree branch. Then he gives a dangerous smile. Mu Yong is hiding in a higher spot. Ingiel speaks up. "It seems he's fallen for my trap." Mu Yong asks, confused, "But why did you let him go?" He replies, "I want him to suffer a death 1,000 times more painful." Mu Yong's expression is thoughtful like that. He places his hand on the chest and continues. "Now that the night luminous pearls are in my hands, I don't need to worry too much about the resources for my plan anymore." Ingiel replies seriously, "I understand. As for him, he will have to pay the price." Meanwhile, Jang Ingiel is still running for his life in the forest. He thinks he has escaped and rejoices. "Thank goodness I made it back." Suddenly, he sees his father and younger sister standing and talking. Jang Daesan angrily yells, "What did you say, that wretched son?" Without thinking, he shouts, "Father, please save me." Jang Daesan, full of rage, scolds him, "You bastard! How dare you abandon your sister and run away like that, and you even took all the night luminous pearls." Jang Ingiel quickly explains, "Wait, there's a bastard chasing me. He already stole the night luminous pearls." He bites his nails, trembling in panic. He might be the one behind this whole conspiracy. The assassins we sent to the Jongjeom sect, he might have killed them all. Hearing this, Jang Dae-san asks in confusion, "What are you talking about? Who is this guy?" He finally says the name. That guy is Ingiel. Hearing this, the father and daughter freeze and look at him with disbelief as if he were an idiot. Then a voice filled with hidden rage rings out, "You mean that weakling killed all the assassins and threatened you to take the night luminous pearls, and you were so scared that you ran away from him to get back here?" He questions with a cold-blooded, merciless face. Jang Ingiel quickly confirms, "That's right, father. Please take him down quickly." However, Zhang Daisan calmly replies, "Then why haven't I seen anyone chasing you?" Hearing that, Ingiel turns to look around in confusion. He looks behind him where the forest is quiet with no sign of life. Well, that's impossible. Could he be scared of father and not dare to chase me? As he says this, he turns back around. Just then, Zhang Daisan's hand is placed on his chest, emitting spiritual energy. Zhang Ingiel's eyes widen in stunned disbelief. His body freezes and goes rigid, letting that power deal with him. Zhang Daisan's face is dark and cold, without a hint of a father's sorrow. Zhang Inhua is also terrified, covering her mouth in shock at the scene before her. Zhang Ingiel now numb utters father. Suddenly, a large spurt of blood erupts from his mouth. Clutching the hand on his chest, he looks up and questions, "Why would you?" Zhang Daisan now speaks, "I knew you were a scoundrel, but I never thought you'd be this despicable. To satisfy your personal desires, you dared to deceive your own father and betray the entire clan." He lists out each of the wretched son's crimes. Zhang Ingiel's hand falls. The man speaks again in the end. "I have to kill my own flesh and blood with my own hands." His body falls backward, but his eyes remain wide open. Zhang Daisan remains standing with his hand outstretched while his son's body has fallen to the ground. With that done, he moves on to another matter. The night luminous pearls must be hidden somewhere nearby. We must search immediately. That's still not enough. What other tricks did he pull before coming back? Meanwhile, Zhang Inhua is still utterly horrified, tears streaming down her face automatically. Looking down at his son's face, dead with his eyes open, he declares flatly, "A person like that is no longer my son." Then he says, "First, let's go inside. Someone is waiting." While the father and daughter enter the house, Aigeon and Mu Yong appear on a tree branch, observing everything. Aigeon asks, "Has the other side received the message?" Mu Yong replies, "Yes. I've sent a map of this house along with an anonymous letter." Hearing this, he says nonchalantly, "This is about to get interesting." Inside the house, Zhang Daisan leads his daughter in and says politely, "I've kept you waiting." The person waiting for them asks, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Daisan replies, "There was a traitor. I've just dealt with him. He led me to this place. Now let's talk." The man named Makho asks, "Do you wish to join the Nama Alliance?" Zhang Daisan calmly informs him, "As I said before, the Bukshin Pa has betrayed us. The information I have." Makho is extremely alarmed upon hearing this. Suddenly the door creaks open and a cold draft flows in from outside. Then a group of men in yellow uniforms enters with menacing expressions. Zhang Daisan is terrified and exclaims, Who are these people?" Just then, the last person steps in and says, "We received a suspicious report. I didn't expect it to be true." The man who entered questions with a cold expression, "You intend to betray us and join the Nama Alliance." "That won't be easy," he declares confidently. Zhang Daisan is stunned and thinks the Grand Military Advisor of the Bukshin Pai Ga Ban Ro, but betrayal. Isn't the Bukshin Pai Ga the real traitor? He then hastily explains, "Oh, it's a misunderstanding. We sent people to rescue the Zhongjiam sect yesterday." Banro asks back, "The Zhongjiam sect?" He becomes more annoyed and questions, "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Zhang Daisan freezes at that expression. What's with this reaction? What do they mean by that?" After a moment of thought, Zhang Daisan remembers with a shock. Could it be what my son said back then? The assassins of the Zhongjiam sect, the fist-shaped energy. Could he have killed them all? He realizes with a shock the real enemy behind this conspiracy. But there's no time for him to regret. Instantly, Zhang Daisan takes a blow to the neck and fresh blood sprays into the air. Witnessing the splattering blood, Makho stands frozen in shock watching the gory scene. The most shocked person here is Zhang Inhua. Her pupils contract. In one day, she has lost 2 of her closest family members. An assassin has thrust a sword through Zhang Daisan's neck from behind. Motionless, he tries to glance behind him and questions himself. What is this? Who is this person? Within the Bukshin Pa, there's someone this strong. Instantly, the person flicks their sword. Fresh blood trails from the sharp blade. Everything seems to have descended into hell. Jang Inhua rushes to her father's side and screams in despair, "Ah, father!" Now the words are directed at Makho, frightening him. "Are you the White Tiger Hall master of the Nam-A Alliance?" Banro approaches him and reminds him in a cold tone, "You should not carelessly interfere in this matter." This is a warning. Makho, now drenched in a cold sweat, can only remain silent. Damn it, I'm caught up in trouble again. The mysterious person places their sword on Jang Inhua's neck and asks, "What about this woman? How should we deal with her?" Banro glances over, thinking for a moment. Jang Inhua looks up with despairing eyes, waiting for the cold words, "Kill her." Instantly, fresh blood sprays out once more. Then comes the order, "Burn this place to the ground for me." Instantly, the simple house in the middle of the forest is set ablaze. Outside, the master and servant, Aigeon and Mu Yong, are still standing on a branch observing. Mu Yong speaks first. "I will hire 50 trustworthy people. For now, I will use them to run Sinpung Villa and deceive others." Aigeon nods in agreement. "All right. Additionally, I will immediately take over all the merchant guilds and business connections controlled by the Jiangxim faction." He instructs Mu Yong, "Handle this yourself. Don't attract the attention of other sects at this time." Mu Yong replies, "Rest assured, young master." He then notices his master's contemplative look. "Are you not satisfied with the result?" Aigeon replies somberly, "Not at all. If you commit a crime, you must face punishment. I have no compassion for them." "But," Mu Yong asks with concern, "why do you look so melancholic?" Aigeon's face now clearly shows his unhappiness. After a moment he continues, "I always thought this Murim was the Murim my father spoke of. At the age of 10, I began my first journey. Back then, I knew nothing, just wandered everywhere. I didn't even know that you Mu Yong were always following close behind me. At that time, I had only one thought: I wanted to be acknowledged by my parents. Is that so?" Hearing this, Mu Yong looks at him and thinks, a young master who is always so passionate about relationships, so proactive in everything. So deep down, it wasn't like that at all. Aigeon turns and continues seriously, "Do you think I really enjoy wandering the Murim, Mu Yong? I was only 10 years old then. I was just following my mother's words, who told me I should travel more. I just wanted to grow up well to show my parents. But this Murim is not like what my father said. I realized that my father was just lost in a dream." Standing before the burning house, he contemplates. "What I learned while wandering the Murim was not righteousness and chivalry, but rather how not to be deceived by others, and how to deceive others. It's the way to survive no matter what it takes." Hearing him, Mu Yong can only remain silent. Over the past years, the young master has gone through countless things and suffered many wounds. In this Murim, how many times has your kindness turned into a blade that stabs you back? I just hope those wounds no longer linger in your heart. Thinking this, he closes his eyes in sorrow. "You were too young back then, young master." Aigeon continues, "Yes, I was too naive back then." He then looks down at his hand and asserts, "I have changed. I am gradually becoming an adult now." But this Murim hasn't changed at all. The kind-hearted become fools, and evil reigns, trampling on good. To survive in this Murim, one must be cruel. The wind gently sways his hair in the air. He stands there again in silence. This Murim will never change. This Murim will never change. Then he asks himself, what is the Murim that father always yearned for? Is father seeing something that I cannot see? Mu Yong, I won't just dream like my father. I will make my dream a reality. Like a listener, Mu Yong glances at his master and thinks, young master. In the end, it is because you love your father the most that you are trying to fulfill his wish of changing the Murim. When you seized the assets of the rich, or when you beat up some profligate son on the road, you killed him just to obtain a secret manual worth more than a mountain of gold. You always try to find an excuse to justify your actions as righteous. Just then, Aigeon opens the door, enters, and sighs. I'm in a good mood. There's no reason not to rob from the wicked tyrants. Perhaps that is the final respect for my father's teachings. This is truly a complex and chaotic feeling. The scene shifts to a bright, beautiful day at Sinpung Villa. A loud announcement echoes. The leader of the Jiangxim faction is dead. The Jiangxim faction has fallen. Zhang Aichu exclaims in panic. What? What happened? Zhang Huarayan recounts the events. Zhang Daisan betrayed the Bukxianpa, then tried to join the Nam-Ak alliance but was punished. He also has to exclaim, what an incredible coincidence. Then he recalls the image of Aigian single-handedly dealing with the assassins the night before and marvels thinking back. Young hero one's martial arts. Are they really that formidable? Thanks to that we escaped death. Furthermore, how could he achieve such a great feat? The more I look, the more curious I am about the young master's internal energy. After commenting for a while, Zhang Yichu turns and asks, where is Gyo Ryan? The madam smiles and replies, she went to cheer him on. Hearing this, he exclaims in surprise, cheer him on, young hero. I is participating in the Cheonryong Great War. Explaining the Cheonryong Great War, a place where sects stake their lives to fight for honor. The greatest martial arts tournament under the heavens. Aigian is now on stage facing a tall and muscular man. From the crowd below, Zhang Gyoryeon calls out loudly, hey, do your best. Hearing her cheers, Aigian turns and looks down. He then gives Zhang Gyoryeon a bright smile in return. Zhang Gyoryeon looks at him and sighs helplessly, thinking, you don't have to do that. Just then, the referee shouts, now we will begin the first preliminary match of the Cheonryong Great War. The first contestant is the renowned fist master from Guangdong, the Storm Fist, Ai Hyuk. And his opponent is a young man participating in this tournament for the first time. The people below start to whisper, him is he only 20 years old. Another person shakes their head contemptuously, just a little brat. He's just going to die a pointless death. But on the stage, Aigian is calmly cracking his knuckles. Aigian. When the referee calls his name, he has finished warming up. Aigian raises his hand and beckons to his opponent in a challenging gesture. Ai Hyuk, standing opposite him, uses all his strength a second later to leap up, shattering the stage floor. He punches down at the spot where Aigian was standing, creating a deep crater. Aigian has already fallen and is sitting on the ground. Ai Hyuk looks straight at him with a smug expression, while rocks and debris are still flying through the air. Aigian looks down in a slight panic and lets out a cry. Then, quick as a squirrel, he jumps up and runs away. This confuses his opponent, while the people below jeer. That kid is really good at running away. Aigian puts on a fearful act and stammers, please spare my life. Quickly. The audience finds it even more hilarious. Ha ha ha, with that skill level he dares to participate in the Cheonryong Great War. Is that sword on his back just for show? Ai Hyuk ignores them and seriously launches another powerful kick. Aigian quickly ducks to avoid it. He rolls across the stage, maintaining his balance. The people below are stunned to see Aigian's dodging technique, including Zhang Gyoryeon. Isn't that the Nariel Takgan? Explaining Nariel Takgan, a movement of rolling on the ground like a badger to avoid an opponent's attack. In the martial world, this is considered an extremely humiliating act. Just then, a spectator near the stage laughs loudly upon seeing him nearby. Hey, little brother, you should give up before you get hurt. Otherwise, you might really lose your life. Stop toying with him and finish it. These words are for Ai Hyuk, but he just purses his lips and thinks, you make it sound so easy. That guy's movements are clearly extremely clumsy. In his eyes, Aigian is still naive and awkward. Once again, Ai Hyuk throws a punch, but Aigian dodges every attack by a hair's breadth. Yet he doesn't counterattack even once. Just as his opponent wishes, Aigian's panicked expression turns cold as he swings a punch. His fist touches Ai Hyuk's forehead. Ai Hyuk is terrified by this situation. Aigian smirks at him, which makes Ai Hyuk curse in anger inwardly. This brat. A moment later, the tables have turned. Ai Hyuk is sitting on the ground while Aigian stands above, laughing down at him. A burst of laughter erupts. Ha 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 ha! What kind of bizarre fist technique is that? My 5-year-old son punches harder than that. The crowd doesn't see Ihayok's face as he tries to hold it in his mouth, puffing out. A second later, unable to bear it any longer, he vomits a massive amount of blood, a truly horrifying sight. The laughter and jeers from below die out. Everyone's face goes rigid with disbelief and shock. Just then, a few people run up from below in a panic. What is this? Isn't this cheating? Why did I bet like that at this time? On a little kid like him, hit with one blow, his pride probably couldn't take it. Jonggyo Ryan was also stunned by this result. The referee's voice announced the winner, Jeok Igeon. He smiled and waved to the crowd below, but curses rang out, "Get lost. If you have any conscience, give up. How amusing." Jonggyo Ryan thought in disbelief. What is this? What trick is he playing now? At this moment she felt truly helpless. Looking up, Jeok Igeon still had a crescent-eyed smile, looking incredibly innocent. The scene shifts to dusk, where a brightly lit pavilion appears. Inside, a group of people are examining match-betting slips. Then a man slammed a piece of paper on the table and exclaimed, 100,000 taels. I'm betting on Jeok Igeon. It was none other than Mu Yong. The stall owner, sweating profusely, asked, What Jeok Igeon? You mean that kid who passed the preliminaries by sheer luck? Why bet such a large sum on him? Before the owner could finish, the people behind Mu Yong, looking as fierce as demons, spoke up. We'll also bet 3,000 tiles on Jeok Igeon. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to become rich in one go? Such guts. The owner's eyes turned serious as he spoke. If he wins, I could earn 19 times this amount. It seems everyone likes to take risks. The long-haired man closed his eyes and reached into his robe. He then took out a small box containing a gleaming pearl. Can I bet this blood toxin pearl? The owner immediately replied, Of course. The owner took the items and said, Please wait a moment. I will check if there are any issues with the banknotes and the blood toxin pearl, then I'll be back. Mu Yong's group then discussed among themselves, I didn't expect him to have something like that, but the more we bet the better. I'm not betting on Jeok Igeon. The old woman asked, Then who are you betting on? The long-haired man said seriously, Mumyongek. Hearing this, the other three were stunned and exclaimed internally, What Mumyonggaik? The old woman asked again, Who is he? Meanwhile, the white-haired man turned to Mu Yong and asked, You don't know? Mu Yong shook his head. The long-haired man's face became fierce, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint. A moment later, he had to close his eyes and listen to the exclamations, This brat participating in the tournament without us knowing. What the hell is a Mumyonggaik? Sounds so provincial. Then came a retort, It's just a random bet. By now, everyone was at the New Wind Manor. Jeok Igeon slammed his wine cup on the table and said discontentedly, Grandmother, you should have stopped him right. The old woman, while picking up food, said, Don't worry, I'll bury you in the warmest, sunniest spot. Jonggyo Ryon was also sitting at the banquet table, thinking in utter confusion, What is this? That gaze was terrifying. The old woman leaned in close to get a better look at Jonggyo Ryan. You're called Gyo Ryan, right? The more I look, she maintained her eerie expression. It's like looking at myself as a young girl. This caused the two old men beside her, who had just taken a sip of wine, to spit it all out. She continued, Don't I look just like her? Feel free to say it. The two men closed their eyes, utterly helpless. But they had to grit their teeth and force out a lie. Truly, she looks just like you. Jeok Igeon, while pouring wine, observed the long-haired man. He then spoke, An old man who doesn't care about money or fame is participating in the grand tournament. It seems you appeared just to fight me, didn't you? His tone was extremely confident. The other three were astonished by his words and looked over at him. The long-haired man, the main character in this exchange, bared his bright white teeth and let out a chuckle. You have inherited the entire martial arts of the young mistress and him. So how could I possibly hold back, he said, showing a fierce and excited expression in response to Jeok Igeon. Though young, he felt no fear and smiled back. A while after dinner, under the bright moonlight, Jeok Aigeon and Jonggyo stood on a bridge. Jeok Aigeon crossed his arms and said with a helpless laugh, "We've got big trouble." She looked at him confused. "What is it?" He replied, "I'm not confident I can win. I have to win to promote our sect and earn money for the organization's activities." Jonggyo was bewildered. "Really? Then what should we do?" He said, "I guess I'll have to eat a lot of meat." Hearing this, she broke into a cold sweat. "You've already eaten your fill today. Eating meat every day. Are you okay?" Jokaijin looked up cheerfully and replied, "Yeah, I've mastered a martial art that converts meat into internal energy in my body." After hearing that, Jonggyo was speechless, thinking, Is there really a martial art like that? By the way, why are you here?" Just then, a person dressed in black appeared with a falcon. The mysterious person replied, "Young master, you have exceeded the permitted limit." Joke. Ijeon turned and asked, "Are you telling me to go back early? Who set that limit?" The person remained silent. He answered himself, "It must be father." The usual smile was gone from his face. "Make it clear." At this moment, Jeok Aigeon seemed to be saying something. The mysterious person continued to stand there in silence. The falcon had already flown far away. After speaking, Jeok Aigeon turned back his face cold and pensive. The falcon flew over the bustling capital city, its feathers falling like a trail of markers. The scene changes to a residence where baskets of fruit are neatly arranged. The falcon flew down and landed on a hand. A note was tied to its leg. "Seeing this token, return." The message has finally been delivered. While reading the letter, the man muttered to himself, "When will you ever learn to behave? So in the end, you're determined to rule the world, are you? This man is Jeok Aigeon's father, Seok Seorin." In the fresh morning air, gentle sunbeams shone on the shop's sign in the courtyard. Water flows, clouds move. Beams of light shone through the crates of fresh fruit. In the courtyard, everyone was busy with their own tasks, some carrying goods, some sweeping the yard, and others making repairs. A man stood at the warehouse door looking outside and observing his surroundings. From behind the figure of a woman spoke, "I saw the message, Falcon." Hearing this, Seok Seorin didn't turn around but replied, "It's news from Aigeon. Aigeon says he wants to unify the world." After he spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Only the sound of the other person's breathing could be heard. Sunlight shone on the teacup on the table. The woman disagreed. "He is our son. Aigeon has the right to dream like that." Seorin was silent for a moment, then his eyes narrowed as he retorted, "But it must remain a dream." Hearing this, the woman simply remained silent. Seorin looked out the door and sighed, "You and I have been in seclusion for 20 years. Suddenly, Seorin turned his head back. "Let's go." His expression was resolute, wanting to go there to meet Aigeon, to the Central Plains. At this time, the weather at the New Wind Manor was terrible. Dark clouds covered the sky and it was raining heavily outside the pavilion. Mu Yong stood before Aigeon and reported, "Young master, we have gathered some strange information." Mu Yong paused for a moment before continuing. "Just as you predicted, young master, we traded information with the black market. Someone said they will be selling 300 heavenly explosion thunderbolts tonight." Aigeon was shocked to hear this. Heavenly explosion thunderbolts. The powerful explosive weapon of the Righteous Path Alliance. Mu Yong nodded. "Yes, just one has immense destructive power. Something is definitely going on." Hearing this, Aigeon stood up. "We have to go." In the night, the sound of rain pitter-pattered on the leaves. Follow them from the black market and see who it is. This was accompanied by the sound of someone's hurried footsteps. A two-faced elder from the Northern Sky defeated clan was leaving in the night, hurrying back to report. "I have no way back now that I've sold the heavenly explosion thunderbolts. I have lived a double life as an elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan." Recalling a past memory, he had once announced, "Congratulations to all the dragons and phoenixes who have passed the first round." He couldn't stay because, "I am a spy for the Beyond Society." But at that dragon and phoenix banquet, the top-ranked Yin Demon Lust Devil was easily killed, and the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix banquet plan changed everything. He then went to meet the mysterious person who handed him a box covered with a white cloth. Damn the Beyond Society. Are they trying to pin all the blame on me? The man in black informed him, the society leader is very disappointed in you. Inside the wooden box was an explosive. This is your last chance. Detonate the heavenly explosion thunderbolts at the Sky Dragon Great War. Hearing this, his face filled with terror. What? What? The man in black warned. If you fail again, you will die. He walked in the rain, gritting his teeth in anger. Even manipulating the dragon and phoenix banquet was nearly impossible. How can I do that at the Sky Dragon Great War, where all the masters are gathered? He ran faster through the rain. Moreover, Vice Strategist Half-Brain suspects me because of the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. If I'm discovered as a traitor to the Northern Sky Hegemon clan, I will die. And if I fail at the Sky Dragon Great War, I will also die. As he was thinking about stealing money and running away, a man in black suddenly appeared out of nowhere, swinging a sword at him. The only way was to grab the money and flee. Blood spurted from his chest like rain mixing with the raindrops. His eyes widened. The Beyond Society. The assassin with the sword slowly approached him. Not only did you ruin the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, but you dared to betray the Beyond Society. You looked down on the Beyond Society. As he spoke, the assassin swung his sword, aiming for his neck. Is this it? He closed his eyes, awaiting his death. I'm about to. But what awaited him wasn't a sword, but drops of water splashing onto his face. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the assassin standing completely still. The sword was just a millimeter from his neck. What? What is this? He's frozen. Seeing the assassin standing there stiffly, his eyes still wide open, he wondered, was his pressure point hit? Who did this? Behind him, a figure stood gracefully on a log floating down the river. What a surprise. Two figures appeared behind the assassin. The elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan is the mastermind behind the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. The frightened elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan kept backing away. You? Who are you? The two figures in black didn't answer, silently watching him. These men in black were Ingiel and Muyong. Ingiel replied with a cold gaze, the Justice Squad of the Righteous Path Alliance. Hearing Ijian's words, Muyong, who was beside him, was also surprised by where that name came from. The elder stared blankly. The Righteous Path Alliance. Has this matter already reached the ears of the Righteous Path Alliance? Ijian approached the assassin and patted his head like a master patting a dog. This Beyond Society member, something strange about him. Veins and blood vessels bulged on the assassin's face and around his eyes. In the assassin's eyes was a demonic reflection of Ingiel, and blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. The assassin suddenly yelled, "Get away!" A huge explosion occurred, sending water from the ground splashing everywhere. Instantly, a shockwave spread. It turned out the assassin had self-destructed his limbs, exploding and splattering blood, dyeing the area red. Ijian was still in shock as blood splattered onto him, mixing with the rain. The other two looked up at the blood raining down from the sky. The elder stammered in bewilderment. What is this? The three of them looked around. Blood stained the water and exploded limbs were scattered everywhere. The assassin's arm was left dangling from a tree branch. Muyong remarked, "It seems he was hypnotized to commit suicide upon capture." Ijian frowned as this had dirtied his clothes. "I don't like the way the Beyond Society operates." Ingiel turned to the pale-faced elder. "Do you know what the Beyond Society is?" The elder stammered in fear. I don't know." Ijian didn't care whether he knew or not. He took out a green poison pill from his clothes menacingly. A cliché answer. "I've prepared this for you. It will cause you great pain." Seeing the poison pill in Ijian's hand, he stammered in fear. Poison, a poison pill. The Righteous Path Alliance, the pillar of the righteous faction, would use such a despicable method. Ijian ignored him and directly shoved the pill into his mouth. "Pillar of the righteous faction. You rats have gnawed away until there are no pillars left." His body began to convulse, veins popping out, and his eyes became bloodshot. He begged for his life in agony, no longer daring to hide anything. Spare me. My body feels like it's being torn apart. Ah, I'll tell you everything, so please. Aegeon took a brown pill from his clothes, threw it at him, and commanded, "This is the antidote. Drink it. You should have spoken sooner." His body trembled, saliva drooling from the corner of his mouth as he slowly put the pill in. "You must take the antidote once a month, or this will happen again." The rain grew heavier. Aegeon wanted to settle this. "In short, you're saying that 12 years ago, they approached and recruited you. And after you became an elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan with their help, they have been giving you orders continuously." Now, terrified and pale, he didn't dare to lie and nodded. "Yes, that's right. I only know a few of the people who relay the orders." Hearing this, Aegeon turned to Mu Yong, a secret organization where members don't know each other's faces. Very cautious, Aegeon was quite pleased with his compliance. "Good, I have 2 requests." He began to give his orders. "First, all the information you can access within the Northern Sky Hegemon clan. Second, inform us whenever you receive an order from the Bayon Society." The elder could only huddle and listen obediently. Aegeon leaned in close with a deadly expression and threatened, "If you do well, I will guarantee your safety." He trembled in fear and whispered, How can I trust you?" Aegeon snorted coldly. "There are no guarantees. Just believe." His body continued to tremble, afraid that one wrong word would have Aegeon sending him to meet his ancestors. "Damn it, I have to go back to the Northern Sky Hegemon clan and be a spy for both the Bayon Society and the Righteous Path Alliance." After thinking for a moment, he gathered his courage and said, "If I don't detonate the heavenly explosion thunderbolts at the Sky Dragon Great War, I will die." Aegeon smiled. "Don't worry, I'll show you how to survive." Mu Yong stood to the side, deep in thought. Using sound transmission, what is the Bayon Society's goal? Do they want the Northern Sky Hegemon clan to fall, but to blow up the Sky Dragon? Great War, with heavenly explosion, thunderbolts, just for that? Isn't it too dangerous? They must have another purpose. Aegeon looked up thinking. Then he sent a sound transmission back. "Well, it's useless to think about it now. Let's just do our job, Mu Yong." The next day, at the Sky Dragon Great War on the fighting stage, Aegeon continued with his next matches. He directly landed a punch on his opponent. In the stands below, people cheered for him mixed with curses. "Seok Jok Aegeon wins again. This match is invalid. Well done." In the next match, Aegeon easily defeated his opponent in an instant. He sent his opponent flying off the stage with a palm strike. Jok Aegeon wins again. The crowd in the stands could only gape in amazement. The tournament judge announced Jok Aegeon advances to the main rounds. Round 1. Aegeon stood facing his opponent, who was holding a short blade. In the stands, people were still gossiping. Today, we'll see if that guy got here by luck or by skill. Gyoryan also came to cheer for him. She looked up at the stage with some doubt. This is the main round. Then she looked to the other side. Even the disciples of famous righteous sects had come to watch. The match judge's shout interrupted Gyoryan's thoughts. "Let the contest begin." The judge began to introduce the opponents' names and sects to each other. Jok Aegeon, of the New Wind Manor. His opponent was a poison user. His opponent is Chuzul, the wielder of the evil poison sword. Chuzul had a sinister, contemptuous smile. A brat who still smells of his mother's milk. Gyoryan, standing below the stage, whispered to him, Poison. That's too dangerous. I'll have to act today." Aegeon was puzzled. He then understood she was worried about him and smiled reassuringly. No need. From the main rounds onward, betting is no longer allowed. He looked up at the tower and saw a figure standing there. Whoa. The person standing there was Cheon Akma, smiling down at him. Cheon Akma's entire being was filled with excitement, enveloped by a powerful aura. Aegeon was no less formidable. The terrifying energy radiating from him was also intense. Their eyes met. The real game had just begun. A brief introduction to Chuzul. Chusel, the wielder of the snake-poisoned sword, lived up to his nickname. He used a sword coated in snake venom, so he wasn't respected, but he was a dangerous man. Many had died under his poisoned blade. The old man next to them shook his head regretfully, that poor kid having to face Chusel. Hearing this, Gyo Ryan felt a mix of doubt and worry for him. Is that guy really that dangerous? The old man glanced at her and replied, "It's said that just a scratch from his poisoned sword is enough to kill. Therefore everyone who has faced him in this tournament has died." Gyo Ryan's face changed with worry after hearing this. Died. All of them died. Chusel emanated a faint green aura, his strange expression fixed on Ingiel. "You really are a lucky one." Ingiel showed no fear. Instead, he just smiled. "It seems you're not very confident in your swordsmanship. Looking at that sword covered in an uneven, blotchy green poison, you have to resort to poison." Hearing his provocative tone, Chusel snorted coldly. "All who provoked me like you have died." Chusel grinned smugly. "You will share their fate." As soon as he finished speaking, Chusel swung his poisoned dagger and charged at Ingiel. Ingiel nimbly dodged. Then Ingiel struck Chusel's wrist pressure point. His hand trembled and the dagger fell from his grasp. Ingiel swiftly struck his arm and blood splattered everywhere. Ingiel's expression was like that of a bloodthirsty killer. He smiled with satisfaction. Ingiel gently drew a line on Chusel from his forearm to his bicep. Blood shot out like fireworks. Chusel's eyes widened in disbelief, watching as Ingiel easily defeated him. Ingiel's eyes revealed a deadly warning: "You will never hold a sword again." Chusel's hand was split in two and blood spurted out, staining the stage red. Chusel collapsed his knees, buckling on the stage. He bowed his head, a deep wound running from his bicep downwards. Chusel's eyes were wide open, but he remained silent. A gash on his shoulder revealed the bone within. With this wound, he would probably never be able to wield a sword to harm anyone again. Watching Ingiel deal with Chusel in a single blow left everyone below stunned. Even Gyo Ryan couldn't believe it. They finally realized the match was over and shouted in amazement, What just happened? He defeated Chusel in a single move." Susang, still shocked by the match, stood up and slammed the table. "No, impossible." Susang's eyes were glued to Ingiel. Is that guy really that strong? During the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, he was nothing special. Bihua, sitting beside them, showed no expression, her gaze still fixed on him. Susang was still muttering to herself, "And where is this new Wind Manor? I've never heard of this name yet. He has such high-level martial arts." Hagi's face darkened, his eyes sharp as a hawk's as he listened to Susang muttering beside him. How can he be so strong? Hagi glanced over at Ingiel. Ingiel was busy waving to everyone, not noticing anyone's gaze. "That guy is no ordinary junior. Where did he come from?" Seeing Ingiel's happy expression, Hagi was annoyed. Does he really want to win the Sky Dragon Great War? At a tea house, voices from inside could be heard. That evil heretic killing people with poison all day. It's so satisfying. Inside the tea house, people were happily eating and drinking with Gyo Ryan and him. Everyone was busy praising him, young hero Seok. "I knew you weren't ordinary. I'm looking forward to your performance in the next match." He laughed happily. "Of course, everyone is welcome to come and watch." Ingiel sat down comfortably, putting his hands behind his head. "Hey, I'm so famous now." Gyo Ryan watched him silently, her mind full of thoughts. Those who made it to the main rounds of the Sky Dragon Great War are all so intimidating that no one dares to approach them. But you're so strange. Ijin continued to laugh and chat with everyone. A man in the tea house started a conversation, but the most watched person in this Sky Dragon Great War is him. The man recalled the scene with Mumyonggaek, who was actually Cheon Akma. Mumyonggaek, even the top masters couldn't make him take off his straw hat. Gyo Ryan, sitting opposite, finally spoke up. "Hey you said you watched his match." The man in black clothes nodded. "I watched, but..." His face suddenly turned fearful. "I didn't see anything." Another customer didn't believe him. What are you talking about?" He began to recall the scene of the match. What I saw. No, what I heard. He only heard the sound of a sword being drawn. Then Mumyonggak sheathed his sword without moving to attack. But his opponent beside him was suddenly wounded, vomited blood, and died. There was only that sound. Gyoryan's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that's impossible. Aegeon's expression suddenly turned serious, no longer joking. This is getting serious. Gyoryan looked at his expression with concern. Aegeon is so tense, she asked. Are you that worried? Aegeon, afraid she would worry, changed the subject. I forgot my money pouch. I'm so hungry. Gyoryan was speechless. My treat. He happily propped his hands on the table and looked at her. Really, then I'll have roast duck, braised pork, sizzling beef, and stewed chicken. And for the wine? Before he could finish, she interrupted. I only have 2 tails. Hearing she only had 2 tails, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He sighed. In that case. Then he leaned his face close to hers. Do I have to wash dishes to pay the debt? Aegeon's words made Gyoryan burst out laughing. As they were chatting happily, Bihua appeared in front of them and said, Let me pay. They both turned around. Gyoryan let out a breath, Hugh. Seeing the wealthy Bihua, Gyoryan was surprised. Miss Seol. Bihua turned to congratulate her. Congratulations on becoming a phoenix. And Bihua looked at him. Thank you for what happened at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. Aegeon grinned. If you want to thank someone, thank young hero Yang. Bihua frowned. She knew who had saved her. Don't take me for a fool. Aegeon caught became flustered. Whatever, think what you want. Gyoryan watched as Bihua, from a prestigious family, initiated a conversation with commoners like them. Miss Seol is actively talking to others. Aegeon's words made Gyoryan blush. Gyoryan, don't worry. I'm only loyal to you. Gyoryan shyly scolded him. What? What are you suddenly talking about? Aegeon burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Bihua said young hero Sok. Aegeon glanced over at her. Bihua only said one sentence, truly hard to understand. The scene changes, Sky Dragon Great War Finals. From a distance, the arena was packed with spectators. The atmosphere was much livelier than usual. 2 men chatted. The day has finally come. This Sky Dragon Great War is truly unpredictable. The crowd below also chimed in. Who would have thought these 2 would face each other? Gyoryan stood next to Hwayong looking around. The stage, the arena, and the atmosphere are all completely different. Hwayong looked at her unhappily. Are you worried? Gyoryan lowered her head, her eyes filled with concern. Well, I heard his martial arts are extremely powerful. Hwayong didn't answer directly, only saying, It's been a long time since I've seen the demon sword in action. Remembering when Cheon Akma held his sword, he was unrivaled for a long time. Looking up at the stage, Cheon Akma and Aegeon were facing each other directly. Regardless of who wins or loses, this match will not end easily. The people in the stands roared, Mumyonggak, I bet on you from the start. Mumyonggak will definitely win. Cheon Akma just smiled and reminded him, Even though you are my nephew, I will not hold back. Cheon Akma's eyes glinted with a deadly look. Even if I have to kill you, I will not regret it. Aegeon smiled gently without replying, just nodding. Aegeon raised his hand to grasp his mother's sword. The sword in the center gleamed. Then Aegeon drew it, and a powerful dark aura emanated from it in all directions. So you know, the 2 figures rushed at each other. Aegeon attacked Cheon Akma with incredible speed. Cheon Akma's hat fell off as their 2 swords clashed. Therefore today Their eyes locked onto each other, revealing an unprecedented excitement. Will also risk my life. The 2 swords, emitting a powerful killing intent, crossed. The 2 smiled at each other. Cheon Akma spoke. This is... The surrounding space completely changed. Only the 2 on the stage, along with Jonggyo Ryeon, Hwayong, Neng Ji-sung, and Mu Yong, could see their fight. Cheon Akma said A formation. His face was full of excitement, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint as he looked at Jok Aegeon. He smiled without a hint of fear, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. This is the only way to have a proper fight, isn't it? Jonggyo-ryeon, standing nearby, watched with wide-eyed amazement. This is the first time I've witnessed a formation that can change the scenery like this. Hwa-young, with her hands behind her back, already knew. I had long ago sought the help of a prodigy Ui-sang, who was hailed as a master of formations back then. Those outside the formation will only see an illusion of a completely different battle. That's because there are martial arts that cannot be casually displayed in front of everyone. Hwa-young looked at Ji-sang and Mu-young. The ones who can witness the real battle are only those standing within this formation. Hearing these words, Jonggyo-ryeon looked at the battle before her in astonishment and doubt. Then does that mean the old master and brother Seok have come this far without revealing their full strength? Seeing Jonggyo-ryeon still standing there in stunned silence, Hwa-young spoke to bring her back to reality. Don't miss a single move. Watching the two rush at each other, Hwa-young paused for a moment, then continued. This battle, I'm afraid you won't get a second chance to witness it. Cheon-akma rushed forward, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal blow to Jeok-igeon. He used his sword to block Cheon-akma's move and smiled. It seems you anticipated that this blow would be blocked. He smiled with satisfaction. With you, that's only natural. Jeok-igeon gripped his sword tightly, his whole body tense, not daring to be careless. The two figures clashed again. The whistling of the wind and the sound of swords colliding echoed in the suffocating silence. Everyone dared only to breathe softly. The more Cheon-akma fought, the more excited he became. He praised aloud, "Excellent, keep pressing me further." Neither side was inferior. Their swords clashed, and sharp sword auras shot out continuously. Jeok-igeon swung his sharp sword forward. Akma was not outdone, his sword quickly striking at his opponent. Suddenly, Jeok-igeon's eyes widened in surprise. Cheon-akma frowned, gripping the sword in his hand tightly. Blood spurted out quickly. It was unclear whose it was. Only now did everyone realize. Jonggyo-ryeon was so shocked she was speechless. Mu-young's eyes also widened. Only Hwa-young and Ji-sang showed no change in their expressions. Blood dripped down drop by drop onto the ground. A wound appeared on Jeok-rujeon's arm, the cut left by Cheon-akma. He looked at the gash on his arm and frowned. He stood opposite and spoke, "Even if I have to kill you, I will not regret it." Those were not empty words. His face radiated an unprecedented killing, intent, a dense aura of murder enveloping him. Cheon-akma raised his sword and said coldly, "Use that martial art. Otherwise, you will lose your life." He gripped his sword tightly as killing intent poured from the blade. In that case, Jeok-igeon's entire body emitted a red, hellish aura as he laughed and asked, "Is it time to get serious now?" A silent atmosphere descended and a scorching heat spread across the ground. Jeok-igeon stomped his foot hard on the ground. The once flat ground was now torn up. A massive, scorching demonic aura erupted. Red light emanated from his body, and the surrounding ground cracked and flew into the air. Jonggyo-ryeon stared in astonishment at the aura radiating from Jeok-igeon. This aura... She stared intently at Jeok-igeon. Demonic energy. I had a vague guess, but indeed this is... He closed his eyes, controlling the powerful energy within his body. Jeok-igeon muttered, "The demonic path originates from the wind." Cheon-akma saw this, but instead of being afraid, he grew more excited and shouted, "That's it. That's the one. Use that technique." The thing that demon practitioners can only hope to witness once in their lifetime, the Nine Blossoms demonic path art, the unique ultimate technique of the sky demon. Jeok-igeon opened his eyes and a slash of his sword shot out. First form, wind strike stance. As he spoke, a terrifying force tore through the wind and attacked Cheon-akma. He raised his sword to block the powerful roaring wind that rushed towards him. Gusts of wind cut through him, leaving wounds on Cheon-akma's body. The hem of his robe fluttered in the wind. His entire body felt as if it would be blown away. He braced his legs to keep from being blown away by the wind. This power didn't make Cheon-akma retreat even a bit. He smiled with satisfaction internally. His internal energy is clearly weaker than mine, but how is its power so terrifying? Jeok-igeon's voice rang out again. He swung his sword again, creating another line of spiritual energy. A flash of lightning strikes past Cheon Akma's technique. Second form. Thunder Strike Stance. It is the call for the thunder god to descend. A cloud of dust rushed forward. Jonggyo Ryan raised her hand to shield herself with difficulty. Oh! Sand and wind mixed, and Cheon Akma's figure was no longer visible. Jok Igyeon's eyes scanned the surroundings. He didn't think Cheon Akma would be defeated so easily. Suddenly behind him, Cheon Akma's figure reappeared, attacking with his sword. Jok Igyeon turned around and used his hellish sword to block Cheon Akma's blow. He smiled. As expected, you are extraordinary. Cheon Akma laughed in reply, and you are truly beyond expectations. The two powerful figures clashed again, two streams of red and purple killing intent rushing forward. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Jonggyo Ryan trembled. Does that realm really exist? My martial arts are nothing but child's play compared to them. A flicker of fear crossed Jonggyo Ryan's eyes. Fifth form Heaven, subduing demon. From start to finish, they fought in the air looking just like demon gods. Jok Igyeon stood strong and proud with the faint image of a dragon behind him. Holding his blade with dense demonic energy, he shouted, "Dragon Strike Stance." The dragon's head behind him opened its huge mouth as if to swallow everything. Cheon Akma felt as if he was being targeted. He stared in shock at the scene before him. The dragon lunged down before Cheon Akma could react. He was hit by the dragon's attack before he could even respond. Dust, dirt, and rocks were thrown into the air. Jisung tried to move forward but was stopped by Hwayong. Jonggyo Ryan was also endlessly astonished, standing frozen with her eyes wide open. The sword was stuck in the ground, its powerful aura causing the earth around it to crack. Cheon Akma supported himself on his sword, his body covered in blood. His entire body trembled. He stared at Jok Igyeon, who was floating in the air, and let out a grunt. Then suddenly Cheon Akma looked up at the sky and burst out laughing, "Ha ha 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 ha." Looking at the confused Jok Igyeon, he said, "As expected, you are worthy of being his descendant." Cheon Akma now seemed to get serious. Holding the sword that emitted a faint purple aura, he frowned. "Very well, let's decide this with one final move." Jonggyo Ryan asked doubtfully, "What is that?" Hwayong lowered her head and replied grimly, "That is the unique ultimate technique of the demon sword." Cheon Akma's entire body radiated a murderous aura, his eyes flashing. Seeing this, Hwayong continued, "The strongest technique that earned him the title of the demon sword of the martial world." The sword in Jok Igyeon's hand was still burning brightly. He muttered, "If I use the seventh form, the final form of the Nine Blossoms demonic path art, I might be able to block it, but—" Suddenly Cheon Akma's eyes widened, and he launched a terrifying sword strike. "Jok," Igyeon said with regret, "if I do that, the demon sword will—" Without a trace of fear, Jok Igyeon raised his sword to the sky and muttered, "First form demon strike stance." Then his eyes turned golden. The scene shifts to a peaceful landscape showing two hands holding each other. Two people are standing in a meadow full of flowers. One asks, "What do you think about this matter?" Seorin pondered. Number one under the heavens. Why is that boy chasing such a wild dream? The woman picked up a pink flower. Do you still not understand why our son is doing this? It's because he has inherited your bloodline. As she spoke, the flower in her hand slowly withered, its petals falling. Have you forgotten that child is also called a demon god? Hearing this, Seorin turned his head to look. That is an over-exaggeration. The woman retorted, "No, it's not. The bloodline cannot lie. It is because that child inherited our blood that he is now suffering from this violent illness." Jok Igyeon raised his sword, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Deep inside, it's boiling uncontrollably, tormented by a desire for destruction. The people below stood frozen, watching his sword slowly descend. Jonggyo Ryan stared blankly at him. Jok Igyeon saw the expression on her face, a hint of panic in his eyes. Jonggyo Ryan looked at him, and there seemed to be a touch of sadness in her eyes. Jok Aijian stopped his sword in midair. In his eyes there was only the reflection of Jonggyo Ryan. Seeing that Jok Aijian was no longer attacking Cheon Akma, angrily shouted, "You brat!" After speaking, Cheon Akma swung his sword. A powerful sword aura enveloped Jok Aijian, and his figure disappeared. What on earth is he doing? Jonggyo Ryan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, worry, and fear. Mu Yong was frantic, reaching his hand forward as if trying to grab something. As Cheon Akma's power enveloped the area, a gentle stream of water suddenly appeared. Jok Aijian's figure flickered into view with a smile. Mu Yong was stunned, speechless. He called out in a small, questioning voice, "Young master in the water." Jok Aijian's figure held a sword and caressed it gently. The first of all time, the gentleman's sword. The long blade was now set aside. Aijian decided to use his father's sword to continue the fight. When Gyo-yeon saw that sword, she was shocked. Wasn't that his father's sword? Aijian's eyes flashed. Every swing of his sword caused waves to surge. He floated in the air, radiating an intense blue light. A beam of sword light cut through the air, striking directly at Cheon Akma's arm. The ground below cracked from the impact, and the audience witnessing the scene was dumbfounded. Cheon Akma was terrified to see fresh blood spraying from his body like rain. Just one slash across his arm made him feel as if his internal energy was being drained. What kind of martial art was this? Everyone present was stunned. This single sword move was enough to shake the martial world. After a moment of silence, Yang Hua-young faintly announced, "The battle is over." The formation gradually dissipated, and the stage was now covered in a thick cloud of dust. The surrounding audience was in an uproar, shouting, "What's happening? I can't see anything. Why is there suddenly a sandstorm?" In the midst of the intense battle, the scenery suddenly changed, leaving everyone bewildered. Gyo-yeon looked around in confusion. "Has the location changed again?" Yang Hua-young calmly explained. "The formation has been broken. We have now returned to reality." Just then a shout rang out. Everyone looked quickly. "Isn't that Mum Yong-gaik?" As the dust settled, the battered body of Cheon Akma was revealed, struggling to kneel on the floor. The stands were immediately shaken. He had never revealed his identity before, but now that mystery was about to be unveiled. However, as everyone was waiting, Aijian silently approached and handed Cheon Akma his hat. Cheon Akma was silent, his mind replaying the last moment. "If I hadn't hesitated to use that thing back then, I fear I would have been dead long ago." He took the hat, put it on, and said in a low voice, "It's a pity I couldn't witness that ultimate move." The hat once again concealed his face, but the truth was clear. As a demon practitioner dying to the 9 transformations, demonic art would not be a shameful thing. Cheon Akma, now completely convinced, bowed his head in defeat. The audience below was aghast, unable to believe it. "What? Then doesn't that mean the champion of this Sky Dragon Grand Tournament is Aijian?" The important figures up high also showed expressions of disbelief. Immediately after, the entire arena erupted in discussion. The youngest winner in the history of the martial world. A new hero of the martial arts world has been born. Amidst the cheers, Aijian stood quietly, squinting at the gentleman's sword in his hand. As night fell, a celebratory banquet for the Sky Dragon Grand Tournament was quickly organized. Upon seeing Aijian, the women couldn't help but blush and gossip excitedly. "Look, that's young hero Dick, the winner of this tournament. It's unbelievable he looks so young." They quickly approached to start a conversation, trying to get acquainted. "Young hero Yi." "Congratulations," a shy young woman said. Aijian just smiled. "Don't you usually hear people praise you for being handsome?" Seeing him smile, the women burst into laughter, startling the men behind them. One couldn't help but exclaim, "You're really interesting." Aijian laughed and replied, "That's the second most common thing I hear." Beside him, Gyo-yeon sighed softly in resignation. He had become too famous. After the group of women left, Aijian turned to Gyo-yeon and said softly, "Gyo-yeon, let's eat our fill today." She nodded, then suddenly asked with concern, "But don't you really need to rest? I saw your wound was quite deep just now." Aijian smiled knowingly. "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Yan was momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond. Just then, a voice called out, "So you're here, Miss Jong." Yan quickly turned, bowed, and replied, "Long time no see, clan leader Im Cheon." Im Cheon smiled and continued, "I was also hoping to meet Miss Jong. I think you're a great match for my son. What are your thoughts, Miss Jong?" Hearing this, Yan's eyes widened as she looked at young Master Im, her heart filled with confusion. If it's young Master Im, I've never had a proper conversation with him before. Why is this happening so suddenly? The surrounding crowd also started to gossip. What is this? Is the Northern Sky sect planning a marriage alliance with the Jong Sword sect? Impossible, but who can guess the thoughts of clan leader Im? Amidst the lively discussion, Im Cheon calmly continued. For a long time, I've had my eye on the Jong Sword sect. The more I look, the more I feel Miss Jong is a suitable wife for my son. Yan was flustered, unsure how to respond, when suddenly Ingiel stepped forward, his voice calm yet sharp. She already has someone in her heart. Yan turned to him in astonishment. What? Ingiel met her gaze directly and asked seriously, "That person is me, right, Miss Jong?" The surroundings once again erupted in commotion. Is this brat crazy? He dares to confront clan leader Im Cheon burst out laughing. Ha ha, interesting. Truly the confidence of a Sky Dragon Grand Tournament champion. But Miss Jong will surely prefer my son. You can't compare to him, right, Miss Jong? Ingiel's question made Yan's cheeks flush. She stood there, stunned momentarily at a loss. Ingiel clenched his fists, his voice cold. You should give up. Im Cheon frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. This brat not only had superior martial arts, but also considerable guts. Before he could speak, his subordinate behind him couldn't hold back, pointing and shouting. Brat, how insolent. Do you think winning the Sky Dragon Grand Tournament gives you the right to be arrogant? Daring to have that attitude in front of the Northern Sky Sect's leader? Are you tired of living? Ingiel showed no fear, his gaze resolute. According to the Northern Sky Sect's leader, should I offer up the person I love as a gift to please you? The subordinates angrily shouted again. What? How dare you be so disrespectful to an elder? But Ingiel remained calm. So what if he's an elder? Don't you all always set your own standards? If someone fits your criteria, they are praised and welcomed. But if they slightly displease you, they immediately become contemptible in your eyes. Those standards, just how suffocating and conservative are they? Yan thought to herself. Normally he would just laugh it off, but today he's so determined. Why? Im Cheon's subordinate sneered. Kid, when you grow up, you'll understand. Your actions are so childish. Ingiel shook his head. I don't think so, because I won't grow up to be like you. Just getting older doesn't make you a respectable elder. Just then another voice rose from the crowd. It seems your personality hasn't changed. Ingiel turned to look, his gaze softening slightly. You've come, father. The subordinate, upon hearing this, shouted. Are you that brat's father? You should discipline your son. I can't understand how you raised him. Seokseorin didn't reply, but the woman behind him was not as patient. She bluntly shouted, Shut up! You old fools should just sit in a corner hugging a chamber pot. Don't come out here spouting nonsense. The subordinate was so humiliated, he stammered. What did you say? Yan's group remained silent, observing the situation. The woman stepped forward, her proud gaze sweeping over the crowd. Here, who dares to stop me? Who dares to point fingers and scold my son?